Right, guys. Appreciate you guys joining in. Appreciate you guys listening. We're back for another space. Do retweet, reshare the space. Let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. Anyone who quote tweets the space, we will retweet the quote tweet. So do make sure you quote tweet the space, and then we will retweet your quote tweet. Lots of news coming out from Lebanon. Lebanon is, and basically there is a ceasefire in Lebanon. Lebanon has been included in the ceasefire. The Lebanese ceasefire starts in 3 hours, and Israel, being Israel, has escalated the level of bombardment. They are wreaking havoc on Lebanon right now, bombing it and bombarding it as much as possible before the ceasefire is in place in about 3 hours. We also have Scott Horton coming on the show. He's a geopolitical expert as well, so that should be really good. But yeah, lots to speak about and lots to get through. So let's get into it. If you can retweet the space, that would be awesome. If you can quote tweet the space, sorry, that would be even better. But we're seeing now over 50 Israeli airstrikes being carried out across South Lebanon, central and western sectors over the last few hours. Obviously, we'll give you a lot more details on the ceasefire. But yeah, this is huge news. And yeah, we're going to talk about it. So yeah, do that for me. That would be awesome. We're live on YouTube as well. I'll put the link out in a second. But let's go to Beatrix. Beatrix, you got the news?
Yeah, hi, Suleiman. Thanks for that intro. I do have news. Guys, please do share the space. I know Suleiman's already asked you to, but if you can, from the purple pill, the bottom right-hand side, quote tweet it from there, and let people know that we're live. And we'll carry on giving you the news and keep going with the space. So, yeah. So Trump's making a lot of statements as we speak. He says Iran has agreed to not have a nuclear weapon. They have agreed to it very powerfully. They've agreed to give us back the nuclear dust. We have a lot of agreement with Iran, and I think something is going to happen very positive. So that just came out of hers now. Let me see what else there is. There's a lot of news, guys, in terms of the ceasefire as well. That was announced and it's yet to go live. So very interestingly, Trump says Israel and Lebanon have agreed to start a 10-day ceasefire today. But then he's also spoken to Sky News, and he said that he thinks Hezbollah will be included in the 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, as he touts an upcoming meeting with the leader of both countries. So he thinks that Hezbollah will be included in the ceasefire, which means what he's insinuating is that at the moment we're not sure. We know that it's between Lebanon and Israel, but then that's just stupid because Lebanon wasn't doing anything to Israel, only Hezbollah was. Lebanon wasn't doing anything, no reaction whatsoever. So that's a bit stupid. Anyway, that's how they do politics. Also, the House, just some American news, the House failed to pass a resolution to end Donald Trump's war with Iran by one vote. The count was 213 to 214, and it was a Democrat named Jared Golden who voted to let Trump keep waging the war. So that just came out. Let's have a look what else. This is interesting. So there was apparently a Russian grain ship at Haifa, which is the port in Israel. And Israel's now told Ukraine, oh, it's too late to seize that for you. Like literally, Ukraine was like, how's that Russian ship at Haifa? And then able to leave Haifa. Like, why didn't you seize the ship? And Israel's like, yeah, it's too late now. So that I thought was interesting because it kind of serves Ukraine right. You know, Zion's never loyal to anybody. On the ceasefire, Trump says this is a ceasefire for peace. And he says Vice President Vance will also be involved in negotiations on Lebanon. Hezbollah lawmakers say the ceasefire depends on Israel halting all forms of hostilities. Of course it does. You can't maintain a ceasefire if Israel's bombing you. Well, that's what Lebanon would do, as in the government, the state, but not these guys. MP Hassan Fadlallah has said Iranian efforts have borne fruit in imposing comprehensive ceasefire in Lebanon. That was some other news. Let's have a look what else. So I-24 News, which is Israeli, said Israeli ministers are outraged during the Security Cabinet meeting. They were outraged. This is the Israeli Security Cabinet meeting because Trump announced Israel's consent to a ceasefire before the Security Cabinet had even approved it. So when I read that, I thought, oh, I wonder if they're trying to get a get-out clause already. But, oh, yeah, no, we hadn't approved it. So now we need to vote again in 3 days' time or something, you know? Also, Israel's Channel 12 says Netanyahu has told his ministers, we remain in the security strip during the Lebanon ceasefire. Wherever we are, we stay there. Isn't that pathetic? Basically, you know, as far in as you've gone to Lebanon, stay there, because that's where we're going to start from again next time. Like, how are you even going to stay there? No one wants you there. So even if there's a ceasefire, people aren't just going to let you set up camp and live there for 2 weeks and not try to shove you out. And then they're going to say, oh, they broke the ceasefire. It's pathetic. So Bloomberg News said this. They said that Gulf and European officials told them the United States needs about 6 months to reach an agreement on Iran. 6 months, they said. This is Bloomberg News. I found that interesting because I thought, does that mean they're planning whatever this exercise is that they're doing, stretch it out for 6 months? Literally, with the Strait of Hormuz kind of, you know, not fully open? Is this what it's going to be? So that was interesting. Press TV quoted Ghalibaf, who's one of the negotiators on the Iranian side, as saying ceasefire in Lebanon is as important as a ceasefire in Iran. And I know he posted this last night, Ghalibaf did. He posted a tweet, and then at the end of it, he says, America must back down from the mistake of Israel first. So the CENTCOM commander... the CENTCOM commander also said, the King and Crown Prince of Bahrain personally knew our soldiers by name. Yeah, I doubt that so much. I doubt Brad Cooper even knows the names of the soldiers. Do you know what I mean? By name. And it's his job. He's a CENTCOM commander, so I don't think the King and Crown Prince of Bahrain would. And then he says, Bahrain, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan have proven to be exceptional allies. Not the best ally, remember, the best ally, he said, was Israel. He said, I had the opportunity to meet with both their senior leadership and military personnel, all of whom are equally inspiring and committed to mutual defense. They have protected Americans and defended their own country. This is inspiring. So this is CENTCOM commander who said this, and the only people he's been able to meet are some senior leadership and military personnel. Like, that's it, middle-ranking people at best, and he's got all this to say about it. There's a bit of propaganda. NATO, the head of NATO, right, Mark Rutte, he's like fully sucking up to Trump. He has been throughout this entire war. And like the European countries, France and stuff, don't want to part in this war. They don't want to kind of fight to open the Strait of Hormuz. This guy, this head of NATO's all about NATO must do everything it can to support Trump. And I don't even think NATO countries are listening to him. But anyway, this clown, you know what he said today? He said, he's talking about Russia, Ukraine, and he says, victory is now a distant dream for Putin. He understands that his economy is in a bad state. Like, really? Okay. That much propaganda is going on. Russia's the only country that's actually got resources. The rest of the world is starving of those resources. Sanctions are being lifted on Russia, and this is Mark Rutte saying, "Oh yeah, it's over," because he understands his economy is in a bad state, so victory is a distant dream for Putin. Okay, fine. What else was there? Oh yeah, the field marshal, the chief of army staff, has met with the Pakistani field marshal, the chief of army staff, Asim Munir. There was a lot of information coming out in terms of meeting with Kalibaf and, meeting with other senior leadership in Iran. So that was the news. They've been having lots of coordination and meetings. What else? I think that's it from me, to be honest, Suleiman. Just one thing I will say, though, is when people talk about this ceasefire with Lebanon, it's not really even a ceasefire. It's just Iran saying to America that, look, can you rein in Israel? Can you just get Israel to stop its terrorism for a bit? That's all it is. There's no ceasefire agreement where both sides have to stop doing something. They're allegedly negotiating this with the Lebanese government. The Lebanese government is theirs anyway. There's no difference of opinion between America, Israel, and the Lebanese government. So there's no negotiation that's taken place. This is just a farce. And it's just about, can you get Israel to stop bombing Lebanon for a few days? Trump's announced that, this is my opinion, as a ceasefire. Great news. The only thing Hezbollah were doing was actually defending. They weren't attacking Israel. So Israel has to stop attacking for 10 days. And they call that a ceasefire. But over to you, Suleiman.
Yeah, thanks for that. Just want to welcome Simon onto the stage as well, and Andrew. Guys, do retweet the space, do quarter the space. Our space has been massively targeted. Um, they don't want you guys to hear the truth and the real news and the real information. You saw the head of X talking about how he was gonna limit the visibility by 90% of anyone who says breaking or news. And the real reason for that is because all the information on X, when it came from news, came from us guys, the ones who were exposing the truth. So they thought, what's the best way of doing it where they can manufacture consent for people to agree to it? So they completely deboosted the page. And now, separate to that, there's been some weird going on with the spaces the last 2 days, and it's quite clear that they've targeted the spaces as well. So we do need your help to make sure that people are aware about the spaces so that they can get the real news and real information. It's critical during this situation where there are negotiations, because they're going to use propaganda in order to try and get Iran to cede to a lot of their demands, which they shouldn't do. So I think it's really, really important. So if you can do that for us, that would be really appreciated. We're in these spaces. I've been grafting so hard. I literally took my kid, went to the parents' evening, came straight back. I'm literally doing what we gotta do to make sure you're getting the real news. We've got Scott Horton coming on as well. But the only thing we ask is you support the space and you retweet, quote tweet the space, and let everybody know about it. I want to thank X Commerce for the super chat. Let me put that there. And it says contract APAC. Jared Goldman received $3.5 million from APAC. Well, that explains why that Democrat voted with the continue to not stop the war with Iran. The news that Beatrix just said. So let's just quickly give some news. Trump just said this: Iran wants to make a deal. They're willing to do things that they weren't willing to do 2 months ago. Philosophy says NATO's route, Trump's lapdog, is blind to the EU and UK economies. Giving good evening to YouTube Resistance and X Panel. Suleiman, Beatrix, Simon, Andrew, et al. Thank you so much for your super chat. Appreciate you. Appreciate that. And yeah, agree with what you said there as well. As I mentioned, Israel is bombing Lebanon really hard because there's 2 hours left till the ceasefire. And with the Zios, what their mind is, we've got 2 hours to murder as many people as possible, blow up as many buildings as possible, and that's what they're doing. Netanyahu told his minister, but this is from Israeli media, this is the next one. They said, we remain in the security strip during the Lebanon ceasefire. Wherever we are, we stay there. This is according to Israeli Channel 12. The Houthis said the enemies were compelled to the truce after their great failure to achieve their goals in targeting the Islamic Republic of Iran. Shout out to Iran who forced this ceasefire. They said, us and the resistance breathe one breath. And they made sure that Lebanon was included in the ceasefire. The Lebanese government allowed Lebanon to be bombed for the last 2 years. Every single day they bombed Lebanon. Every single day there were casualties. Nothing changed. What changed was when Iran physically resisted against the Israeli oppression. And because they're winning the war, this is why America had to cede to their demands and include Lebanon in the deal and say, yeah, they're going to do a ceasefire. If America was winning, do you think they would have included Lebanon? No, they wouldn't have. This is more evidence of what we were saying in terms of the way the war was going. Israeli ministers say that they were outraged that Trump announced the Lebanon-Israel ceasefire before the security cabinet agreed to it. This is according to the Jerusalem Post. There were reports that Israel said that they will not respect the ceasefire, so we're going to have to see after 5 p.m. which way this goes. Tucker Carlson called Trump the Antichrist and was not happy that he insulted Jesus and said that he's not a follower of Christianity, he's a follower of Israelism. And I repeat, I mentioned this, I tweeted this out, I said the Lebanese should thank Iran for the ceasefire because the Lebanese government was unable to achieve a ceasefire and Iran forced it. Another thing, a correction from yesterday, I mentioned that Rand Paul voted against sending arms to Israel, and that was incorrect. Actually, Rand Paul voted for sending arms to Israel. So he actually voted for it, to the shock of many. Yeah, but the ceasefire is huge. CENTCOM Commander Brad Cooper said, oh, well, Beatrix already mentioned this. But yeah, Beatrix mentioned a lot of the stuff with the CENTCOM. But yeah, huge news. Lebanon has and is included in a ceasefire for 10 days. The ceasefire is put into place within the next 2.5 hours. There's information coming out of Israel that they won't be respecting the ceasefire. We'll have to wait and see if that's the case or not. It's going to be very, very interesting. But what we do know is in the last few hours, Israel has been bombarding Lebanon, trying to give it the Gaza treatment. And Trump just said that the ceasefire in Lebanon will include Hezbollah as well. So it's quite clear that that's how the ceasefire was done by the Iranians. We also have, let me read this. I'm just going to really give more information about the ceasefire. Trump says, we will see how things go regarding the dealing with Hezbollah. Iran has agreed to almost everything. We must ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. Lebanon and Israel will likely meet in the White House within days, and this has not happened in 44 years. Yeah, again, thanks to Iran for making that happen.
Suleiman, can I add something if you finished with the news?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I'll say hi to Simon and Andrew and Brother Hassan. So basically, right, the way I see it, this ceasefire, as I said earlier, it's just about Israel stopping the attack. That's all it is. Because if Israel stops the attack, Hezbollah doesn't fight back, the Lebanese army weren't doing much anyway. to be honest. So then that's that. So I just feel like both sides here, America slash Israel and Lebanon, all on the same side, and Iran on the other side. Like the issue of Lebanon and Hezbollah is being used as a bargaining chip because they've only agreed it for 10 days. So that's why it's being used as a bargaining chip by both sides. You know, the Americans called its dogs off for 10 days, basically. And yeah, Iran probably insisted on that. But America's only done it for 10 days, so that's why I'm saying it. So I agree with what you're saying about Iran, that it's because of their insistence, but it's a 10-day thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the ceasefire is going to be in line with the Iran ceasefire, so we'll have to wait and see what happens with that. Just want to welcome Simon. This is Simon. Jump in, give us your thoughts.
Yeah, hey everybody. Um, yeah, look, so I always have to try and say this because seems people find it get so frustrated. There's a difference between the humanitarian side here, the people that are involved in these negotiations. They're more than happy to kill children. They're more than happy to kill people, evacuate people, clear land, blow up buildings, blow up infrastructure. You know, they don't care. That's profit and money for military companies. And you know, the humanitarian side is tragic. It's how this system works. It's how this system has always worked. And if you're just witnessing it for the first time, then welcome to how the American economy works. And Israel is that mechanism for destroying buildings, laying the land for bigger trade deals that are going to be happening. The Lebanese government has always been funded by the US. Lebanon had its currency destroyed, its financial system blockaded, its savings confiscated. And that was just like what happened in Iran. That was a US Treasury operation to destroy currency in order to continually vassalize and take over strategic regions so that you can make money from destroying them and building them back better, quote unquote. And by building back better, it just means integrated into the control grids that the American technical industrial complex wants to implement across the region to build out their police and surveillance states that they're building out at home now and they're building out across Europe. And by US, I don't mean a country, I mean a system that has been taken over by financial interests that profit from this model of destroy, fund the war, build back, and wash, rinse, repeat. And of course, the American people, the Europeans, the Brits, they pay the bill. And if you're lucky enough to own any of those shares, you get to profit from the death and destruction. That's how this system works. And we're just seeing it in real time. So, what do they want to do? Well, it's the Gaza model. Level as much buildings as you can. And then hopefully you can get yourself a little bit of territory. And then with that territory, you can negotiate financial contracts for companies that are going to put through pipelines, reset the maps. And obviously, we're leading to this big meeting between Xi Jinping and Trump when the new order is effectively going to be announced. And part of the territory of Lebanon has entered into the equation, and we know how these things work. Everyone pretends they're not negotiating while everyone negotiates. And whenever you want to get something further in your favor, you just go and blow up some more stuff and blow up some more people. you create a PR charade so the whole world thinks that they're fighting over something else. And in the meantime, a deal will be signed. And that deal is signed based upon whatever happens on the battlefield. And so with Lebanon, what's happening in the background on the massive macro picture is the dollar is being strategically weakened relative to the Chinese yuan. All other currencies are weakening to the dollar, but the Chinese yuan and the Swiss franc are outperforming the dollar. That tells you the hierarchy of what's happening here. Capital is flowing into the financial industrial complex hosted in Switzerland. China is signing new export contracts and reconstruction contracts. And America is handing over everything to transnational, multinational financial institutions. BlackRock's assets under administration are going through the roof. They're siphoning off their toxic assets like private credit onto American pensioners. They're using this global reset, which the World Economic Forum told us about, where they tell us exactly what they're trying to do here. They did it during COVID. This is Operation Warp Speed 2.0. And you can see the big macro trends. And we're going to be witnessing, just like COVID, just like the global financial crisis, one of the biggest wealth transfers that the world has ever seen. And that's what we're about to witness. The stock market will go up. That will be owned by fewer and fewer financial institutions. These new relationships, they don't care about country. There's no such thing as America first or Britain first or Europe first or Lebanon first. American taxpayers pay $250 million a year to the Lebanese government in order to purchase American weapons so that America can use it as a proxy in order to negotiate and extract as much as they can out of the Lebanese people, the Lebanese financial system. And when they need maximum leverage, they'll just do what they're doing in Lebanon. So, fortunately, there is a check and control upon this uni power that has been where America has been fully captured. The military is just for rent militia for the financial industrial complex at this point. And they're renting out the US military, and you're meant to believe that you're doing it for MAGA when a few oil companies are making all the money that you're paying with higher gas prices and inflation. So everything that you're paying right now, you're just transferring your wealth to a few companies, and Trump is just fooling the American people into you thinking America as a nation state. It doesn't. It helps global capital that owns all these Cheniere Energy, Chevron, Exxon, all the companies that are cashing in while you pay the bill. And this is called patriotism. So you're meant to believe in this patriotism, that this is to make your country great again. And as long as you believe in that lie, you'll continue to be absolutely decimated unless you decide to invest your money in the crime and the terrorism. And then maybe you might own the assets that allow you to outperform that inflation. But the vast majority of your other people in the country, they're getting decimated. They're going homeless. They're addicted to drugs. They're trying to move into smaller and smaller houses. They're trying to figure out, I could not afford anything. And now my gas bill's doubled. I was bloody living in my trailer park. I was living in my, these people were living in their car, living in that. And now they've got to figure out how to, oh shit, I couldn't buy a house. Vast majority of Americans, as I said, vast majority of, and now they've got to figure out how their house is going to be able to afford these double the gas bills. And the only way to get the gas bills down is to sign an agreement based upon the wars that we're witnessing right now. I've also started to notice that the German military industrial complex, BlackRock seems to be diversifying a bunch of money into Europe, into just taking the entire economy, taking the cars they used to produce and turning them into war manufacturing. And so while they're asset stripping America and asset stripping Europe, they're hedging their positions as well. And so all of the productive manufacturing across Russia, across Germany, across America is now being reallocated for artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, integrated into all these new technology that needs to be built to kill people. That's exactly what we're witnessing right here. And the sooner you realize that there ain't no political solution to this, that the whole thing is just one big ginormous scam. And when you watch people killed in Lebanon and when you watch people killed in Gaza, and you understand that you're waving the flag of the financial institutions that are profiting from all of these crimes against humanity. That's what we're witnessing right now. I'm sorry it's so depressing, but you've got to understand how the rules work. Once you know how the rules work, it's easier to win. But this is how the rules work. Everything you're witnessing, everything you're seeing is just PR. Everything's a lie. Nothing's truthful. Everything they're saying is just a charade of propaganda in order to make you think that something else is happening when it's not happening. And so a deal's going to be signed. And the reason a deal's going to be signed, and if it needs to blow up more people in order to get to a deal, that's what it will. That's what it will do. But a deal's going to be signed because Iran relies upon China. The Gulf countries rely upon China. America relies upon China. Everybody relies upon China, and China's going to get a deal done. And that's what we're witnessing here. So they're going to meet on the 14th of April, and we're probably going to see a 60 to 90-day framework that effectively exits the US. Everything that's being destroyed, everything that needs to be rebuilt will be paid for by somebody. Whoever pays for it will be the hegemon, whether it's the Gulf Sovereign Wealth Funds, whether it's the China as a nation state in the Belt and Road Initiative, or whether it's BlackRock, State Street, or Vanguard. They're going to be rebuilding, and whatever the mix that they're negotiating right now across all these different countries, where people think that it's about rights for people or something like that, um, we're gonna see exactly that. So this is the world that we have entered into. This is a global reset. The longer the strait is closed, the more the Trump can rinse from the American people and hand over to a few global corporations. The more Iran is effectively, you know, they close the strait. Trump says, "Oh no, we'll do a blockade," and yet, China is the one that's purchasing all of those oil tankers from Iran, and China was already prepared for this. They got billions of dollars of reserve. They spent the last decade accumulating all the resources and everything they needed to be able to sit this one out. And you know, it's such a charade, the whole thing, because if America and China were to go into a war, Trump can say, "Oh, we're going to charge tariffs," and then what happened last time he charged tariffs? China said, "We're going to constrict rare earth minerals," and then what happened when they constricted rare earth minerals? The bond market crashed. Trump tacoed, and then they signed a deal. And you can watch it all over again if you like. They're going to announce it on the 14th of May. Um, and like the sooner we can figure out, like people can just start to figure out what's going on here. the sooner people can start to recognize that they ain't got your back. Like, this is the complete deconstruction of any type of infrastructure of governments and sovereignty. This is just handing over to a bunch of psychopaths that control our financial system. And guess what? They're doing it with your money. That's your pension. That's your insurance contributions. Lloyd's of London closes the Strait of Hormuz. Iran says we'll close the Strait of Hormuz. And then America says we'll close the Strait of Hormuz. Now you've got to renegotiate across three parties. And those three parties is, what everyone needs to do. This was just a global reset. Everyone, I think, is going to discover it. Just like COVID, like, it may take a little bit of time, but we've all been played. And I hope everyone can just start to recognize that our politicians are captured. Everything they're showing to you is a complete theater. But thankfully, the world is changing. And in this multipolar world order, you don't have a uni party that's captured by the financial industrial complex. You actually have some kind of multipolarity that hopefully will control the leash of these out of control financial institutions. Sorry for going so deep, but if you put your dependency upon any government, they're going to disappoint you. Whether it's the Iranian government, whether it's the Lebanese government, whether it's the one government,
Did Simon cut out, or was it me?
the resistance. I can hear you, Solomon. I don't know if you can hear me.
Okay, I assume it's me.
It's you, Suleiman. Sorry, Simon, continue.
Yeah. So I know people are picking their sides and saying, hey, Trump's got our back, or Iran is the resistance. You're all going to be disappointed, sadly, because they're all going to do a deal. And a lot of people need to die in order to get to that place. And that's just the way it is.
Thanks for that, Simon. Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Solomon.
Okay, awesome. Quite a bit of news, and sorry, guys, with the space has been massively attacked the last few days, and I keep getting kicked out and have to jump fast before the space crashes. Thanks for that, Simon. Let's just give a bit more news, and then we'll get into it. So, Trump on NATO, he said, when we asked NATO allies to get involved in a very minor skirmish by comparison to what it could be, they weren't there. So I don't think they would be there for a large skirmish. Trump says he is not happy with Australia after they did not help with Australia. He said, I'm not happy with Australia because they were not there for us on the Strait. On Pakistan, he said, I would go to Pakistan. Yeah, Pakistan has been great. They've been so good. Islamabad, I might go. Yeah, I might go. If the deal is signed in Islamabad, I might go. This is talking about if a conclusive deal is signed, because I don't think he'll go if it's just negotiations. Trump says he is the difference this time with the Lebanon ceasefire. Yeah, sure it is. He says Israel and Lebanon tried to make peace before. What is the difference this time? He goes, the difference is me. Big difference. I mean, I said the difference is Iran. Iran smashed you guys up so badly. You have to come to the negotiation table. Trump says Arab countries will pay for the damages. Are you going to make the Arab countries pay? I think they're going to make that contribution. So I don't know if he means pay for Iran for the damages, or pay the US for the damages, or pay both. But yeah, the Gulf shills definitely will pay up. I told you guys, they cooked. Trump says that they have a good relationship with Iran now. So I don't know what he's on about that. Let's see what he says. Let me play this one actually for you guys so you can hear it directly. Oops, where's it gone? Sorry, just switched off the wrong thing. But yeah, just talking nonsense as per usual. But let's see what he's going to say on this one.
What? Are you still interested in acquiring Iranian oil? Well, we'll see. I mean, we have a very good relationship with Iran right now, as hard as it is to believe. And I think it's a combination of about 4 weeks of bombing and a very powerful blockade. The blockade is maybe more powerful than the bombing, if you want to know the truth.
So that was him. let me just continue with the news. I got two other super chats. The first one is saying, Sully, this ceasefire is suspicious. Wall Street Journal report yesterday that the Pentagon asked US manufacturers to turn up the war production mode. I mean, I still think, I don't think the ceasefire is going to last personally, but let's see. Hendo says, I don't think there will be a deal if it's all lies. Yeah, I agree with you. Suleiman, your microphone levels are way lower than everybody else's, including the women's. Oh my God. We'll just sort that out. I'll put my headset on. It's just, when I put the headset on, it's like you got the headset on. It's really annoying. But okay, I'll put it on. Let me go through the news and then I'll put it on. A reporter asks Trump, why is he, okay, that's just fine. Why is he fighting with the Pope? Iran has agreed, this is what Trump said. He said, Iran has agreed to not have nuclear weapons. They have agreed to it very powerfully. They have agreed to give us back their nuclear dust. He means the enrichment. We have a lot of agreements with Iran, and I think something is going to happen which is very positive. I mean, this is big because if Iran gives up all of their enriched uranium, I don't think that's a good move personally, because Iran was willing to do that, then they got bombed, and then you just do it anyway. So it's worth bombing you. That's what America's going to learn, because they end up getting the same deal as what Iran offered before. Trump on high gas prices. How much longer will Iran continue to see these? Sorry, how much longer will Americans continue to see these high gas prices? He said, well, they're not very high. Trump also said fighting will resume if no deal is reached. So that's kind of some of the news. Make sure.
There was one other one, Suleiman. Let me just find it quickly. Netanyahu, Al Jazeera reported this, that Netanyahu says Israel now has the opportunity to make a historic deal with Beirut, adding that he'd agreed to a temporary 10-day ceasefire but would remain in Lebanon. So whatever gains they think they've made, they're going to remain there, and he's going to make a historic deal with Beirut, he says specifically. Yeah. That's quite shocking. Back to you, Suleiman.
Yeah, let's go to Andrew. Andrew, give us your thoughts. What's your thoughts on what's going on?
Hey, good morning, Suleiman, Beatrix, Simon. Totally not surprised, but still, I think we're all still just like in shock to the insanity. But Simon laid it out very clearly, and it's well documented for months now. I've agreed with Simon. 100% I've agreed with him when he comes into the details of this is all theater. There will be a deal. I got a lot of pushback on that. And I believe there definitely will be a deal. It's being worked out. And the ceasefire, Suleiman, I agree with you. It'll come and go. I think it's going to be very on and off. But again, we could expect that because part of the deal is those back and forths. Now, we've seen this before. We've talked about this before. But ultimately, a deal will be worked out. Iran won the war, past tense. The United States came to its knees. It capitulated. America, as a great world power, is now a myth, and only those who are satanically influenced in the MAGA Zionist cult believe that. But now those that are waking up to realize the new reality, the new world order. And that is also two quick things, and I'll end here. I knew that the blockade was just a paper tiger. It is powerful if it's used and our submarines get to work, but we knew, and I said that's not going to happen. If the United States naval commanders, no submarines received the sink orders to destroy targets to make a point, they would have, but I knew Trump could not send them that order, that ROE. So it's just, fake ruse. It's just a joke. We see it all being laid out. And final note is on this back and forth, the ceasefire. Thank God that Iran got Lebanon on there, and that's why they have that ceasefire. I know that we can't trust, and I see Brother San on there. Brother San's going to come out there and tell us we can't. Please know this, all listeners. Simon and and myself and others, we're not saying that we think that this is a like play theater. No, this is serious, but this is reality. This is the cold hard facts of life. This is what we're dealing with. But listen, on that last vote that Suleiman talked about, it's closer and closer to where the United States Congress, it's getting slimmer and slimmer to support aid to Israel. I remember just years back, it was overwhelmingly like 80% of our Congress was overwhelmingly supporting Israel for military aid to promote genocide. But now the base, see, our Congress works on the base, and these evangelical Zionist freaks, cultists, and I posted a whole thing blasting Hegseth and his blasphemy using Ezekiel 25. The blasphemy of Hegseth's Ezekiel 25, I've done the homework, I blasted him, but more and more of the American base are waking up. They're going, wait a minute, you mean National Zionist Israel is not the true children of God, that we have to bless them? You mean we've been lied to? And as their eyes are being opened and their ears are hearing, the curse is being lifted from them, where they're no longer believing the lies that I lived with for 60 years. I lived with these lies, and by God's great grace, He opened my eyes 15 years ago, and that's why I've got into the deep Bible study of how they're liars. So we joined that, and I'll land it here. Thank you, Suleiman and Beatrice, Simon, all of you. We got to keep fighting. We got to keep waking people up, because the more people we wake up, the more the Congress is going to be without a job. Thank God.
Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, appreciate that. You know, one of the things I was thinking was Pakistan, right? It's been lauded for its mediation efforts. They all went to Islamabad, and now the Pakistani army chief is in Iran. Like, let's not even pretend Pakistan's got a say in this. They are simply a glorified messenger on behalf of China. That's all they are. They're following instructions. It's making them look good. They're happy as Larry. I said this last night. I got this thought process last night when our CCP representative, the inevitable not China, was on last night. And he said a couple of times that, oh yeah, and even the Pakistani defense minister said this. And I was like, who cares about what the Pakistani... Seriously. I mean, like, the Pakistani defense minister called out Israel. It barely made international news. If that was Keir Starmer, it would have made global headlines. Like, no one's taking no notice of what Pakistan has to say here. They're basically a messenger for China. And that's why, because I was thinking, why is Trump bigging up Pakistan that much? They've been exemplary hosts, brilliant, so much respect for them, because he's actually lauding China. That's what he's doing, by lauding China's mediators, messengers. Anyway, that's what I think. Let's go to Brother Hassan.
Hi everyone. Hope everyone's well. Yeah, look, I think we were discussing yesterday. Remember, Suleiman? I think Iran's come good, right? The Republic has come good. We were all. I've learned over the time to give them a chance. You know, not rush. And you know, sometimes their actions can seem a bit strange or like weak or whatever, but they've got a plan and they stick to it. And you know, the ceasefire. The temporary ceasefire on Lebanon is a win in my view, and it's the Republic now flexing its new muscles. You know, it's built some new muscles now. It's got the ability to use that leverage of the Strait of Hormuz to dictate terms now, and it's the king of the Persian Gulf now. That's how I see things. Interesting. There's I don't know, Suleiman, have you heard of a guy called Pape? Just out of interest.
You cut off. Who did you say?
Robert Pape.
Yeah.
Pape. Have you heard of?
Yeah.
So I you know, I mentioned Professor Zhang when he first came out on YouTube, but over the time I've kind of gone off him a bit. I think there's lots of holes in his analysis, but this guy seems like a significant upgrade without trying to diminish in any way Zhang. But you know, he's an actual professor from University of Chicago, and he's been studying like wargaming and simulating the situation for like 20-30 years, and his analysis is really, really good. And I think the crux of it is that basically there's no way that this war can because
You're rubber banding, unless it's me again.
Oh, no, it's not. It's him.
Yes. Okay?
But Hassan, you're rubber banding badly.
You
We
were
can't hear you.
fine first, and then as soon as you start explaining his position, that's when I start rubber banding.
Yeah, no, we'll come back in a sec.
It went okay there. Yeah, I emailed him a week ago, I think, maybe to try and get him in for an interview. I hope I emailed the right email address, but I've not heard anything from him. So, anybody got his contact, then definitely hit me up, and I'll get him on.
There's an episode, I don't know if you can probably roll next connecting.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's done a really good episode on recently. Really, really good in depth and
On what?
gives excellent analysis on the diary on YouTube. Maybe I don't know if you've seen the Diary of the CEO. Is it called? Is it the name of the podcast? The guy from Dragon's Den. You know the guy from Dragon's Den?
No.
No. Anyway, he's in a couple of really good episodes, and they've gone quite viral online. And I think that his analysis is really outstanding in terms of what's going on geopolitically. The crux of it is that the Republic is emerging as the fourth world power, and America is going to eventually retreat from the region, but it's going to take a couple of years, and it's going to continue the war over the next couple of months at least, and it's going to send boots on the ground. Probably a 70% chance, he said, they're going to send boots on the ground. So that's his analysis in a nutshell. But definitely do watch him because I think it's very insightful.
Yeah, no, Hassan, I've not watched him. I saw a couple of clips from him, and I did email him to try and get him on the show, but he didn't respond. So I don't know if I've got the right contact, but yeah, if anybody has got contact with him, then let me know, and I'll try and get him on for an interview, for sure. But yeah, I know who you're talking about. I saw him. I saw him on. I saw him. I saw a few clips of him, and I thought, yeah, this seems decent. Let me get him on. But yeah, if anybody's got his contact, then yeah, let me know. Hassan, what's your thoughts about this negotiation? Do you think Trump's just blagging it, or do you think that there is concrete conversations going on? I mean, there must have been conversations going on for them to wave the white flag and agree to the ceasefire in Lebanon. And just before you answer that, I can see someone say, Andrew, Israel is still receiving aid, all voted for by the same Congress you refer to. Yeah, you're not getting it. We're saying that Israelis control the Congress. No one's disagreeing with that. But why did Trump agree to? Why did because this is Zayo on the comments? Why did Trump agree to a ceasefire in Lebanon? Is it because Iran demanded it? Is it because he bent the knee? Is it because Iran won the war? Anyway, that's for the Zayo. But just to you, Hassan, I mean, what's your thoughts about Trump making these claims? I mean, he may have been basically, what do you call it again? Obviously, he's conceded the Iran thing, but then the question mark becomes what was given to him, or what was the reason why he agreed to the ceasefire in Lebanon? Like, was it? Do you get what I'm trying to say in terms of the negotiation aspect of it? What's your thoughts?
I just think it's cover for him to launch an eventual ground invasion or to escalate further in the near future. So I've said always, there's no actual negotiation, there's no deal. There can be a temporary ceasefire where both sides restock and rearm, and he'll whatever he says is not relevant. I think everyone said, don't look at what he says, look at what he does. And right now he's bringing over more troops to the region, more assets, more arms. And the only the more he does that, the more evident it becomes that that's what they're going to do. Morandi actually, I think on a podcast just yesterday said that they're expecting them to strike again soon. So this is the calculation in the Republic right now. They're planning for the next round of war. So yeah, I don't think there's anything in it really. Whatever he says is not relevant. Look at what's going on the ground and what they're planning to do. There's no way on earth that they're going to accept that the straight 20% of the world's oil is under their hands and their control. That's strategically not acceptable. It would make Iran emerge as a superpower in the next few years, in my view, and actually Pape's view, which is matches my thesis. So yeah, I don't think there's anything in what he says really. It's not really relevant.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I've been saying that from the start. But the reason they can't allow Iran to succeed from their perspective is because it will become a Middle Eastern power, if not a world power. So yeah, I agree with Pip if that's what he said. Now, in terms of yeah, but I think you're not. I know what you're saying. You're saying it in a kind of broader sense. I'm not asking in the broader sense. I'm asking in a more micro sense. In the micro sense, why does Trump agree to this deal? Like, what did Iran say to him in order to get him to agree to the ceasefire in Lebanon? Because the ceasefire in Lebanon is solely because of Iran and him ceding to them, right?
Yeah. I think it just comes down to the straight. They realize that the blockade isn't working, and that everything they're trying, whatever they try, whatever they double down, it just causes more damage. And he needs some way to at least temporarily calm the markets in the meantime, while and maybe allow some oil to flow. I think that's kind of what's happening in this. I can't be sure, but the deal. I don't think there's a deal as much as there's some kind of maybe temporary agreement to allow this temporary ceasefire to exist. If you see what I'm saying, there's no sign of a deal. It's just like close. If we've closed the strait, make sure the ceasefire goes through, or we're not going to open it up. And they've stuck to their guns. They're patient. It's the patience and the perseverance. Trump realized that he can't break them, and so he doesn't have any other option at the moment to while he sets up the next round, other than to agree a temporary ceasefire on the Lebanon front. I think they've had their hands forced basically. I don't think there's anything else in it.
Thank you for that, Brother Hassan. Let me give some news. Let's see what's happened. I'll tell you. It's quite a bit. So Israeli media platforms are saying rockets were launched from Lebanon before the ceasefire, which is a bit hypocritical because we already know that right up until the last minute, Israel was bombing Lebanon. So Trump was asked, right, I'm going to go back to the news. This is a bit unrelated, but do you remember yesterday, they were asked in that press conference that took place, the White House press conference just before the space started, about those 10 nuclear scientists, 10 or 12, that have suddenly been found dead, disappeared. They all had the same level of security clearance. It's all happened over the last year. And I said it was, the response was quite shocking, because the response was very much like, well, we don't know if there's a link. It would be interesting to pursue that. And I thought, what do you mean interesting to pursue that? Like, this is serious. Anyway, so Trump was asked about it today. And the reporter said, scientists with access to classified stuff, nuclear materials, aerospace, they've gone missing or turned up dead in the last couple of months. What's happening? And Trump says, I hope it's random. We're going to know in the next week and a half. Pretty serious stuff. Hopefully coincidence. Like, honestly, this guy, look, I'm going to continue with the news, but I want to just say to you that I've been thinking about Trump, right? Simon's right, he's got a role to play, and he's playing that role. And his role is to be demonized to that degree that everyone unites behind whatever he attacks, right? So, as an example, he attacked the Pope. Like, Catholicism is a 20-year high now in America. He's taken away funding today, I've read, from Catholic charities. This is to revive Catholicism. It's not to attack it. People are saying that, oh, I was born a Catholic. I never believed in my religion. But this was deliberate that he went after the Pope, and the fact that he says the American Pope, pun on words because he was born in America, but the American Pope. Identify who's your Pope, your religion. This is kind of stuff. This guy's playing a role when he does these kind of schizo tweets where he says one thing, says another. Those are all his like get out clauses, but also he's just playing mind games where he wants people to think that he's not in control and it's all going to go. It's just crazy what's happening. But let me just continue with the news. So when I read his
Beatrix, just
statement,
one comment on it, and then you read it. But
yeah,
his role is to isolate America from the world and to manufacture civil unrest. That's what he's doing, and that's what he was paid to do, and that's what he was installed to do. He is destroying everything that made America the global hegemon, and he is radicalizing people, manufacturing the environment for civil unrest, and making the whole world rethink their relationships while he asset strips the country for a few global multinational institutions. That's exactly what he's doing. He's doing it to perfection. And it's not his plan. He's not paying 5D chess. He works for greater powers.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not the kingpin in this. He's also a messenger, funnily enough. So China has assured, this is what the Pentagon said. Pete Hegseth said this today. He told a Pentagon briefing, he said, China's assured America that it will not send weapons to Iran during the ceasefire in the Middle East war. Netanyahu on Lebanon said, we have two fundamental demands. First, the disarmament of Hezbollah, and second, a substantial peace agreement. Peace through strength. This is what he actually says. A sustainable peace agreement, peace through strength. That's what he says. And what I'm concerned about is they're going to make a deal with the Lebanese government. Everyone's going to get a piece of that pie. Anyway, Trump says, I think we have a very successful negotiation going on right now. If it happens, it'll be announced fairly soon. That will give us free oil, free Hormuz Strait. Everything will be nice. And I think your oil prices will go down to lower than what it was before. This is what he says. He's going to get free oil and free Hormuz. Okay. Netanyahu's made some more statements on Lebanon. He says, we remain in Lebanon in a reinforced security zone. We are not leaving. We've been telling you this, right? They're going to create buffer zones and security zones. He says, this is a security belt that stretches from the sea to Mount Dove and then approaches to Mount Hermon up to the Syrian border, a 10-kilometer wide zone that is much stronger, much more continuous and more solid than before. So he's actually carved himself a nice little pretty bit of land there. And he says, we remain in Lebanon in a reinforced security zone. He's taken what he wants and called it a reinforced security zone. And this is the basis of a ceasefire, apparently. Okay. And then he says, Netanyahu again, he says, I spoke with Trump. He's determined to continue the naval blockade and to dismantle Iran's remaining nuclear capabilities. He believes he can remove this threat once and for all. Netanyahu. What else was said? Yeah, U.S. State Department said this. They said, Israel shall preserve its right to take all necessary measures in self-defense. That doesn't mean anything where Israel's concerned. I don't think Israel's ever acted in self-defense, actually. They're always the attacker. They're always. Anyway, this is what the State Department said. Israel
Yeah,
should
Trix,
preserve its right.
that's absolutely correct. They even attacked the Jews. Like they created Israel through terrorism, by creating the environment by which all Jews would be recruited into the IDF, so they could just use them in order to acquire land, and ethnically cleanse the locals. And they terrorized all of the Middle Eastern countries that had Jewish populations in order to do false flags to force Jews to move to Israel. The whole thing was created through terrorism. It's never been defense, it's always been attack. And then they created the environment where they were always feeling that they needed to create wars in order to, while manufacturing a narrative that they're defending themselves. So they just completely weaponized it.
Yeah.
By the way, regarding Trump, I've never bought the idea that he is middle management. I believe he does wield a large amount of power, and that he has actually got access to the nuclear buttons, if that's whatever they're called, the ability to launch nuclear strikes. And I believe that he was the one who actually pulled the trigger on the Iran war. And actually, Pape mentions this is one of the points which I always believed in, and he mentions it. He says that one of the biggest events we've seen, maybe in modern history, which is understated, is Trump's threat on Truth Social, where he said he will end the civilization of 93 million people. I don't think people have yet to comprehend the magnitude of that event, where somebody with the ability to do that has threatened it. If you imagine yourself, this is the closest I can explain it, Putin has nuclear weapons. If during the Ukraine war he threatened that within 24 hours he was going to strike the United Kingdom with nuclear weapons and end the UK civilization, how would the reaction have been inside that country? And only then can you understand from Iran's perspective how that would make you feel and what kind of a calculation you'd have to take in that scenario. So I've never bought it, and I never will buy it. I believe he is obviously influenced, heavily influenced, and he is directed by other people, but he is the one who pulls the trigger ultimately, and he does yield the power, unfortunately.
Wait, Hassan, you're saying Trump is the ultimate highest authority in the entire global structure? He has no one he's answering to? You think that he is the absolute? I think that's what you said, bro.
As I said, either he has the ability to pull the trigger on the Iran war or he doesn't, and either he has the ability to launch nuclear strikes or he doesn't. It's one or the other, and I believe it's the latter, that he does have the ability to do it. If you don't believe he does, that's your choice. But I believe he has. That's something that's kind of, I think, is it written in the Constitution or it's some kind of part of their system? But the point is that exists in America, and he has if you believe he has the ability to do it, which is a very rational thing to believe, and he said those things, then you understand the magnitude of what he's done.
I understand. Please, I got you. No, but here's the thing. I think you're speaking, he's got the power to launch a nuclear weapon. That is absolutely correct. He doesn't have to go, he is the commander-in-chief of the United States military. Right now, there are number of United States Navy fleet ballistic missile submarines fully loaded with waiting 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Every second that ticks by, there's a wait to see, do we launch? And we already have detailed launch packages for every major city, every major military installation, and on and on and on for every major threat the United States has. That is Russia, that is China, and also in Iran, and also in other places. We have those packages. And I'm not going to go into that detail, but we have those. That's not a rumor. That's not what some professor from some university said. That's from living over 20 years active duty U.S.
But
Navy.
what's your point, though, Andrew? What's your point to what Hassan is saying about Trump?
It's almost
like Trump.
It's like Hassan is saying, I think Trump has the ability to launch a nuclear weapon. Absolutely, he has that ability. But I just want to make sure
that makes my point. That makes my point. Then that's exactly established what I was saying.
Yeah. It's almost like you're saying, I hope no one says that Trump can't do that. Absolutely, he can. Now, someone may come on and say, no, he needs Congress or congressional approval. No. Here's the thing. Let's get all right. If a commanding officer, I'm going to ask a question that everyone can answer. Who is the commander-in-chief, the ultimate authority to the United States military? The President of the United States. Who gives orders to do whatever he wishes to do? The President of the United States. And someone will say, no, Congress has to declare war. Okay, show me how that happens.
Andrew, that goes against the point that you were making, because what you were trying to say was that he's not the ultimate authority in this.
I just
want to kind of move this to the point you're making, because we're going all over the place. What's your point?
Yeah, my point is, hopefully everyone's on script here. He has the authority to launch that, but if you don't think that he is under pressure from other authority to think before, it's like this. Beatrice, do you have the authority to get in your car and drive it off a bridge? You sure do, but you might want to consider other options. But could you? Absolutely. I think that's the point. I hope that's clear.
Yeah, I understood the point that you were trying to make, which is why I was trying to point in the right direction. What you're saying is, look, this isn't about nukes, right? You believe that he has a right to set off the nukes whenever he wants to. But in the context of this war, quote unquote war, Trump is not acting on his own behalf. He has managers and he's obeying orders to deliver. So it's not about the power of the nukes.
Thank you. I needed help. Thank you, my dear. You laid it out.
And that's all right. I understand. We've got understanding, Andrew. Right, let me just finish this news really quickly. So The US Department of State said Israel should preserve its right to take all necessary measures in self defense at any time against planned, imminent, or ongoing attacks. Like, how do you take self defense action against planned? They're just going to make stuff up, aren't they? Whenever they want to. Whenever these negotiations aren't going well, they're going to make stuff up to leverage the power again. Anyway, then they said Lebanon will take meaningful steps to prevent Hezbollah and other non-state armed groups in the territory of Lebanon from carrying out any attacks against Israeli targets. This is crazy because Israel's just kind of said, oh, this is going to be our buffer zone and we're just going to camp here and you can't do anything to us. And if you do, you're going to start the war. So we'll have that land. Thank you very much. Anyway, this was interesting. I thought of Simon when I saw this one. It says the 100 biggest oil and gas companies on earth, the 100 biggest oil and gas companies on planet Earth are making an extra $30 million in profit every hour, thanks to the war on Iran. And that is according to The Guardian. $30 million an hour, the 100 biggest oil and gas companies. And the reason I thought of him was because in this very space at the beginning when he was talking, he said precisely that. He said these companies are getting richer. This is what Trump is doing. The deal is with them. It's with China. And we're all going to suffer. And the spinning gun, I'm paraphrasing, but how I interpreted what he was saying is that that's the objective and everyone else is spinning us a yarn. And I believe that. Trump has also said that America is now very close to making a deal with Iran. So yeah, that's it. That was the news from me for now.
That's how you know it's not close, when he says you have to believe the opposite of what he says generally. Although a broken clock is right twice a day, so.
Yeah, but Brother Son, I agree 150 with what you're saying. He could do it. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, it could happen. But you have to see my point also that Trump is he's playing his role. China is definitely playing a role here. I mean, a major, major role. Why do you think Suleiman and I are right now trying to learn Chinese Mandarin? I'm trying to get it. Suleiman has the Chinaman on here, and No,
I'm
but
not learning no
this is very
Mandarin.
important.
I took out the Chinaman last night.
Okay, thank you.
USA, USA. Go ahead, Andrew. You speaking?
It's so funny the way you say that USA, USA. Like, how crazy do you sound?
Don't hate, bro. Don't hate. Okay,
Hey.
so Professor Morandi just tweeted and he said the following: I have learnt that after Netanyahu did not adhere to the ceasefire agreement last night, Iran told the US that if a ceasefire in Lebanon were not swiftly announced, Iran would attack the Israeli regime. This increased pressure helped lead to the ceasefire announcement.
PR management.
Sorry?
PR management.
Iran keeps winning so much. Winning. No, I do think Iran was instrumental in getting the ceasefire. If you look at it, for the last 2 years, they continue to bomb Lebanon every single day. Every single day there was casualties. Every single day they bombed and hurt and harmed the Lebanese people. I'm talking about human beings, never mind the buildings they hit. Never mind the infrastructure they hit. They did that every day. And so I think Iran was instrumental in getting the ceasefire done. And it's because they're winning that they were able to get this ceasefire done. And this is why Trump bowed to their demands. Now, if there's a scenario where Iran agrees to something which I disagree with, I will say it. Like, I have, my loyalty is only to the truth, and my loyalty is only to, and I'm just I support anyone who's against the Zionist regime. And we've got the super chat here. It says, wait a sec, what's this Zayo? What's this Zayo saying? I don't get it.
This is Io. It's our resident Zayo at the
Oh,
moment.
there's loads of super chats we missed of us. Okay, let's see. She says, it's diluted to say Iran won the war. They only won the decimation of their military chain of command raised to power 6. As for the ceasefire in Lebanon, Hezbollah has been sacrificed by Iran. If that's the case, Zayo, why is it Trump agreed to the ceasefire in Lebanon? Lebanon was being bombed for the last year and a half. Why is it when Iran demanded it, he ceded? If Trump's got all the power, if Trump's got the negotiation power, if he's got the ability to do what he wants, if he won the war and he decimated Iran, why would he bend the knee and agree to a ceasefire in Lebanon, especially when Israel's right now on a big bombarding campaign? They wanted to seize certain parts of South Lebanon. Obviously, they failed. They tried to take Ben Jubail. If anybody was following yesterday, we were giving you detailed accounts of what was happening there. They lost. They didn't manage to take it. That's why they said, give us a couple of more days. Let us take it. They tried and they failed. So Trump's failing. Israel's failing. You're all failing. So answer that question, Zayo. The second thing is, it says, wait a sec, is China now your enemy? I thought they were bringing warships to help Iran. No, China's not enemy. I'm just joking around. Sometimes people need to understand humor, but it's very difficult for Zayos to understand that. Maybe it's way over your all's head. But yeah, I think China's doing a good job actually in terms of a lot of the weapons they are supplying, a lot of the support they are giving. But we'll talk about that in a second. Gary, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. How are you?
Good, buddy. Just trying to catch up with everything that's going on in this crazy world.
Yeah, every day it's like every day is like a huge seismic shift, right?
Every day.
Every day. So it's looking like there's a temporary ceasefire in Lebanon now as well, Gary.
Yeah. How long you figure this is gonna last?
Um, I don't think it's gonna last long. How long? I don't know. I still think that they're gonna bomb Iran again. You
Yeah.
saw some of the military experts I've had on. They've got sources in the Pentagon, and they're saying that yeah, they're planning to bomb again. So I think it's happening, but we just don't know when.
Yeah, I give it 2 days.
Yeah, the George Bush, the USS George Bush, I believe it's about 5 days out, so they probably need that in place. And that's going to relieve the Gerald Ford. So, or they may use both of them at the same time, depending on how they want. So, like all three of them at the same time. So, I'd say maybe you've got 5 days respite, possibly, in terms
Can
of
you
Iran.
elaborate? Now, what do you think the plan is? Because at this point, they're doing a. It looks like Netanyahu's just humiliating Donald Trump. When does it come to a breaking point?
Yeah,
And
I mean that's the $1 million question.
right,
Even in
and if
this,
it doesn't, why doesn't it ever come to a breaking point? I mean, it must be big, man.
well, I mean, what can Trump do? So right now, Israel has agreed to a temporary ceasefire. The question mark becomes when does Netanyahu break that one? That one, if you mean within the next 2 days, yeah, then I agree with you. In terms of the Lebanon one, this guy's not going to be able to control himself. I think the only reason he agreed to it today was because they got smashed up again in Ben Jabal. With the Israelis, they wanted to take that town. They got excited thinking they were gonna. They even start bombing it, and they start bringing in troops from 4 different areas to try and basically take the town. And when they didn't swarm the town essentially. And when they failed, they just bombed it today, a few hours ago, and then agreed to the ceasefire. So it's not. I mean, they just keep losing. That's the other issue is that although ordinarily you'd assume the Israelis wouldn't agree to the ceasefire, but because they keep losing on the ground, there is a bit extra uh, aspect to it. And what? Let me. Where's it gone? There was something that. Oh, here it goes. This one here. So the US State Department posted the following. It said, Israel shall preserve its right to take all necessary measures in self-defense at any time against planned, imminent, or ongoing attacks. This shall not be impeded by the cessation of hostilities. Besides this, it will not carry out any offensive military operations against Lebanese targets, including civilian, so at least they're admitting that the guys target civilians, military and other state targets in the territory of Lebanon by land, air, or sea. The government of Lebanon will take a meaningful step to prevent Hezbollah and all other rogue non-state armed groups in the territory of Lebanon from carrying out any attacks, operations, or hostile activities against Israeli targets. This means, so this is kind of it. So some people think that means that they can attack whenever they want, but the main point is, I think the question mark becomes: will Israel continue with that ceasefire? The only thing that could make Israel continue the ceasefire is the fact that they've been struggling on the ground. What do you think, Gary?
I think America's waking up to that we're not running our country anymore, and that's it's going to be fascinating to see what Americans actually do. Because so far they haven't done anything. I don't know that I have any thoughts, Sully, other than I mean, America's truly losing it's absolutely seen its peak moment. I just cannot see any strategy here that's even logical. I every day I wake up and go, hey, what? There must be some logic here, right? I keep rationally looking for logic, and there isn't any.
Gary, the issue is that America's effectively been split into two, right? Those who are working three jobs, deep in debt,
Yeah.
trying to figure out how to get some eggs, and they ain't got no fucking chance to figure out what's going on in Lebanon or Iran. Or those that own the shares that is pushing the stock market up that benefits from all these military sales. And so you're either the one that wants keep the Ponzi scheme going so that the mortgage market keeps going up and the stock market keeps going up. And those people don't speak out against the system, which is why you're getting this civil unrest scenario, because they're driving the haves and the have nots against each other. And you either benefit from the system or you're being destroyed by the system. And then they're using algorithms to mix everyone up and make them hate each other. And that's the reality. They did it in Europe, they did it in UK, and they're doing it in America now. And so Trump will either have people that absolutely love him because he's trying to get the stocks up, or people that absolutely hate him because they don't have any stocks.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I agree. And you know what I'm seeing is I'm seeing the people that have equity. They don't want to put their head up, right? Because they like their life. And the people that have three jobs, they don't want to lose. They don't want to lose one of them. It's and what's going on in Europe, man? I mean, it looks like they're going to mandate more vaccines. It's really disgusting. Uh,
They're taking the whole of Germany and turning it into a weapons manufacturing plant.
yep.
Simon, also in terms of what you said, it's not just the haves and have nots, right? Because like the have nots, this is the way it's always been. Like many of them just get manipulated into agreeing to the what the haves have. So what I mean is work like agreeing to and believing in things that are not in their own interests, and so they work against their interests, thinking that they're doing or supporting someone good, but he's working against them, right?
Yeah, that's the psyop, because the people that are too dumb, or it's not too dumb, that's such a harsh way of putting it. They're just so they've just been indoctrinated, and they are the victims, let's face it, of massive propaganda. They've been turned into a product, and their job is to just keep making enough money to pay the debt and keep rolling over the debt. And they believe the narrative. We're ushering in the golden age. We're gonna make America great again. They think that US has got all this oil. They're like, oh well, I'm paying more money and my per capita debt's going up, but I hear this thing about 40 billion, 40 trillion debt. I don't know how it relates to me. But yeah, we're kicking ass. America's getting all the oil. And so, like, literally, they're cheering on Venezuela while they're paying the bill and making a few oil companies like record profits. And they think that that's going to translate back to them because they think that Trump's going to figure out how to make it work for them, and he ain't.
I
It's
don't.
never
I don't.
coming.
I don't think the Americans think that way. They're very sensitive to energy prices. They're like, oh wow, gasoline's going up. I don't. I think it's just too big of a mountain. You know, I was with the two professional tax guys yesterday. Uh, you know, saying, hey, look, I need to. I can't be so explicit here, but and I just saw two guys that were like, Gary, if you do this, like, we're not going to help you. This is going to be a really fucking long journey. You just went through a fucking massive 4-year fight with the government. It wasn't fun. This will be much bigger. And I'm like, hey, in the 200,000 years that you guys have been doing people's taxes, because they're so old, how many people have ever gotten in trouble over not paying? And then they start telling me the story, and it's such a long journey. And then I'm looking at it going, wow, you two guys have all my information, and you're not going to help me. I mean, last thing they would like to see me is win a case where, you know, I don't pay my taxes and I win. Because I mean, it's you know, it's the way they make a living. And it's, you know, if 3 million rich people were doing this, like it makes it easier for me. But you got a bunch of, you know, poor people that don't have two nickels to scratch, and they're terrified, man. And you know, some of those people may not have had the best backgrounds, the best bringing up, the best whatever, or bad luck. Maybe they have a criminal offense. Maybe they've got a divorce. They've got to pay for alimony or whatever. Like, you know, and they just get squeezed. It's such a fucking big government um, to fight. So I think that's what you're seeing. I think people are just at this point apathetic. This is why I get so irritated with the billionaires. 3,000 billionaires on the planet, man. And they're all being quiet. And I'm not one of them, by the way, but I'm wealthy, but I'm not a billionaire. And I just don't know where that, like, I was hoping a Darcy or somebody like that would show up. Elon's gone quiet. See? I mean, if you're a regular guy and you look at Elon going, dude, you can't budge anything either. Wow. Maybe I should just mind my own business.
By the way, there's some breaking news coming out of a massive barrage of missiles in northern occupied Palestine. I don't know if anyone's reported that yet.
Are they allowed to bomb Palestine still?
He means
Occupy Palestine.
he means Israel. So he's saying that I mean, this is still 1 hour within the before the ceasefire, but I just saw a statement by Hezbollah saying that they stopped it. So maybe it didn't all go because you're talking about the alerts. And actually, Netanyahu has just come out with a statement. He said, "I spoke with Trump. He's determined to keep the naval blockade on Iran and finish dismantling their remaining nuclear sites. He believes he can remove this threat once and for all." That is from Netanyahu. So what's your thoughts on that, Hassan?
Sorry, I don't really have any thoughts on it. At the moment, I'm just reading through the news. Yeah, I haven't really got anything to add at the moment.
Yeah. We also have okay, so Hezbollah is firing rockets at Israel, which is what you're referring to. But we'll have to wait and see what happens.
It could be the last set of strikes before the ceasefire. You know, where they all go to demonstrate that they've still got the ability to hit back when they want. So just a kind of reminder of their deterrent. Well, their ability to strike the enemy. That could be all it is at the moment. And the ceasefire probably come into effect in a few hours.
Well, ceasefire is coming into effect in 1 hour and 23 minutes.
Sure.
It's 5 p.m. Eastern. The Israelis are bombing. Lebanon, and it seems like Hezbollah is responding and bombing back as well. So there is how's the best way to say it? There is like last minute bombing that's occurring from both sides. And I think the reason Hezbollah is doing that is because if you didn't respond, Israel, before that, if you remember 2 hours ago, was really bombarding the south of Lebanon. So obviously, if you bomb them, then they're in defense rather than offense. So I think that's happening there. Simon, what's in terms of the oil prices? I saw that they were going up a bit today. Is that right? What's your kind of thoughts on what's happening with the oil prices in the stock market?
Yeah, at the moment, the market's kind of buying all the bullshit. So people are people on the finance spaces are really excited. You know, they're celebrating how much money oil companies are going to make and the price of their stocks going up. They're celebrating, the all the companies that are effectively benefiting from it. So there's an air of excitement there again, but in the background, uh, there's all the supply chains that are completely broken, and there's that reality. So at the moment, they've through since the blockade or the leading up to the announcement of the blockade, um, there's it definitely worked as a mechanism for buying time. The yields on the debt market have come down slightly, then back up. The dollar started weakening again. The stock market went up a bit. It's close to all time highs again. And all the K-shaped economy has kicked back in. At some point, we're going to hit all of the issues that are still a reality. That China's either going to bail out Asia with some of their supply chains and reserves and various other things, or they're going to go into crisis mode, and I think they already are. We're starting to see that the Philippines is starting to do deals with China, Vietnam. We're looking at what the more developed Asian countries like Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, what are they going to do next? China's basically saying, let's work together, let's do the region. You saw UAE and China signed a deal, the Gulf countries. Um, so the whole region is effectively moving over to China's Belt and Road Initiative from West Asia to Southeast Asia to the entire region. But we're going to get some predatory behavior. The biggest thing, I guess, right now is jet fuel. So if you're flying, people are changing their travel behavior. Once the Gulf countries, in terms of most of their industries, they're in severe impact. Whether it in the whole tourism side, the pivot to tourism, that's effectively dead. Um, um, and that means that the Gulf countries ain't going to be investing in much of the US infrastructure. Um, then you've got the European side. Europe seems to be pivoting to war economy. I've noticed even across America, they're transitioning to, American are asking like some of their companies to start being involved in the military industrial complex. We're seeing that across Germany. There's a new military industrial complex being built from scratch in Germany. And they're about to do a couple of public offerings. My guess is that BlackRock's going to be the number one shareholder in that. So we'll look at who's behind that as well. And in Europe as well, with the regime change that happened in Hungary, we're probably going to be able to unlock all of that sanctioned Russian money. So the military get a little bit of stimulus over with Ukraine. And then Germany goes into full blown war economy mode. Like that's what we're seeing here. But we're gonna hit the semiconductor chip issue at some point, which is where shit gets really real. And so that involves, the key choke points is South Korea, Taiwan, Netherlands, and then America is building their own semiconductor chip industry, but that's like 5 years away from even being able to do anything. So it still relies upon China, which is why the whole thing seems to be leading towards. And we've noticed that the Chinese yuan is significantly strengthening against the dollar. So that implies that China's doing some real exports here. They have massive renewable energy, so they can ride this one out. And then they tend to be bailing out certain dependents like Singapore with some of their oil reserves, and so they're actively releasing some of their reserves, which is getting the price down a bit as well on China's side. Um, and yeah, I think Europe is just going to start posting. I mean, Europe is just, I think, pretty much guaranteed that Europe and UK will go into a recession. There seems to be like a lot of splitting between like the Poland and various other countries and Norway that are kind of more set up and prepared for military and oil energy infrastructure, and Germany as well, like slightly. um, yeah, that's kind of what the markets are saying right now. There's been a massive relief rally, like there's a sense of euphoria, but I think we're in a calm before the storm. The supply chain issues are very real, but markets are not real anymore. Like they really aren't. The second anything happens in America, they'll meet it with the media machine will start saying China's about to win the AI race. We have a national security issue, and they'll print trillions of dollars to bail out the AI companies. Um, we're moving to this digital prison. That's definitely happening. uh, and the print the markets need. I reckon you're going to have I reckon we're going to have one of the biggest bailouts like coming up later this year, to keep the market up and push more debt on the American
Yo,
people.
Simon, on that comment, you remember Henry Paulson, who was pulled out of Goldman Sachs during 2008. He was the really tall guy. Uh, he just made a statement to Bloomberg. Says former Treasury Secretary Henry Paulson says U.S. should prepare for a vicious bond crash. We need, this is a quote, we need an emergency break the glass plan, which is targeted and short term, on the shelf, ready to go when we hit the wall. Paulson told to Bloomberg Television. That literally is 4 days after I said, I think I said last week, where's Henry Paulson when we need him? And here he is commenting on this thing. They want a plan that they can pull off the shelf, dude, and drop. Also, comment from Trump. I'm always surprised stuff he says. They were expecting prices double on oil. They were willing to have a $200 print, man. I mean, it's saying here right now, hey, crude's at $100. We were expecting double that from our actions. They were willing for the crude oil price to go to $200. Wow.
Yeah, he's trying to claim a victory because like Americans, I've started to notice like a bunch of those people just really complaining about the gas prices and stuff like that, and so he's starting to his new narrative is, yeah, I managed to successfully get it down from $200, and but you would have been nuked otherwise, and Iran was about to push a nuke on the Gulf countries and you, if it wasn't for me. That's his new narrative, or that's not his new narrative. That's what he's pushing out there. That's what he's selling you. But yeah, they're priming the print. They're definitely priming the print. So they'll ride this. And then the Fed's going to be the last buyer of these bonds, and they're regime changing the Fed now, and they'll make a whole hoo ha around it, do a government shutdown, and all the Congress members will auction themselves off and say, make sure the money comes to my company. And that's where we're headed.
So, have we got any information on how many ships went through the Strait of Hormuz, or do we not have that information for yesterday? I'll take a look myself, but yeah, that would be interesting to see.
What
Okay,
do you actually trust now, Solomon? Like, how do you find something you trust in a?
that's true as well. You get so much. No, but the way you do it is you basically. So, like, what I did, was it yesterday or the day before? I must say I didn't have a chance to look at all 20 vessels, but initially, when the report of 4 came out, I did look into the 4 vessels, and then 2 of them had come from. So America claimed that they'd stopped all vessels coming from Iranian ports. So we saw 20 went through, but and you looked at the first 4. Of the first 4, 2 of them came from the Gulf states. So I think one of them was UAE, and I forgot what the other one was. And then the other 2 actually did come from the Iranian ports. One was the Alpis, and the other one was is it Christiana? So that's how you just basically just look at them. You track the ships, where they're coming from, where they're going, and under which flags they are, and these type of things.
Yeah, and even then, they just put someone else's flag on it, and you know what I mean,
Oh
like
yeah,
because
both of them didn't have Iran or China's flag. I think one of them had is it Liberia, and one had I forgot now, but you're right. They had 2 different flags. But the American claim was that they were going to stop all vessels coming from Iranian ports. So the main function there was that 2 of them did. 2 out of the first 4 definitely did come from Iranian ports. I've not looked at the remaining 16.
yeah. So as long as they can make sure oil price doesn't go too high, like the oil companies will just keep it here for as long as possible, and Trump just has to keep it here for as long as he possibly can, and he's doing a good job. Every time it goes too high, he gets it back down a bit, and then when it goes too low, he does something to get it back up again, and they're maximizing their returns.
Yeah, this is just like massive enrichment. What's I guess, yeah. I mean, what I don't get is if there is a blockade. So if Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz and then the United States of America placed a blockade on that, then why is it the oil prices are down? That's the bit of that. So what's the reason for that?
Um, yeah, it's just, well, people believe, so the market believes that there's going to be a deal and this will just resolve itself. There's severe, as I said, we've pointed out that the market is effectively 50% robots, and all the institutional money uses BlackRock's technology now. So $25 trillion is using BlackRock's technology. We had a bit of, I do you remember we were talking about Comex came out and said, can the US government stop manipulating the price of oil? Roughly 1 month after that, when I thought there was a structural short position, 1 month exactly, and they get the price back down again to cover those short positions. So this is not a real market, man. This is this is a crazy market, and the problem is that the institutions know that a big print's coming, so they're doing what they did into the lead up of the global financial crisis. Like Larry Fink knew that the mortgage-backed securities, J.P. Morgan, Lehman, they all knew that the mortgage-backed securities were a massive ticking time bomb, but they also knew that the Fed was going to be using BlackRock's technology to implement the bailout. And so effectively they just rinsed it to its limit, knowing that they'd just be bailed out and it would be a ginormous transfer because and so I think they're just doing the same here. They're just playing the markets, knowing that there's going to be a ginormous bailout at the end of this.
Okay, that makes sense. And the market is just acting as though at some point there's going to be a deal, irrespective of like whatever's happening right now, is what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. And so yeah, if we enter back into another real like escalation cycle, we'll just repeat the same patterns again, and then you know, it's crazy, man. Like this really is the end of empire leading to a big print. Like this is just complete asset stripping to the highest degree. Like they are extracting everything they can out of this. They're bleeding it dry. And I mean, if you get that $7 to $10 trillion print, like, I mean, it's wild. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's crazy, and that's what it's going to be if they do it. So I am looking. There is a number of actually vessels that have traversed the Strait of Hormuz that are coming from Iran. So this is what I don't get. Why the Americans claiming there's a blockade when actually vessels are coming to and from Iran. I don't get it. Okay.
Well, because
Some.
what's really happening behind the scenes is that deals are being done, and that's effectively. So if you want a deal done right now, you gotta know Trump, you gotta know Iran, and you gotta know Lloyd's of London. And if you know those three, you'll get a deal done, and you'll get what you need.
Yeah. Let's go to Gigi. Gigi, anything you want to add?
This is a little bit off topic, but not so much. Any insight as to what may happen with mortgages and people with mortgages in the future with all of these changes? We're talking
Yeah,
about no
Simon.
food. Yeah, it's
y-
really for Simon, actually.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Simon's covered this extensively. Simon, if you
Oh,
wanna,
okay. I wasn't
but
there
but
for that.
I'm sure
Mhm.
he'll answer again. Simon, is there anything you want to add on that?
Yeah, no problem. Basically, what's happening right now is a lot of foreign countries are selling U.S. Treasuries unless they're being forced into a deal. And so there's like key relationships. And US treasuries are effectively bonds, the US government debt. And the countries that are in distress, they need to sell their treasuries so that they can buy oil or work on their crisis or, you know, try and, deal with some of their budgetary issues. And what that means is that when you sell US treasuries, the price goes down. But the way that bonds work is that when the price goes down, the interest rate on the bond and new bonds go up. And so that's why I've been very closely following the 10-year Treasury yield. I know that's a lot of jargon, but if you just follow what's happening with the 10-year Treasury yield, you'll notice that it's about 4.2 to 4.3%, and it fluctuates. The higher that goes, the higher new mortgages or any refinancing or any tracker mortgages are gonna be, and how more expensive it's gonna be. And then obviously a lot of the institutions now they're just acquiring a lot of the real estate, so it's getting more and more institutional, and they get access to favorable terms. So it's just the answer is that you know there was stress when those mortgage rates on average were around 6%. If they start to hit 7%, that's when Trump capitulates and tries to get the Strait open. While they've got those rates down, he's buying himself more time, basically. But in this type of environment, um, you'd expect the Fed to come in, try and buy all of those mortgages and all of those bonds. The reason that the Fed buys the bonds, effectively, the banks get to create the money, they get the interest, but you get the interest rates down, and then they issue all the mortgages, and you just get this predatory setup where you're adding more and more of those bonds onto the Fed's balance sheet, and that creates inflation. And so we start this cycle again and again and again. But in answer to that, you'd expect like short term these mortgages, if you're refinancing right now, that to go up, and then the Fed will intervene to try and get them down again.
Okay, so the only issue for someone with a fixed mortgage is if you lose your job or get wiped out financially.
Yeah, if you're fixed, you're fixed. I don't know the terms of your mortgage, but if you're fixed,
Okay.
it doesn't impact you. You should be fixed. You should be fine. But if you've got some clause that turns it into flexible, then those rates are rising, and that can have some severe stress for people.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Let's go to Tommy. Tommy, jump in.
Hey, I appreciate the mic. You didn't give me a mic on April 1st so I could gloat about my prediction. Uh, but I just want to make another prediction. I've heard Simon speak enough that I can tell. I don't think you actually believe half of what you say, and if you do, it's quite fascinating. But my prediction is that by June 1st, there will be official regime change in Iran. it will be announced that this is the non-Islamic. There will be no Islamic
Wait, one
theocracy.
second, Tommy. Tommy,
Yeah.
before you go to that prediction, and now I remember you. You're that Zayo who claimed on April the 1st, if I'm right, that there was going to be a regime change in Iran, that millions of Iranians would be killed and wiped out. There would be complete folding of the entire Iranian government, and those who agreed or consorted with the Iranian government would be hunted down. None of your predictions came out right. What are you talking about?
That wasn't my prediction. My prediction was that regime change would be announced by the United States by April 1st, and that occurred. And what's going to happen?
That's not true. You didn't say that because Trump's been announcing. Wait, Tommy, you can listen to the recording, and this is why no one trusts Zionists because you guys lie about everything. So Trump's been announcing regime change from the minute that he killed Ayatollah Khamenei. You came in and actually said there's gonna be regime change. The police is gonna be removed. You said that the current government is completely, the mullah regime as you called it would be completely removed, and actually anybody who supports them would be hunted down. And I said what? And we went through the numbers and I said, wait, let's say a few million support them. Yeah, you said yeah, they'll all be hunted down. There'll be a complete new government. Everything will change. Everything you said ended up being false and wrong. But
Suleiman, he said more. He said they're also going to occupy the whole of Iran, take over all the oil, and prop up the petrodollar.
None of that's correct. Let me remind you what I said. So what I said is what's left of the Iranian regime is nothing more than an insurgency, but that insurgency of 90 million Iranians is fairly large, between 500,000 and 2 million, that will turn Iran into Gaza if they're allowed to do so. So what the U.S. is going. Can I finish without being filibustered? So what the U.S. is going to help Iran do is one is we're just not this is all because of China, the CCP. We're going to liberate Iran because we have to isolate and deal with the CCP. But how we're going to do this in Iran is one, you give the Iranian regime.
But just to be clear, before you continue. So let's be clear with the audience. All your predictions were wrong in the past, but tell us your new predictions.
So what's going to occur is we want the world to see how what's left of the Islamic regime is going to behave, and the way it's behaved is demonstrated that they're more of like terrorists and thugs than they are a bona fide like government, and they don't represent Iranians, or more than half of all Iranians are not even Muslim. So what's going to occur?
So 1 second, you made all these points before and we debunked them. So is your claim that JD Vance went to negotiate with terrorists and thugs, and when Trump says, "Oh, I've got a very good relationship with Iran now," is he talking about having a very good relationship with terrorists and thugs? So is Trump's friends with terrorists is basically what he's saying, and he has a good relationship with them.
Tommy. Oh, he has a good relationship with the new regime that's being.
Is that me? Have I cut off or has he cut out?
No, he's cut out.
Oh, okay.
Thank God for that.
Yeah, this guy's funny because he was like coming out with the wildest predictions, and then the worst thing is he came in. You weren't muted. It's because Simon could speak as well. So you know what's funny is this guy came and he was coming out with the wildest prediction, and he was like, "Oh, everything I predicted on April 1st was right," and I was like, I don't remember what he predicted or what he said. And then it's only when he started speaking, I was like, wait a sec, he said all these crazy stuff and none of that came about. Like, this guy's hilarious. So it's actually good comic relief, but do continue.
All right, so allow me to finish, and then let's see what happens June 1st. So my next prediction is by June 1st, there will be official regime change. And what's happening is we're going to arm tens of thousands.
But can I ask you what that means before you continue? Because anyone could say words. What do you mean by like official regime change?
That means there will be a non-Islamic government installed. Islamic theocracies are not going to be permitted to persist.
Okay. So you're basic, just to be clear, because I just want to clarify your position. So it's not about interrupting you, it's about getting clarification and illumination on your position. So you're saying that the current Islamic theocracy that's in play will now be disbanded completely. Will there be like a democracy that replaces it, or a monarchy, or what will it be? Just so we understand your position.
It'll be like a constitutional parliamentary government of sorts. Like basically the United States is going to rubber stamp basically the best form of jurisprudence ever conceived, which is American law. So
okay, cool. So what'll happen is it's gonna be like so on June the 1st, the Islamic theocracy is basically disbanded, and basically it becomes a republic and it has American law. Okay, do continue.
Yeah, and the way that we're going to do this is the IRGC insurgency will have to be brought to heel, and the most expedient way to do that is to allow oppressed Iranians, to deal with that domestic internal threat themselves. So merely creating a domestic police force, arming them, and then they will bring an abrupt end to this.
But didn't you say? But you said this that you said previously this would happen by April the 1st. So now the delay till June the 1st. Now I remember all these words. I remember these exact words previously when he was like, "Watch, it's gonna happen. Trust me, blood. Trust me, it's gonna happen by April the 1st." So now it's gonna happen by June the 1st, is it?
Can I answer this fellow Iranian as an Iranian, please?
He's not Iranian. He's a Zayo.
Well, he has an accent, but
he's not. He's a Zayo.
Okay,
he's
sorry.
A Zayo. He's a Zayo.
Let the Zayo completely wrong. And
yeah, we know he is.
Tommy, look,
Gigi, you may not realize this, but bringing him up isn't a serious part of the segment. It's for entertainment purposes only. No one believes anything he says. Like everything he says is just hilariously wrong. That is just funny.
And he's been practicing this. He's been practicing this like whole thing with his mom in the basement for like weeks now. So let him have his moment.
Exactly.
I have a prediction for the guy. Can I just say the prediction? The prediction is by the 1st of June, America will become part of the Persian Empire.
Okay, go ahead, Tommy.
I know you don't like this because you like authoritarian regimes, but
no, I'm finding this hilarious. I love your predictions are like so funny because it just brings it's hilarious.
Tommy, do you like the death penalty for Palestinians, apartheid in Israel?
What's a Palestinian?
All right, okay, yeah, that says all you need to know. So you like apartheid and authoritarianism and death penalty?
No, the Muslims living in the Gaza Strip that refer to themselves as Palestinians rejected a two-state solution multiple times over the course of 60 years. I mean, sometimes if you continue to
what's that got to do with the death penalty? I thought you liked democracies, but you prefer apartheids with the death penalty, right? With no due process.
I never said I like democracy.
But that's Israel. You're talking about Israel. You like this is the system you like. And you don't like freedom of religion, right? You don't believe in those values.
Islam isn't a religion; it's a political ideology masquerading as one.
Oh, shut up, Tommy. So, Simon, when you asked that question about the death sentence for Palestinians, this Mr. I support democracy says they voted against the two-state solution, whatever number he made up, 24 times or whatever. Let's just say that was true. It proves two things. Well, actually, it proves, just because they did allegedly vote against it, if they did 24 times, it doesn't mean they're not Palestinian anymore because they didn't like some crappy little solution you put in front of them. And number two, the fact that they actually voted democratically shows that they were democratic, which disproves your point about Islamic regime doesn't have democracy. You're just so stupid. I just got off a call to come back to the space to have brain cells killed. Tommy.
But he likes apartheid. He doesn't like freedom of religion. He likes, death penalties. Like, but then he hates the CCP. He hates theocracies. It's really interesting system of governance. This Tommy
It's pure projection and misinterpretation.
That believes Iran is got, well, by now all of its oil should have been taken over, and America should occupy and install the petrodollar, right? Or that's going to happen. Oh no, we've got proper regime change, not
There's no such thing as
official.
a petrodollar.
Can I ask Tommy what he said about Islam? Tommy, why do you think it is a political ideology, not a religion?
It is a political ideology masquerading as a religion because its core tenets is Sharia law, which imposes a form of government jurisprudence onto a population, and also it's not pluralistic, so it inherently is about domination, which basically leads to violence and murder.
What is Sharia law? What's Sharia law, Tommy?
Tommy, where does it say in the Quran?
Wait.
What
But
Sharia law is?
let me just talk to him for a second. What's Sharia law, Tommy?
I just told you it's the
Yeah,
edicts
but
that prescribe.
where is it written? Where can I get a copy of Sharia law?
Basically, it's throughout the Quran.
And every Muslim, all 2 billion Muslims, you think agree?
Of course, Muslims are not a monolithic group think, but the Quran.
Where's the word Sharia law in the Quran?
I forget how it's translated, but the Sharia law Sharia is basically the
Hold on. You mean you haven't read the Quran? You mean you haven't read it? Because I didn't see the word Sharia law in the Quran.
I've read enough of it. I don't memorize low IQ books by memory.
So why are you talking about something that you haven't even read?
I understand enough of it and what it's done to the world and humanity.
Do you normally talk about topics that you're not well studied on? That's kind of stupid.
Studied enough.
But you didn't. But you thought Sharia law was in the Quran. You thought Sharia law was in the Quran.
Oh, it is. It's described in the Quran.
Oh, really?
And what do you think it says?
How to deal with captured women, turn them into slaves and concubines. How to molest. It's okay to marry and molest little girls. I mean,
so you haven't read the Quran. So you haven't read the Quran.
Kill people. Kill anybody who doesn't believe.
So imagine talking about a book that you haven't read and getting it wrong, and coming on a stage in front of thousands of people and telling a bunch of people that have read it that what they've read is in the book and it's not there.
I don't have to be an Islamic scholar. I just have to listen.
No, you don't have to be an Islamic scholar, but the basics is to read the Quran. Like, that's just basics, right? Imagine speaking about a topic when you haven't even read the book. Do you go to like book club reviews and show up and talk about the book when you haven't even read the book?
No, I'm listening to what its own scholars preach.
Yeah, but we're talking about the Quran here. You said the Quran.
Which scholar, Tommy? Can you name one of the scholars, Tommy?
I can't remember any of their names, but I'll put it all.
Now you don't even know any of the scholars. Like, did you learn from? I know who you learned. Tommy. Did you learn from Tommy Robinson?
See,
Robert Spencer, maybe.
Why do you hate liberty so much? That's what I want to know. Why can't in any country on earth? Why anywhere where Islamic theocracy exists, you basically have.
Yeah, so Tommy, I believe in freedom of religion, but you don't.
Islam isn't a religion; it's a political ideology.
What do you think happens when there's an Islamic theocracy exists? You were about to say what?
Are you saying all Muslims are politicians?
Yeah, they are.
Which government do they work for?
Low IQ one based around Sharia.
Okay, so you're saying 2 billion people work for the government when they don't work for the government, and they follow an ideology that's in a book that you haven't read, and you're educating us on that every single person that follows the religion is actually a politician that works up for a made-up government. And you really believe in this thing, and then you come up here and you tell a bunch of people that have read the book that are actually educated, that you should be learning from, that all of a sudden we should listen to you.
But he has a high IQ, Simon, and he's a millionaire in his 20s. But who challenged me to $1,000 on a test, an IQ test, which I posted my IQ test. I posted up to 140. I'm still waiting on Tommy to post his results. So he's full of hot air. He doesn't keep his promises. He doesn't keep his bets. Says his IQ, but hasn't produced a single test. Although I went out and did it right away as soon as he asked. Hasn't produced anything. He's been wrong in all his predictions. But hey, let's have fun and just listen to how idiotic someone could be that needs to state that he has a high IQ. Typically, that doesn't work out too well, and we're seeing it live.
I have a theory that he comes on. He's not actually a Zionist, and he comes on to make them look bad. Is that like a possible thing? Do you think?
To make them look bad?
Yeah, I mean, like,
yeah,
the level of
look at what
I don't think he's
what
a
Tucker
Zionist. I think
Carlson did. He snuck this guy into Israel to be the most crazy Marvel villain in the history of the world and say these super evil things so that everybody would think that Israelis were crazy and evil. He snuck this guy, Ben Gvir. Look him up. Google Ben Gvir. Obviously, that's a plot by Tucker Carlson. Nobody could be that ridiculously evil. So they must have somehow Tucker Carlson or Qatar or Candace Owens, somehow they snuck this guy into Israel to pretend he was Israeli. And just look him up. Google this guy, Ben Gvir. Obviously fake. Nobody could be that evil. So yeah, it's probably a conspiracy, I would say, to tarnish the good name of those wonderful people.
I don't think this guy is a Zionist. I think he's mocking them.
No, Tommy is just very typical of the many people who've been fooled by a multi-billion-dollar propaganda outfit, which is designed by the Israeli lobby and the Zionists to fool the dumbest Americans into wanting to devalue the lives of Muslims so that Israel can convince us to kill them so they can steal land.
To be fair, he can string a sentence together, so I'm quite surprised. That shows that maybe he's not as thick as he makes out to be.
Well, there's a surprise. I mean, Ted Cruz is a pretty smart guy, and he's been fooled by it. Either fooled or they have videos of him being a pedophile or something. But there are definitely smart people who are fooled. It's hard to resist billions and billions and billions of dollars of propaganda if you don't, especially if you don't know things.
Where's the evidence that he's smart? His predictions have been the most comic relief that there's ever been. That's the only reason I brought him up.
Yeah.
Why don't we ask Tommy? Sorry, why don't we ask Tommy who he is, what he believes in, and where does he have all this information when he says that all the people that are speaking against what he believes in are going to be put in jail in Iran and they're all going to be killed and all of that? Why don't we ask him who he is first? Who are you, Tommy? What are you? What's your religion?
He said he's a high IQ millionaire. He said he's a self-proclaimed millionaire with a self-proclaimed high IQ.
But it's when other people bring up IQ is when I'll bring that challenge. So
that's a complete lie. You just came up and you said, "Hi, I'm a high IQ millionaire." That was your introduction.
I still a proctored exam. I'll pay for it. You have to show up at a time and place. A proctored exam.
Don't worry, we believe
$1,000 for you to take that IQ
Tommy,
test.
ask your mom in the basement whether she can give us the IQ certificate. She might give it to us. Just practice your speech around how you're going to govern the world and your ideology.
So one is allow me to finish, and then you guys can carry on with the propaganda. What I'm saying is, we'll find out this year, right? Iran will not be an Islamic theocracy in the near future. It's done. It's cooked.
Tommy, can I ask you something to see if you've taken this into account? So Khomeini had long said he fought against having this hereditary type thing that would take over his crown. Yet that's what happened. Do you think that possibly there is no longer a theocracy there, and it's actually the military who put him in, because apparently his father didn't want him in? So actually now you're dealing with a military government who still has clerics, but before the military worked for the clerks. And now, since this happened, and it wasn't what Khomeini had planned, Do you now have a military who has clerks that work for them for traditions and customs and some moral guidance versus having them actually leave the military, which was the opposite? So maybe your
Islamic
wish is already true, but now it's worse for you because now you have a military government.
No, Islamic theocracies are militant by their very nature because the theocracies can't exist without violence and murder.
Is that why the Israeli theocracy also can't survive without murder?
Israel isn't a theocracy; it's a pluralistic government.
It's
20%
actually the
Israel.
closest you can. It's
It has a
actually the
Muslim on
closest you
its
can get.
Supreme Court.
It's
Not at
actually the
all. Not
closest.
at all.
How not at all? It does the same. You have Noahide laws there. You have areas where Noahide laws prevail. You have different systems for different people depending on your religion. That is the theocracy. Almost everything's based on religion. You have a superiority for a certain religion. The thing you talk about Shia laws and coming to America, guess what? You have areas in America and in UK that practice the Noahide laws instead of actually American laws, and you have to go to your rabbi before you go to your court, right? So everything you're scared of, certain Jews do already in America, which I actually don't even have a problem with. But you have a problem with it when it's someone you don't like. So I don't think you're even a Zionist. I think you just hate Muslims. And that's why you come up here and spread rhetoric, because you obviously don't understand that very likely we are not any longer in a theocracy to begin with. And we were barely in one, Iran was barely in one to anyway, right?
Observation isn't hate.
It had a government. But
No,
now
observation
it's worse.
isn't hate.
Tommy, if you said observation, where do you observe? How many Muslim countries have you been to, and how many Muslims have you met?
I've met plenty of Muslims, and I actually have nothing against Muslims themselves. I have a problem with any ideology that actually preaches um, basically dominance through violence and threats of force, and that is actually how Islam spreads. And if you were to actually index all these countries on prosperity and human flourishing, and all Islamic countries rank at the bottom, with exceptions to countries that are controlled by OPEC.
But have you been to any of these Muslim countries?
What holy scripture actually has the most violent passages, Tommy? If you're really into this and you know so much about religion, which book has the most violent passages?
I probably it's definitely the Quran, hands down. That's actually this has been analyzed.
As a Christian, I will tell you, it's actually the Old Testament by far. By a mile.
So what happened? What happened to Christianity? It went through a reformation. Maybe Islam needs to go through a reformation process too, so it can coexist in the modern world.
No, what happened is Judaism went through a reformation. That's where the Old Testament comes from. And then we got the New Testament, which is actually one of the books with the least amount of violent passages. How about that, Tommy? We went from one of the most violent books in the entire world, which is the Old Testament, with Reformed Christianity, and we got the New Testament, which is actually one of the least and most peaceful religions of them all. Although when you look at actual statistics, people hijack religions all the time, and Christians were no saints either on planet Earth.
Yeah, the exception isn't the rule now, is it? But the Quran has not gone through a reformation, has it?
The Quran. Do you
but
understand?
You still haven't, Tommy. You still haven't read it. Tommy, when are you gonna read it?
There was a new Quran, the old Quran, right? The Old Testament Quran, and then the new Quran, right? That's actually what needs to happen to Islam. You need to actually get rid of all the imams, all the Islamic theologians that are actually preaching this the concept that you have to dominate every other country on earth with Sharia, that no other religion can coexist.
But Tommy, that's not a thing. For one thing, it's imam, not imam. Do you know what an imam is?
Isn't that something ordered in a Chinese
No, just let him answer. Let him answer. Do you know what an imam is? You just said you got to get rid of the imams. It's imam. But do you know what one is? Tommy, you there?
Yes,
he's probably trying to find the answer.
Wait, I really want to hear this. Hold on.
Yeah, he's probably trying to find the answer.
Are you Googling it now?
I just want to say one thing.
That's why I was going to ask you the violent verses, but I already know what the violent verses you're going to Google. You're going to go and Google violent verses. You're going to come up with the same violent verses that everybody else comes up with. but you're being
Nah,
fooled,
Just,
this is
Tommy.
tough.
I
I'm
just
doing
want to say
something
one
more
thing
important
before
right
you
now.
jump in, Tommy. I don't know if you guys can hear me because it doesn't seem like anybody's actually paying any attention. But I want to say one thing really quickly. Like, I'm listening to this guy. I'm listening to your questions, Bruce. Simon, this guy did not learn from Tommy Robinson. Like, Tommy Robinson's dumb. He's thick. He's stupid, right? This guy is the Temu version of Tommy Robinson. The question Bruce just asked him, you're Temu, you're like the dollar store Tommy Robinson. Because Bruce just asked you what an imam is 3 times and you kept mute because you were trying to frantically Google it, weren't you? Because you're that dumb. But go ahead, sorry, Bruce, back to you.
Ad hominems are so high IQ there.
It was true. I wasn't even talking about my IQ. I'm just saying you're Temu, Tommy Robinson, dollar store.
So, Tommy, what was actually your goal in coming up here? Was it just to tell everyone how evil Islam is? What was the goal?
No, actually, just the same thing as everyone else is making predictions on where the economy is headed. I was hoping to actually discuss monetary policy, the economy, where how trade is going to unfold, but it seems to always get stuck on this point here when I speak.
Who are you, Tommy, to tell the majority of Iranian how they should live and who they should follow? Islam is a unifier in Iran. Who are you? Who are you?
Sorry, Tommy. What do you think of Dubai? Actually,
East is wrong.
I don't favor any country favorably that has Sharia law as its form of government.
Dubai has
But what
Sharia
do you
laws as
think
form
is
of
the
government.
law in Dubai that what do you think is the law in Dubai that is Sharia that is a problem for you? In you
There are
in
Sharia
you
courts.
give me an example of a law that you disagree with in Dubai.
I remember women weren't allowed to drive, and you remember they denied.
Women are allowed to drive in
Oh
UAE and have
my
always been
God,
allowed to drive in UAE.
this
So
That's
give
recent.
me an
Recent
example
change.
of a law in UAE that you disagree with. The women driving is completely false, completely ridiculous. Give me another one.
Blasphemy
No, I
laws
think
are
Tommy's saying
enforced.
I think Tommy's
Blasphemy
saying
laws are
I think
enforced.
Tommy's saying they shouldn't be allowed to drive. Good point, Tommy. Go ahead, continue.
What would happen to me if I landed there and then held a sign saying that Muhammad was a rapist, pedophile, and murderer?
you make
Probably
it.
less than if I was to hold a sign in England saying
I would be executed.
Netanyahu's pedophile supporting genocider. Probably less than what would happen to me in England or
Well,
in America, come to
England is
think of it, Tommy.
the
So
UK
shut
has
up.
fallen to fascism. UK has fallen to fascism as well. You know, through hate speech laws. This is how fascism is creeping back into the world. Is through suicidal empathy, afraid to hurt other people's feelings, that nobody could handle somebody having a dissenting viewpoint.
But you're a fascist, right? You prefer, you don't want freedom of religion. You think that
No,
people
I want
shouldn't
to
have a
hear.
political
No, I'm
ideology
talking
that you
about
follow.
free speech. You have the right to say anything you want as long as it's not a direct threat, which is not
Yeah,
speech.
yeah, but you said
Basically,
people don't have the right. You said people shouldn't have the right to be a Muslim.
no, everyone has the right to be a Muslim if they want. They just cannot impose their ideology on everybody else.
So you've pivoted because a second ago you said that that's not a right. That it needs to be eliminated.
Not when you want to supplant basic human rights.
Oh, so now you're pivoting back. Which one is it? Are you for it? Against it?
Again,
Should we have it?
Islam is not a religion; it's a political ideology.
Yeah, but I didn't say
That
that.
is
I
my
said
thesis.
you don't want. So you're basically saying you shouldn't have freedom of political ideology now.
Oh no, you can have freedom of political ideology just as long as it's not enforced.
But
If
you're
you
saying people shouldn't be a Muslim because it's not a religion and it's a political ideology. So should people have freedom of political ideology? Because you said your ideology is that people shouldn't be a Muslim and it shouldn't be something you can do.
Islamic theocracies, right? Or any theocracy, by the way, any theocracy, Christian theocracy, Jewish theocracy should not exist. This is why we have
But what if
separation of
you're
church and state.
what if you're a Muslim that has nothing to do with an Islamic theocracy?
There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, so
But
you're
I'm
What
allowed to
about
pretending you don't have
what
a
about a
problem with
Muslim?
Muslims.
criticize.
What about a Muslim who
Hey,
wants to
the
live?
way
What if it's a Muslim who wants to live in an Islamic theocracy?
If there's enough Muslims that could band together and do that, right? But again, the
So it's
world
their
is
choice, right?
shrinking.
It's their choice, right? Is basically what you're saying. Because this goes back to Gigi's question. Because Gigi said to you, and I think what she asked was really important. To bring it back to the political conversation. And by the way, everything you said about Islam was false. I proved this many times when he came on the space before. That's why you don't really mention it when I'm speaking. But Gigi, bringing it back to the political conversation, asked you a very important question. She said, "What's it to you?" What? She's an Iranian. This is an issue, or maybe an issue, or isn't an issue in Iran. Who are you to dictate what and what not that country, the modern method by which that country should be run, and the modern method by which the people within that country should act? You're a
Sure. Could I answer that, or will I be filibustered?
I mean, you've literally been on the space speaking for ages, more than anyone else.
Let me give a perfect analogy for that. It's about morals and values, right? So in the United States, pedophilia is illegal, right? What if pedophiles wanted to build their own island, right? And then carry children there so they could act out their disgusting, depraved behaviors and desires.
Like the one your leaders and presidents and corporate exec class have, yeah.
Humanity,
Or the one in the middle of Utah with the Mormons when they got
the
arrested for
world is
pedophilia.
shrinking.
How about
Right.
there? I mean, it's all over America.
And it should be eradicated wherever it exists,
Do you
right?
think Trump should be assassinated for being in the Epstein files? Should be eradicated, right? Because what about all the people in the U.S. government that went and visited the Epstein Island? Should they be eradicated?
Trump had never
Howard
visited
Lutnick.
Epstein Island,
What's
so
Should
Howard
Howard
Lutnick?
Lutnick and Elon Musk?
Elon Musk has never been to the Epstein Island either. So I don't know why
Oh,
you're
Tommy,
you
taking.
didn't read the email where he
question.
placed the order.
Yeah, let's ask Tommy. Why America lets all convicted pedophiles escape back to Israel? Why does it let them go back to Israel? Hello?
What's the absurd question?
You know the question. You heard it. You're buying time.
No, I
Why
didn't
does
hear it.
America
You're
let
cutting out.
pedophiles go back to Israel? Why did it let that guy who worked for the Defense Department? I'll find his name if you want. Like literally convicted.
Tom
And
Alexandrovich.
that's one of them, yeah. But there's a whole list of them, right? Why does it let pedophiles go back to Israel for safe haven?
I
I
have
mean,
no
cares
idea
so
who
much
you're
about
talking about.
pedophilia, cares so much about pedophilia, protecting children, blah, blah, blah. But it lets them, if they're Israeli or Jewish, go back to Israel. Why is that?
And also,
So first, you guys are losing.
it was American children as well. So I mean, you're meant to be American, right? So why not clean your own house rather than look at Iran? So in your country, Tom Alexandrovich and many others abused children and then ran after Israel. Howard Lutnick, you didn't answer that here. Howard Lutnick did go to Epstein Island. What's your thoughts on what should happen to Howard Lutnick, Tommy?
Sorry, I'm not up to speed on this. What happened?
He's buying time. His handlers are going to tell him how to respond. He's so
Well, you
slick,
guys are
man.
missing
No,
the
he
point.
doesn't.
You're
He
missing the
doesn't
point.
know, Beatrix. He simply doesn't know because
Honestly,
he doesn't care because it doesn't involve
It's
a
about
Muslim.
morals and
Beatrix,
values.
Joe, we're literally dealing with a kid, like with his mom in a basement, that claims to be a millionaire with a high IQ, that literally thinks it's a good idea to come up and talk about things which he's never actually studied. Like, why don't
Pure
you just learn?
projection. Pure projection.
Well,
There's
I
no
mean, I
discussion
just don't
past an
understand
analysis of the critical thinking
why you would
impaired
ever come up
ideologues.
to a stage to debate a topic where you're clearly haven't even read the baseline literature. Like, what a ridiculous thing to do. That's a really good way of looking foolish.
It's Dunning-Kruger. I mean, the propaganda is so severe that it fools people, midwits, middle range IQ people. It fools them into thinking they're smart because they've heard these Robert Spencer talking points 1,000 times, and they say, "Oh,
Pure
I've
projection.
read the
Robert
Quran."
Spencer is a Democrat. Spencer is a Democrat, by the way.
Yeah, great. I mean, it's a uniparty of stupidity. There's propagandists on the Dick Cheney, George Bush, Lindsey Graham side, and there's propagandists on the Democrat side, of course. And
Perhaps racist, Marxist, fascist is the defining descriptor of modern progressive Democrats.
Well, it's really more uniparty. I mean, it's a uniparty of people who have ceded control of our country to a murderous, genocidal, pedo blackmailing ethno state. And if you're calling yourself an American, and you know MAGA, MAGA's a bit of a cell phone now, because it's kind of like saying you're aligned with Trump, who has betrayed America. But if you're calling yourself some sort of liberty person, it says libertarian. You don't sound like a libertarian, but it's not, you say libertarian in your profile. You should be deeply, deeply concerned about your country being co-opted by a country that does all of the things that you said. You talked about, that people with a superiority complex shouldn't be allowed to rule. What about people who think that they're God's chosen people, and that, somebody can convert? Do you know that somebody from New Jersey or Poland can convert 2 months ago, and they can go and kick somebody out of their home in the West Bank who has been there for 5 generations? I mean, you can't be for that if you're for liberty. You can't be for you mentioned Epstein. You can't be for a country where the country itself and the prime minister was active with Epstein. Do you know that the prime minister not only visited Epstein, but had the Israeli government install and maintain cameras in Epstein's properties? Why would that be? Why would they have fought so hard against the release of these files? You got to ask the basic questions. If you're trying to be a patriot in America and do the right thing, you got to recognize that you've been fooled by billions of dollars worth of propaganda, and that our country is controlled by this mass murderous, very, very deeply evil, genocidal ethno state who believes in a superiority thing. And they want to fool you to believe exactly what you want to believe. They want you to dehumanize Muslims so that Americans are dumb enough to send our troops to die for them and fight their wars for them, and send our billions of dollars to them so that they can murder people by the tens of thousands and steal land. It's as simple as that. And the history shows it.
I think Tommy came to make all our blood boils. And I'm really angry. But one good thing comes out of this. We know this type of people exist. The bloodthirsty, uneducated murderer people that they sit in wherever they sit and then order a bomb over schoolgirls. These are the type of people that we have to know and get to know, because this is what we have to act against and talk against and find them. I don't care, Tommy. Someone can come and get me. I am against this war. I am against what Israel does. I have many Jewish friends. I've been talking to them all the time. Many of them are like you. You think only you deserve to live. You think the rest of the humanity has to go because you are the chosen people. But these are the people that we have to speak against, guys. It's a good thing that we know these people exist. This is our
It's
fight.
it's okay. Like, you need people like Tommy to be useful idiots so that you can make a couple of military companies a bunch of money by blowing up children. And you know what? If he climbs the ranks, he'll be in the Epstein class. That's his dream, right? He doesn't care about Epstein. He idolizes Epstein. Like, his aspiration is to be at the top. He's like a high IQ millionaire, yeah? The higher you climb that ranks, the closer you get to Jeffrey Epstein. I know you're jealous of what he does. I know that, like, that's like an aspiration for you to get that far in life, and I know that that's the top of the chain, in the culture that you're advocating for.
I
But
mean,
guess what? But guess what? In Islam, we don't actually advocate for that type of behavior. Strictly prohibited. But you didn't know that because you never read it.
and here's the problem, Simon. Is I don't, I doubt that he knows. It seems like the girls' school bombing was actually an AI decision. Just like 70% of the people that were arrested from Gaza that were supposed Hamas members and had to be let go because the AI was wrong. Because how could it be actually correct when it hasn't been trained enough time on that kind of data? But it's, people
They
want
were let
Palantir to
go,
hold on,
Joa.
hold
It's not
on,
right to say they
Beatrix.
were all let go because Israel accepted it was an
I said
incorrect decision. That's not
70%.
true.
Did you not hear 70%? I said 70%. We're
But
left out.
what do you expect, Joe? This is AI that's created by
Yeah,
Peter Thiel. Look up Peter Thiel in the Epstein
I
files.
know.
What, 3,000 mentions or something?
Epstein invested in Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel's whole defense journey into Carbine 911 and this, along with the Prime Minister of Israel, who was also the investor of Carbine 911, which then later on gave way to Palantir and things of that nature through Peter Thiel. Tommy's directly defending Epstein. Does he know that he's defending Epstein? I don't think he has a clue because he's a moron. But he is directly defending Epstein because he's defending what America is doing by testing out AI and targeting people that has consistently been wrong over and over and over. It was tested in America, in New Jersey, when everyone was finding drones. We found out later that was actually Palantir using drones when people were like, "Oh, don't worry, it's not alien, but we don't know what it is." Well, if you don't know what it is, you can't tell if it's alien or not. But we said, "Oh, don't worry, it's not alien." And this is why this is a uni party, because that happened under Biden. If you want to keep going back, you can go to Obama. Who did he take out? He took out Gaddafi. You can go back. What about Bush? Who did he take out? Oh, he took out Saddam Hussein. They're all doing the same agenda. All of them are doing the same agenda. Uh, um, Biden tries to act like he's not for this stuff. Why is he protecting these drones over New Jersey that people were scared half to death for a month because they didn't know if it was aliens or not, when it was actually AI? While that same AI is killing people in Gaza and now just bombed a girls' school, right? And look, I work in AI. I think AI can do a lot for people, but you need to test it. Except these guys, sadistic bastards, are testing it on actual live people, right? And if you listen to the doctors, Jewish doctors, Muslim doctors, Christian doctors that have come back from Gaza, the one thing that is the strangest thing, and that investigative reporter, the one who said that, the one who found Watergate, and also the fact that we are the ones that bombed Nord Stream, I forget his name right now, Seymour Hersh. Seymour Hersh has multiple doctors calling him, telling him that after an area is bombed, drones come down in Gaza and shoot kids in the neck or the head. Right? I find it really strange that they say the neck because of Charlie Kirk, but they shoot children in the neck or the head. This is from 24 different doctors who did not all serve at the same time in Gaza. This is who you're protecting, Tommy. You're protecting AI technology that one of the biggest investors was Epstein. He's the one that funded Peter Thiel, who is now the biggest investor in this technology, thanks to people like Ehud Barak and Epstein. So good job defending the pedophile, which you say you're so against.
And don't worry, Tommy. Like, at least Peter Thiel and Palantir will have access to your Google search data and probably see those sick and twisted things you search for every night in your mum's basement. And you'll call it freedom of speech because you get the illusion of thinking you have freedom of speech, when meantime, you're handing over all of your data to a private corporation that's creating a Jeffrey Epstein blackmail, but you just are too stupid to see it. And you don't know that it's happening because you think you got freedom of speech so they could create useful idiots like you to work for the army and kill children in Iran.
Should a 50-year-old man be allowed to marry and have sex with a 9-year-old girl?
No.
Solomon?
You know what it is? It's what you said, right,
What did
Simon?
someone mention me?
Yeah, he's going to ask you a question, a dumb question,
Oh.
in a second.
Yeah,
But it's
he's
what
trying to get you
Simon
to talk
said.
about.
No one could get me,
Yeah,
blood. No one could get me. Go ahead,
I
Beatrice.
think Simon or Bruce or somebody said, but I think Simon said that basically just strip it all down. The guy's an Islamophobe. And Gigi, how are you saying that he came up and made everybody angry? He didn't make me angry. He just bored the life out of me. I'm not joking. I even called Suleiman and
I don't
said,
know.
can
Are
we
you
drop
sure you
this
about it? I
guy?
never
He's
seen you
so
so
freaking
active.
boring.
I never
There's
seen you
no
so active.
competing with TikTok brain.
Oh,
So
shut up,
Tom,
Tommy. Right, he asked you a question, Suleiman, a
what was your
dumb
question? What
question.
was
And
your
let
question, blood? I'm getting ready for this interview. Quickly, ask me it.
Let's
Putting
see.
on my
Let's see if
seventh
you
high.
pass or let's see if you pass or fail, Solomon.
Oh yeah, yeah. Let me try. Go on, go
Should a
on.
50-year-old man be able to marry a 9-year-old?
No, they can't, bro. That's underage. You can't do that,
Of
Tommy.
course, of
Hold
course.
on,
But
you
this
can
guy
do
thinks
that. You can do that
he
in
has a
some states
got
in
you.
America. Hold on,
Yeah,
Joey,
in
you can
America
do
you
that.
can in certain
There's quite
states.
a few states in America where there's no age limit.
Yeah, they protected. What's his name? Jeffrey something Jeffries that was marrying underage girls. for
Tommy,
years
have
because it
you
was
looked
bringing
up
money.
have you looked up that there's quite a few states in America where you can marry a 50-year-old can marry a 9-year-old?
So I don't get it.
Well,
Is that your
nowhere in the
question?
United
I don't
States.
get your
Nowhere in the
question,
United
Tommy.
States.
I'm really confused. 50-year-old marrying a 9-year-old. No, that's wrong, bro. Why are you attacking the Talmud? I don't get it.
No, it's wrong, right? Well,
Yeah, yeah.
and the Talmud doesn't actually say
Talmud,
that anywhere
Talmud
in
says
the.
that you basically, if you were to, if a Jew was to abuse a 3-year-old, I don't want to say the word because I'm on YouTube, then the 3-year-old should be given the death penalty because they defiled the Jewish person. This is what the Talmud says. But what is that? Is that what you're attacking? Look, I don't want you to attack the Talmud though. But is there anything else? Is there any point you were making about that?
No, you realize the Talmud is not doctrine, right? It's more akin to like the
Sounds like you're
Federalist
defending
Papers.
it. You're basically defending it. I think it's just wrong. It's in there, but you
Not
saying
at
it's
all.
defending.
I'm
Yeah,
correcting
yeah. It's
you
very
on what the
disgusting. So
Talmud
you're into
is.
child,
It's not
you're into
doctrine.
child abuse as long as it's in the Talmud. But what's your question? Where are you trying to get at? What are you trying to get at?
So the question is
Yeah,
so you're saying that you're saying it is immoral
yeah,
for an
yeah,
adult, right, a
yeah,
50-year-old man to
yeah,
marry and have sex with a prepubescent girl, correct?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
That's my
that should
position.
be outlawed everywhere, right?
Yeah, including the Talmud. Do you think the Talmud should be banned?
The Talmud isn't something that you can ban, but a
Okay.
law that's put into practice, right?
Okay.
No
Could there
country
be
on
a
earth
law?
should
Should
be
there
able to
be a
hide
law
behind
that
its
stops
borders.
that bans the Talmud because it has that in the Talmud? Is that what you're asking?
What is the Talmud? What is the Talmud?
The
What is it?
Talmud, I'll tell you what it is. So Talmud has 2 sections in it. There is, as you may know, and the first section of the Talmud is considered certain knowledge. So Jewish people, and by the way, this is my expertise, is hermeneutics. This is why I know. I already knew where you're going at, but you're so foolish that you can't even handle it. But the Talmud has 2 sections to it. The first, and let me educate you so you can use this later. So the Talmud has 2 sections. The first section of the Talmud is considered certain knowledge. What that means is they believe, if you're a Jewish person, that that piece of information is certain knowledge. It means it cannot be wrong. The second part of the Talmud is probabilistic knowledge. Some bits, and what that is a within the Talmud, scholars are like, okay, what would happen in this situation? And some rabbis will say X, and some rabbis would say Y. But what you're failing to understand is that even having a discussion and even someone writing pen to paper about what should happen to a guy, 3-year-old, if someone defiles her, and then saying that guy should be put to death is horrifying, disgusting, and that book where it's written on is completely unacceptable. Do you not understand that? And so, in terms of that information, and then we do have things in the certain part, knowledge's part, which is problematic and does kind of push this kind of ideology. And then we have certain parts which is probabilistic knowledge that also pushes this position and this ideology. But all of it forms part of a one book which is called the Talmud.
Well, one, you already have misinterpreted pieces out of it. In the Talmud, those rabbi scholars, I actually looked at that closely because it's brought up by
Well,
anti-Semites and white supremacists a
oh,
lot.
anti-Semite are they? Oh, right, okay. Well, first of all,
Well,
so
just
you can, so wait a sec, you can bring up 50-year-old with a 9-year-old. That's fine. You can, but if someone talks about the Talmud, now they're an anti-Semite. This shows the supremacist nature of you people. But just to answer your question, because I've only got a few minutes, because I've got Scott Horton coming on.
Can I add something to Simon too, right after?
Yeah, just before you do, I'll give it straight to you, Joa. In terms of your claim, because I think what you're trying to do in a kind of not so obvious, you think you're being smart, but you're not being very smart. I was just too smart for you. Is that you're trying to allude to the Prophet, peace be upon him, and you're trying to infer that he, as a 50-year-old, married a 9-year-old, which is false. I have written extensively on this. I have researched this extensively. I've written it in a chapter in my book. In addition to that, I wrote a very detailed X thread on this as well. And no, the Aisha, who is the wife of the Prophet, was actually 18 years old. And that information that is relayed in that narration is probabilistic knowledge. The person who relayed that information, because when it comes to traditions, they're not certain knowledge. Quran is certain knowledge, but traditions are probabilistic knowledge. The person who relayed that information had memory issues when he went to Iraq. So, for example, even his own teacher, so for example, Imam Malik did not take narrations from him for that specific reason. And you'll never see, even though there was a student-teacher relationship between the two, he never even took that person's narrations in his own hadith narration collection. So this is just hermeneutics. That being said, it comes back to it that I said I disagree with this. Wait, what's that? And I said I disagree with this and said that yeah, I disagree with it
And
and
quick,
I don't
quick,
accept it. So, yeah, Simon and Joe, go ahead, jump in.
yeah, quick
Yeah, let
question,
me,
Tommy. Tommy,
Simon, I've got to go.
where
Let me just say something really, really fast because then I can't talk for a little bit. And don't forget, Tommy, that there is a radical group, okay, that happened to be Jewish, that did make Christians extremists as well, like the evangelists through the Scofield Bible. You have that same group doing the same thing to Jewish people. There's a lot of Jewish people that are great people. And then you read the Talmud, which they do it through books, just like they did it through the Scofield Bible. They use it to radicalize people. Like you can bash babies' heads against the rocks and rape the women during war. And you hear rabbis saying this on video, right? There is an extremist group inside a religion, right? None of us here, I don't think any of us here, say it's the religion, okay? We say there is a faction inside that religion that is extremist and has radicalized many people, including the Christians, And if you're dumb enough to not be able to see that, I don't know what to tell you, dude, because then you just started way too late. We've been on this for
You're
3 years now.
projecting. That's what I was telling you. Every group has its radicals, its subversives, its outliers, right? They're not. So I already know. I've never
I can't
contested
hear him.
this.
Is he
Most
speaking?
Muslims are peaceful people.
he's speaking
Most
now.
Muslims are peaceful people,
Hey,
right?
Tommy,
Okay, yeah,
quick,
yeah.
Tommy, Tommy, quick question. Where in the Quran does it say that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was age 50 when he married a 9-year-old?
It's in there. I
No,
can
it's
put it
not,
in the
Tommy.
public.
No, it's
I
not,
don't.
Tommy. No,
I
it's
don't
not,
recall.
Tommy. I've read the book 100 times. It's not in there.
It's not. So it's a universal myth that
Tommy,
Muhammad was a
Tommy, if
pedophile.
you're going to talk about Islam, you might want to study a bit. It's not in the Quran. And then you might want to find
It's-
out a little bit where all the stuff that you're referencing actually comes from and what the difference is. But you're talking about a subject where you don't even know the bare basics. You have to start by
I have
reading
the
the
bare
Quran, and then
basics.
you can, and
I
then
have more
you
than the
don't have
bare
to look
basics.
so foolish when
You
you come
think
up
I've
here
been pure
and say that the
propaganda.
Quran says that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him,
Projection and
married.
propaganda, misinformation. That's all this is. It's propaganda and
Tommy,
disinformation.
Tommy, read the Quran and show me where it says that Prophet Muhammad at age 50 married a 9-year-old. You won't find it. But come back and find it for me, please.
So then we can agree. Let's say that's true. We can agree that it should be prohibited by law everywhere on earth.
Yeah, you should probably work on that in America first because there's the several states where you can do that.
Now it doesn't exist anywhere in the United
Tommy, look
States.
it up. Everyone look up on ChatGPT right now and ask which states have a minimum age limit in America and which one don't have, and you'll find it. You
And
might want to
present
work
case
on that at
studies
home,
of what
Tommy,
happened.
before you start trying to figure out what's going on in Iran. And have you read Iranian law, by the way? Have you also read that? Like which law in Iran do you think allows for that?
Also,
Also,
it's
have you read
interesting.
Sharia law? Which Sharia law have you read, Tommy? Or
Also, it's
are you going?
interesting that this guy said, I just heard a bit when I was just walked to the other room, and he said, say that's true. So, what this guy is conceding is that when he claimed that this was mentioned in the Quran, that he was lying. And this is the problem with these people, and this is why it's very important to realize this. And I think this kind of is a good point to put the bow on this conversation because we have got Scott Horton coming on. Is that, look, at the end of the day, we can all, and the world can have different ideas and opinions and thoughts. And you've seen it. We run the biggest spaces on X, we allow people with different ideas, thoughts, and positions to come on. But then what you notice with these people is that they are but liars and deceivers and manipulators. He's made many claims each time he's come on these spaces, and each time those claims have been demonstrated to be falsehoods, lies, distortions. From the claim that he made that this information is referenced in the Quran when it's not, to the claim that he made about Sharia law, to the various claims he's made. All of them have been lies and distortions. And I'm just reading the chat, and everyone in the chat is saying, Tommy was smashed by Simon. Tommy is a deceiver. Tommy is a liar. Tommy is a fraud. And this is the problem with what was going on. And this is why it's sometimes good to realize that, look, sometimes, we're having these conversations and you think, whoa, we're always hearing the kind of similar type of information with a bit of nuance. It's good to sometimes bring these people in so you can know that these people are but liars and deceivers and agents of chaos, agents of Satan, who are not here to speak the truth. For we all on this panel, everyone on this panel kind of has some form of nuanced disagreements, but everyone speaks the truth, but they have a different perspective on what's going on. But these Zionists, they do not speak truth. They lie, they deceive, and they manipulate. And this is the way they are, because they are agents of chaos. And this is what you learn from Tommy. For example, as soon as he came onto the space, he said, I made a prediction on April the 1st, and it was truthful. And actually, one of my followers has already sent me the link for that, where he actually makes the claims, and every single one of them claims end up being wrong. But he comes and lies and says the opposite. For these people are dishonest, and they're not honest brokers. And the reason is this: because they know they stand with evil, they know they stand with darkness, they know they stand with wrong, immorality and injustice, and so they have to deceive and manipulate. And so this is what you saw with Tommy, and I think it was really good for the audience to see it, because sometimes we do get into these conversations and basically fall into various types of disagreements, which is normal because we're arguing nuance, but we all speak a lot. Everyone on this stage speaks truth and honesty and
Projection
has
into Kia.
integrity
What
and has integrity. But this fraud, unfortunately, doesn't. He can't even have a conversation without lying. But what's worse than that? For what's worse than a liar, or equally as bad as a liar, it is a person who is ignorant. For ignorance is one of the worst things you can have, one of the worst traits you can have. I just seen a super chat here. Someone said, Sully, I hope you tell Tony, Prophet Muhammad's first wife was 20 years older than him. This is actually true as well. It's true. But coming back to the conversation, what's worse, not worse, equally as bad as being a liar, actually, I don't know, it's equally, being a liar is worse, but another problematic position or disposition this individual has is ignorance. Ignorance is one of the worst traits you can have. And one of the things that you have when you learn or you listen to these spaces is you gain a huge amount of knowledge, a huge amount of information, and you're able to carry that knowledge and information in discussions with other people. And when you hear things on these spaces, that information is going to be based on honesty, integrity, research, and analysis. Now, someone's analysis could be wrong in the form of you look at some information and you draw a conclusion. Not everyone's conclusion is going to be right. But the information in the middle is going to be right. And so if you've been listening to these spaces from the start, you've been gaining a huge amount of information, whether it's from me, Joe, Simon, out of all the chicks, Beatrix, and Andrew, and various others. We'll give Beatrix that. She could be the top of the chicks. But that being said, the information is correct. You may disagree with some of our conclusions, but you'll agree that the information is correct. And one thing we'll never have is ignorance. For every person who speaks on this stage has knowledge on that information. For example, Andrew, When we ask him a question, he'll say, okay, I know about marine, I know about submarine, I know about this, I know about, but I don't know about that other bit. I don't know about that information. This is honesty and integrity. Knowledge is the most important thing, and this is why you come in these spaces, to get the knowledge and information. Unfortunately, this individual came and every single point of information he had was false. Because he doesn't care about truth and integrity. And he doesn't care about research. And he doesn't care about knowledge. And so what you saw was every piece of information he relayed was false. Every piece of information he relayed was false and it was inaccurate. And the reason is because these people need to deceive in order to get their information across, because they know that their information is not strong, is not good, because of the manipulation that they're trying to spew. So someone like this individual who comes into this space and first of all lies about Iran, lies about some of the things that'll happen, lies not about his prediction, because not everyone gets predictions right, but lies about what he said in the past. And then lies about, for example, Islam, and each element of what he said about that religion was a lie. And for example, Joa, who's a Christian, pushed back on him. Many of the Muslims on the stage pushed back on him because what he was saying was falsehood. Gigi pushed back on him in terms of Iran. Various other people pushed back on him in terms of Iran because this person is not honest. He's fraudulent, and this is the problem I have with Zionists. That it's rare to find an honest Zionist because they know they're on the side of wrong. They know they're on the side of evil, and so they have to lie about each and every single thing. This was the problem with this individual. And this is the problem I find with all the Zionists. That I never ever find a Zionist who really speaks with honesty. And they know in their heart of hearts that their position is very weak. Let me give you an example. Like Laura Loomer, I would say, is probably one of their top dogs. But she knows in her heart of hearts that she's in the wrong and we're in the right. This is why whenever I've debated her, she's been destroyed. And after that, she's always been afraid to have a debate with me. Even when I come on, she's like, oh, please let's not talk about Israel and Palestine. Or please don't talk about Islam. Or please, let's not do it. Or she'll go not basically enter the same arena as me. Because the reason I'm saying it is because they know that what they believe isn't truth. That they can't defend it. They can't prove the point. And this is the problem that we face. And so I think that was a very important point to know. I think it was a very good, what is it called? A very good situation that occurred for you guys to see the Zionists and how they are. Scott should be coming on any minute now, so anyone wants to jump in, they can do, but you're only going to get like 30 seconds or something. But Joe or Simon, is there anything, or Beatrice, you want to add anything on that? And then we'll, and Scott's already here. Okay. I'm setting it up now. So, let me, guys. There we go. There you go. Now, YouTube guys, let me know if you can hear. That would be awesome. Okay, let me put the volume up.
Now, speaking of knowledge, look, it's the most crazy thing in the world to come up on a space and talk factually about things that you don't even know anything about, a book you've never read, and then try and deceive people into just having so much conviction that people might actually think that you're talking from a place of knowledge. Now, Scott Horton is about to come on the show, and you're going to see the difference between someone that actually knows what they're talking about, is an actual expert, actually talks about things where he's studied in depth, and actually has a degree of integrity, because everything he's saying is coming from a commitment to studying and understanding. And the problem with some of these spaces is you get people like Tommy who just think that it's okay to speak as an expert on something that they know nothing about.
Exactly. And I'm just going to add Scott now. Scott, can you hear me?
I can.
Marvelous, Hi. Marvelous. Okay, just 2 seconds. Let me just press record. Okay, I just want to welcome Scott Horton onto the show. We've had him on previously. He is a geopolitical expert, somebody who has researched Middle Eastern politics and politics in general for a significant manner. He also has the Scott Horton Academy, a very brilliant academy for anybody who wants to learn geopolitics in a very detailed manner. And Scott's also been covering the Middle East for a very long time. Scott, thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. How are you?
Happy to be here. Thank you. I'm doing fine.
Appreciate you. We're live on X. We're live on YouTube. Scott, immediately let's get into the conversation. We never got you in during the actual kinetic part of the war, during the war with Iran. But if you can give my audience a kind of overview of your perspective of how those first 39 days in terms of the kinetic part of the war went.
Well, look, I mean, from the American side, they sure beat the crap out of Iran. They bombed thousands and thousands of targets. I'm sure they destroyed, as they claim, many missile launchers and missile stores. They also destroyed much of Iran's air force on the ground, although not all of it. They sank their navy at port, such as it was. And they, bombed fixed military targets across the country. I don't think anyone would deny the ability of the American Pentagon, even from standoff ranges, to be able to deliver firepower to hard targets on the ground and destroy them, even sometimes deeply buried ones or what have you. They do have, as they call them, very exquisite weapon systems that are very, very highly targetable. And so when they claim those victories, you can take that at almost face value, basically, right? They may be embellishing a little bit about how much quantity they've hit, but they're definitely embellishing the percentage of Iran's conventional military power that they've destroyed. And so, especially the president himself says we've destroyed 100% of their anti-aircraft, 100% of their missile force, 100% of their everything. And that's certainly not true. I mean, we know that their Navy was not primarily made of battleships and cruisers and corvettes, but on these fast attack speedboats that are, essentially the size of a small family motorboat with a more powerful engine and the ability to fire torpedoes. For that matter, shoulder-fired anti-tank type missiles and that kind of thing that are useful, anti-ship missiles that are useful in the sea. Those have not all been destroyed. Those are highly hideable and dispersible and have not even truly been deployed in this war. It hasn't come to that. The Air Force was really made of a bunch of F-4s and F-14s that Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford had sold them back in the night, and Jimmy Carter, I guess, had sold them back in the 1970s, most of which were no good without spare parts. And so I know that there was footage of them flying some F-4s the other day, escorting Pakistani diplomats around. But so they have not destroyed 100% of their Air Force, but their military power is never based on their Air Force anyway. So, you could brag about blowing up the cracker factory, but that doesn't mean that you've changed anything in terms of the strategic difference on the ground. So the best that the Americans really could claim is that they have set Iran's their conventional military capability back by some number of months and maybe even years in some cases. I mean, assuming they ever want to rebuild their Navy or Air Force as much as it was. But primarily their military force was based on their mid-range missiles. And they've got essentially unlimited numbers of those, right? I mean, figuratively speaking, they still have thousands and thousands, and there's nothing that America can do to get rid of them all. They're too easy to hide. They're too easy to disperse. They'll brag all day long about destroying the missile launchers. And then you look at the missile launchers, and it's like an I-beam on the back of a truck, right? And this is nothing sophisticated whatsoever. It's just a rail, right, to fire the rocket from. So barely more sophisticated than that. Anyway, Iran has essentially, in the war itself was an asymmetric conflict, just like almost in the same sense of the Taliban down in the Helmand province in Afghanistan, in the Afghan war. They just really need to survive to be able to fight another day. They still need to be there when we're gone. And as the Taliban said, you have the watches, we have the time. Well, it's the same thing here. The Persians are from Persia, and they're going to be living on top of it. We're from way over here in North America. So how long can we afford to beat them up over there in terms of our dollar costs and in terms of the penalty we're willing to pay in getting our military assets in the region destroyed? And so, and whatever diplomatic consequences all flow from that. And so really it's Donald Trump crying uncle here. And thank goodness too, I'm not mocking him. These people who are calling him taco for chickening out or whatever, forget that. He should have never done this in the first place. He should be praised for deciding to call it quits before it's too late and things get worse already than they are. The immediate strategic consequence of the war is that the Persian Gulf is no longer an American lake, which it was declared by Jimmy Carter in his State of the Union speech in 1980, that this is the Carter Doctrine that says America is the dominant power in the world. And he was really threatening the Soviet Union, that they better not invade a newly weakened revolutionary Iran and try to gain control over that Persian Gulf. Or he said, we will treat it as an attack on the United States of America. He was, giving a war guarantee equivalent to the NATO Article 5 guarantee, or even like the federal government's promise to the state of Virginia that we will repel any attack against you, right? And gave that war guarantee, that level of war guarantee to that body of water. And therefore, i.e., also implying all of the Gulf, Sunni monarchs from Kuwait down to Oman as well. And so that bluff has been called. That era has now come to an end. It is the Persian Gulf after all, and now very much in effect. They prove not only can they close the Strait of Hormuz, they can reach out and touch any boat, any ship anywhere on the Gulf. Obviously, they can. If they can launch rockets over their head and hit our naval Fifth Fleet base at Bahrain, then they can sure hit ships in the Gulf. And they did, remember, hit those two carriers up near Iraq and Kuwait to show that forget about the strait. This whole body of water is ours now. And at the end of this war, that's the fact. I don't know what they're talking about at the Pentagon right now. I can't read every paper every day, and I don't know if anybody's really addressed this or not. If anybody knows, tweet me or something. But I just like gaming it out in my own head. I don't know how you even try to reopen those bases anymore. As Justin Logan from the Cato Institute said, what good is a military base that you can't wage a war from? And, it's like that meme. I'm sure you and your audience have seen that funny meme. It's just a map that shows all the military bases in the region. And it says, how can you deny that Iran is a threat to us? Look at how close they put their country to all our military bases, right? But then the joke there is that, from Jimmy Carter all the way through, our presidents have essentially made themselves and their own military empire hostage to Iran. I argued a few different times over the years that in an ironic way, our military empire over there is preventing us from having a war with Iran. Because if we do have a war with Iran, they can hit all those bases. And we're just too close, and we cannot shoot down everything that they can launch. And so then that turned out to be right. And only problem is that Donald Trump was convinced by the Israelis that it would be easy enough that he could get away with it. And it turned out, no. It turned out not just me, but a lot of other people warned from the days of W. Bush all the way through that if we do this, if the U.S. regime launches this war, all of our military bases in the region and $1 trillion worth of economic targets all up and down that Gulf are at risk. And so then now we see the next stage of that, which is, okay, geez, our bluff's been called. Our conventional military empire in the Middle East was a bluff, essentially, and has been completely unable to repel Iranian power once fully provoked by America and Israel launching this aggressive war against them. And so, Robert Pape from the University of Chicago, he may be getting a little carried away, but he's saying this has made Iran a world power, essentially. They have, by virtue of their geography, this all-important choke point, and now they have essentially total control over it. And so this makes them a force to be reckoned with in the world. I think you probably heard the news, I believe it was Goldman Sachs did a study that said Iran will probably make $90 billion off of the tolls of ships going through the strait over the next year. 90 billion a year they'll be making off of this thing is the estimate now. So this is a huge strategic catastrophe for the United States. Again, not to take away the fact that they did beat up Iran really bad too. They've killed thousands of people. They've caused, I don't know, tens, hundreds of billions of dollars worth of damage to the Iranian nation, over this. So it's not like, oh, ha ha ha, all pure backfire and Iran is triumphant or anything like that. Both sides, have suffered, and especially the Iranian side has suffered the violent action in this fight. But at the end of the day, they are coming out strategically ahead and America far behind.
Yeah, I mean, they have hit a lot of civilian infrastructure as well in Iran. And as you said, they've hurt many civilians. Now, in terms of, you mentioned the Iranian response to the Gulf states as well as Israel. What level of damage did the Iranians cause in terms of to Israel and to the Gulf states, both in terms of the volume, but also more importantly, reports stated that they were running out of defense interceptor missiles. They'd taken the radar systems out. They were getting to a point where most missiles they were striking towards Israel were hitting.
Yeah, well, listen, first of all, thank goodness they did not target the barracks, and they did not make it a point of trying to kill all of our guys. And they did kill some, obviously, especially in Kuwait, but they were mostly focusing pinprick strikes on radar station, the building itself with the radar in it itself. These drones are smart enough with their cameras and microchips to pick their targets very carefully. In many cases, it was drone strikes as well as missile strikes, where they do have precision guidance on those things. And apparently they chose very deliberately to target, small targets within one building here and one building there, and nothing like an attempt to destroy all of our guys in their barracks in a sneak attack in the middle of the night, or, this kind of deal. So we have not suffered mass casualties here. In fact, I got in a little bit of trouble from misunderstanding, I think, when I tweeted out a thing about all that America has lost on a strategic level. And I didn't mention the 14 Americans or 15 Americans who have been killed in the war. And it wasn't that I was trying to neglect them. I considered it. And obviously they're a major cost of the war, but that's not a strategic defeat. What I was talking about is like the broad long-term consequences, the overall setbacks that America has suffered here. And so the casualties don't count as a strategic defeat, except for the families of those who obviously are now devastated from the loss of their loved ones unnecessarily in this thing. So that's the most important thing there, is that, it could have been much worse. But then, yes, they have, cratered runways. They've hit important refueling tankers and AWACS planes. They've hit radar stations and, various like technical command centers and things in all 13 bases from Erbil to Muscat, right? From that is northern Iraqi Kurdistan all the way down to Oman, and every country up and down the Gulf, and then a whole, I don't know if anybody's done this calculation, but yeah, again, as I warned for 20 years, sorry, but it is true, told you so, that there's $1 trillion, or sometimes, as I would say, $1 bazillion, in other words, an incalculable amount of economic targets up and down that Gulf. And what they hit, man, they hit refineries in Kuwait and in Bahrain and Saudi, and I believe in Oman as well.
That was a false flag, bro.
I'm sorry?
That was a false flag from what I understand. But so, yeah, generally speaking, they hit.
Oh, okay. Players. Well, if you say so, but whatever. I mean, they did. They not only proved that they could, but they did, really cause major economic damage. I saw, so they hit like this giant chemical plant in the UAE that's right on the Gulf and stuff. So, these are terrible consequences for the countries of the region. And again, really calling the bluff of American conventional military power, frankly, anywhere in the world, right? I mean, if we're talking about Iraq War I, where a country sends their armored divisions into another country, can we then push them back out again? Yeah. But can we use that same kind of conventional military to just bomb a country into behaving the way we want them to? No. And in fact, same thing for our ground troops. I mean, if you look at, I'm being a little redundant from another interview earlier today. Forgive me, people who watched them all. But like, if you look at Iraq, Afghanistan, and Libya, you had in Iraq a very heavy hand of the occupation. In Afghanistan, a more medium strength type hand, if you will. And then in Libya, a more light touch, where they do the air power campaign for the militias on the ground and let them take it from there. And in all three cases, it resulted in nothing but chaos and destruction and negative consequences for virtually everyone all the way around, and including casualties in the high hundreds of thousands in Iraq, probably more than 1 million people in Iraq, hundreds of thousands of Afghans, and at least tens of thousands of Libyans, and the reinstitution of chattel slavery there, the breakup of the country really into 2 or 3 major pieces, and just chaos. So, if you're the Likud, then I guess this is all great, because failure for everyone all around, chaos and destruction for everyone all around, serves their interests to make them artificially strengthened in comparison to their weakened enemies around them. But for the United States of America and the rest of the people of the world, all of this instability comes all at our expense, and an incredible expense. I don't know how anyone could look at the situation and think that it's worth it, especially now.
Just actually, I have got an interesting question for you. I don't really ask this question much to guests, but what's your perspective on, and because everyone has very different opinions and thoughts on this, what's your thoughts on the Gulf states? And what I mean by that is there's just
on the what now?
On the Gulf states.
Oh,
Yeah, because there's different perspectives on this. Some believe that, for example, the UAE and the Saudi Arabia, they kind of have different opinions on this. Some believe that they're basically one bloc. Others believe that they're trying to stay out of this and they're being forced into this by the US and they're not happy with it. Others believe that they're pushing the US towards this. And, so what's your kind of perspective on it?
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, I can't tell you I have real good insight into that. And by the way, I'm pretty sure that dang old Benjamin Netanyahu planned this war for right when I'm moving, and it's a huge project, man, of what I've got going on over here. So I've been terribly distracted, and I really, when it comes to the day-to-day of the war, there's so much that I'm missing. And, people really, I recommend you to antiwar.com to keep up, and the Libertarian Institute as well, to keep up on what's going on the day-to-day basis there. I'm sure that there's a lot that's escaping my attention in terms of reports, either way. I have seen some claims that I take with a grain of salt about, for example, that Mohammed bin Salman is urging Trump to seek peace, or Mohammed bin Salman is urging Trump to destroy Tehran, or whatever it is. You know what I mean? I don't know. I have no way of judging those, and I've only seen a couple either way.
Yeah.
And I don't remember believing in any of them. You know what I mean? I just kind of read them for what they were. So I really don't know about that. I don't think I can answer part of your question about, whether they're all secretly united together on anything. And I think the answer to that is no. Do they all have a fear of Shiite hegemony in the region? Yes. And is that mostly America's fault for helping Iran's best friend seize power in Baghdad in 2003? Yes. And that's something that has destabilize the entire region ever since then, as they're trying to figure out how to make up for that mistake. As I believe it was Prince Bandar, it was Prince Turki Al Faisal who said that Daesh is our response to your support for the Dawah, right? So, in other words, ISIS is, Saudi's revenge for America putting Iran's best friends, the Shiites, in power in Baghdad. That's just one example of the backlash that has gone on. There's another reason why the presence of the Houthis in Sana'a in Yemen became intolerable to the Saudis was because Iran had already suffered or had already gotten away with this major victory in America's Iraq War II, and now they're getting another one at their expense down in Yemen in their south. And so if it had not been for the first one, the second one probably wouldn't have happened, but the second one alone might have been more tolerable if it hadn't have been for the first, if that makes sense, you know? So there's all that strategic instability there. Now, the Qataris, of course, have a shared gas field with the Iranians that goes under the Gulf. Yeah. So they have a huge interest in trying to promote stability there. And I think they always have real divisions between them and the Saudis, who oftentimes team up with the UAE against Qatar. And, you know, like, and they contradict themselves a lot, right? Like the Qataris support, I think, like in the war in Yemen, the Saudis usually are against the Muslim Brotherhood, that the Qataris do support, like in Turkey and in Syria and in Egypt. And then I think usually the Saudis disapprove of that, but then the Saudis back, and that's only these days. I mean, the Saudis helped create the Muslim Brotherhood in the first place, if you want to go back to the Cold War, yeah, or whatever. But they definitely supported them in the war in Yemen, whereas the UAE was against the Muslim Brotherhood party in Yemen and intended to support the worst bin Ladenites from the Al-Qaeda, AQAP, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, and ISIS groups there, who basically fought as allies together. And so, you know, as Ronald Reagan said when he was complaining about the Beirut bombing of 1983 and explaining his decision to go ahead and just quit Lebanon at that point, was he said he could never understand the irrationality of Middle Eastern politics. And what he meant was there's just too many damn factions for him to keep track of and figure out what all their various interests are and how they might align or disalign and over what issues they would. And that is essentially, it's like Frederick Hayek says, it's the information problem. It's one of the major arguments against all government central planning in an economic sense, and obviously it applies in a foreign policy senses. The people in charge just don't know enough to decide. They're not basing their actions on pricing signals in the market as determined by millions and billions of economic players in the market. They're basing their decisions on what some kook from an Israeli think tank tells them to go with. And then they just end up making a bad call because they just don't understand enough. Like, for example, even, you know, you and me and probably anyone in your audience, if Netanyahu had come to us and told us that, oh, this is going to be easy, man. All you got to do is kill the Ayatollah and the whole regime will fall apart. And then they'll do whatever you say. We'll parachute the monarchists in there and it'll be perfect. And everyone will love being ruled by the Shah's son. And we're, you and I and everybody listening to this would go, get the hell out of here with that, right? But on Trump's National Security Council and in Trump's Oval Office, I'm listening. Wow, this really sounds exciting. And you're saying everyone will call me a hero, huh? And it'll be great. All right. You know, I'll get to take credit for the dawn of the new era of America's close friendship with Iran under the Shah and whatever. You know, he didn't have enough information from enough different sources to help him understand why that can't be true. And that, in fact, no, if you parachute the Shah in there, he's a dead man. That's what'll really happen, you know?
But is that true, though? Because did he not have actual intelligence information from his own intelligence services that actually said that by killing Ayatollah Khamenei, you would not have a regime change? And this is something that was claimed by Joe Kent later as well.
Look, I mean, it's hard to say exactly what's going on. You know, in the New York Times story, they did kind of tell him it won't be that easy, but then he seemed to kind of go along with the belief that it would be anyway.
Well, the claim is he listened to the Israelis, right?
Yeah. And look, it's also the case in that Times story and in others, and I think we all already kind of know this anyway, right? Nobody is telling him, Mr. President, stop. Let me tell you something, okay? You're wrong. This is wrong. That guy's a liar. You need to snap out of it before you George Bush yourself to death here, pal. No one talks to Donald Trump that way. Not Jared Kushner, and Jared Kushner is for this policy, but like, even if Jared Kushner was so loyal to Trump that he really only cared about Trump, and he really only cared about doing the right thing for this president, would he actually put his foot down and say, look, you trust me. I'm really smart and I'm looking out for you. This is stupid for 7 reasons, okay? Nobody talks to the man that way. They just don't. And once the Israelis convince him that like this is going to be fun, then good luck talking him out of it, man. You get chewed out and run right out of the room. It wouldn't work anyway. You know? It sucks, but he's a real dummy, man. It's the same thing we saw with W. Bush. And I'm not saying Barack Obama was deep or intelligent. Hell, he started more wars than W. Bush did. But it was a different kind of arrogance. W. Bush's arrogance was fully conscious of his lack of information and yet fully contemptuous of the idea that he owed it to himself or anyone else to know what he was doing, right? He would say this out loud. He would go, I go with my gut. In other words, he couldn't be bothered to even read the damn morning newspaper. He didn't know anything. And he didn't think that, geez, I guess if I'm world emperor, maybe I should like try to read the newspaper in the morning. You know what I mean? But like, no, if Condi Rice can't explain it out loud to me in 5 minutes, I don't want to know. And Donald Trump is just that same way. He doesn't want a briefing. He wants a nudge and won't put up with much more than that.
Well, just to add credibility to your point, reports state that Trump was given 2-minute reels about bombings that were occurring in Iran to basically let him know that things are going really well. So there wasn't even detailed videos. It was just 2-minute TikTok videos that were shown to him to show like things are going really well. And by the way,
like, you know, for young people who might not understand the context here or whatever, that can be a real bait and switch, right? Again, the U.S. Navy can make something explode anywhere that they wish on the planet Earth, and no one can stop them. They are the exploders of things. And Trump is right to kind of almost even relish like the actual amount of power that he has there. I'm not saying he's right in like the cynical way, like, but I just mean he's right to appreciate the ability of the Air Force and the Navy to destroy what they wish to destroy. It's just that doesn't really matter. You know, that's the point, right? Is you can show Donald Trump 24 hours nonstop clips of things exploding. And that would be like, he's now missing the forest for the trees. And he doesn't really understand that in this war, you can blow up a lot of things, but as long as they still got a lot left, then you lost. Right? Like that is, and so, you know what I mean? And that is a subtle kind of point for a 7th grader or an American president.
And just to add, I'll ask you another component of this, and then we want to kind of have I think I want to ask a different question, because the thing is he really, he's dumb? Now, the question is this. It just came out, Dershowitz just came out and basically said that the plan to block the blockade was his actual plan, which then Trump implemented. So I guess the question is A, is that true? And B, how much of these things are being thought out? Like, why is it that Epstein's lawyer is making these decisions or directing decisions in a advanced military perspective?
Because that's who he's still talking to, right? Because anybody else, you know, it isn't going to just be all flattery and all, you know, confidence in ratifying the decisions that he's making here. So for Trump, I mean, picture the scene. The Dersh is online too. And he's like, oh, good. I want to hear from Alan Dershowitz because he's going to tell me I'm smart. He's going to tell me what I want to hear about what a great job I'm doing. And then he picks up the phone and Dershowitz goes, you're the bravest, most brilliant, most handsome president in the history of the world. And you just saved the people. You're going to go down in the next chapter of the Bible. It's going to be about how the great leader of North America saved the Jews from the nuclear Holocaust. And whatever it is that he has to hear about his greatness. And he always is with the comparisons. Am I more like Abraham Lincoln or am I more like George Washington? I think I'm actually better than both. And then they tell him, yeah, that's right. You're even better than George Washington. In fact, you're like a biblical figure. You're like as great as FDR would be if he had invaded Germany in 1936. and prevented World War II from ever breaking out in the first place by doing it like that instead. Where you're going to go down in the history of all of mankind as one of the greatest leaders who ever lived. All you got to do is pull this trigger. And that's enough to get him to go, man. I mean, I've been joking, but it must be right that there's a national intelligence estimate somewhere in Israel that just says, flatter him. That's it. Just tell him how tall and brave and strong and handsome he is, and he'll do what you say.
Okay, let's by the way, I know it sounds like we're ridiculing him, but unfortunately it does seem like that. But that being said, let's try and steelman maybe the other perspective, and I want to your thoughts on that. So maybe this is the opposite of what we're claiming, and he's actually not that dumb. This is his way of saving the United States of America. They're in a huge amount of debt. He takes Venezuela. He takes the Chinese control out of there. He takes the energy infrastructure from there. He weakens the energy infrastructure in the GCC, strengthens it in the United States of America, weakens China's control over that. And if you look at the crisis that's been occurring now, people are looking for American energy. And this essentially is his last way. I don't believe this, by the way, but I'm just trying to steal my name. This is his last way to essentially save the American empire, take control over energy infrastructures, make sure that he's sorted out what's happening in the Middle East, take control of the Western Hemisphere. This is why he's taken over Cuba. He's going to take over Greenland in terms of the rare earth material. This is his just last gasp to save America and the empire.
Well, look, yes, this is a severe rationalization, right? That, like, you could say, well, he's redlining all this oil. He's trying to keep all this oil off the market so that more people want to buy it from America, and somehow we'll get some new contracts, whatever. Oil is literally a liquid. And on top of that, is a very fungible resource. And so, whatever is going on in the Gulf is temporary. It's going to reopen under Iranian control. And so that is going to empower Iran and China rather than weaken them at American expense. I mean, to America's benefit. So I just think that that's wrong. I think, there are all these stories that came out where, people are always trying to rationalize what must be going on here, because if it's just Netanyahu convinced Trump to do it over some nonsense, then that sucks. You know what I mean? That's like it was just some stupid gay kid that killed Charlie Kirk. It's way more exciting if there's a good, not good, but like a great, like a big sized reason for that to happen instead of some stupid little reason. You know what I mean? So this is all about screwing the Chinese, right? I saw a guy, he did this whole thing on YouTube. He's this big military strategic expert guy. I saw his whole thing on YouTube about how this is all really about screwing China. And then the next morning, Trump tweeted, I want all the other countries of the world to come and reopen the strait. Britain, France, Korea, China, please come help, right? Okay. There is no brilliant strategic gamesmanship here. This is all about the Likud and the national security strategy in Tel Aviv. That to them, a civilian nuclear program in Iran is intolerable. And whatever they got to tell the Americans to get them to do something about it is worth it. And they were able to convince Trump to move the red line from civilian enrichment, or from an attempt to make a weapon, to civilian enrichment at all. And once the Israelis convinced him to adopt that, he launched the war. And that was what it was. And all the rest of this is essentially trying to rationalize. And there are very well-sourced reports, by the way, in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, the Washington Post, Bloomberg News, and the Times of Israel, all explaining in depth how the Israelis convinced Donald Trump to do this. And that was what it was all about, was Netanyahu and his men, the Foundation for Defense of Democracies and all that. They framed the issue their way, and they got their way. Now, as far as Venezuela and Cuba, that's more about anti-communism than it is about securing those resources. I agree that, yes, they would rather be able to tell the government of Venezuela to not sell oil to China, to sell it to others. But then again, it's a fungible resource. So if Venezuela increases their oil sales to Brazil, then Brazil stops buying it from whoever they were buying it from. And then they, in turn, the market adjusts and whatever, and the Iranian oil and gets to market, and the Chinese end up being able to import from somebody else somewhere else anyway. And, it all balances out in the end anyway. And so I think there is, for very good reason, there is a real hatred of communism. However, that should not translate into support for interventionism. It actually doesn't matter in any national strategic way what regime controls Cuba. I saw someone put up a map of all the oil traffic in the Gulf and said, now you see why Cuba is so important, because it makes it look like it's this great, like, Strait of Hormuz type choke point between Florida and Cuba and the Yucatan Peninsula on the other side. This is not the East Indies, dude. This is no, it does not matter who rules Cuba for the ability of American tankers to get in and out of the Gulf of Mexico, or the Gulf of America, as it's supposedly called now. That is just ridiculous. And it has not mattered that the commies have ruled Cuba since 1959. It's unfortunate for the people of Cuba. It's unfortunate for, the exile right wing living in Miami who wish that they could go home and have things their way again. But that's not a strategic interest of the United States whatsoever. What, gambling and sugarcane, and what I mean? There's no resources in Cuba to exploit, and there's nothing important that the empire needs from them. Yeah. And the same thing with Greenland. We already have military bases in Greenland. And if you look at America's strategic position in the Arctic, we have the Northern European states, and yes, they did add Sweden and Finland to the NATO alliance as part of the reaction to the Russian-Ukraine war. But still, you look at the rest of the Arctic Circle. The rest of the Arctic Circle, there's, obviously there's Northern Canada, but 2/3 of it is Russia. And so who's dominant in the Arctic? Russia. It's just geography. Same way that Persia is dominant in the Persian Gulf. I mean, Russia is all of North Asia. So we have, maybe even reason to have real economic competition somehow there over control of all the Northwest passages, north of Canada and even north of Eurasia there. But, in terms of military competition there's nothing to fight about. There's minerals on the ocean floor, but that's true all over the world. And that's certainly nothing to have a war about. And if they're going to open up a new Northwest Passage for Chinese shipping north of Asia to Europe, then that will cause some adjustments in the global shipping markets, since the ships won't have to go through the Suez Canal anymore or whatever. So that's going to hurt Egyptian tax revenue or something? I give a damn. You know what I mean? There's no reason in the world why, any of that has to be a military competition with Russia and China for any of that. What are we going to do? We're going to prevent them from trading like that? These major nuclear weapon states from having a trading relationship in that way? We're not going to prevent a thing with that. So, I think the Greenland thing is essentially just a vanity project. And you know what it is? As idiotic as this sounds, and man, I don't want to sound like some damn Democrat either. I rooted for Trump 3 times. I never voted for him, but I rooted for him 3 times. I hate the Democrats so much they might as well burn Waco yesterday. Don't anybody get me wrong about that or whatever. But the truth of the matter is that the guy is just a dunderhead, man. And like, I'm looking at the map right here on my wall here. And Greenland on the map, it's almost as big as South America. Okay. It's definitely as big as Brazil on my map. In reality, Brazil is 12 times the size of Greenland. Okay. But what we have is what's called the Mercator map, I think is the guy's last name. And what it is, basically, it's like if you took a round globe and you took like the paper on the surface of that globe and you just flattened it out and you brought it from 3 dimensions straight into 2 dimensions, right? So like in other words, right, if you picture like here's Greenland on the map here away from you, and then I just flatten it, it now looks that much bigger. But the earth ain't flat, dude. So what it is it's an illusion. Greenland is not that big and impressive of a prize. But on a flat map on your wall, it looks like it is.
True.
And so from Donald Trump's point, I mean, hell, it's the size of the Louisiana Purchase. It's bigger than Jefferson's coup from, you know, his purchase of everything to the Rocky Mountains, supposedly from the French. So in Donald Trump's mind's eye, this is greatness, right? So I don't have sources inside the Pentagon. I don't really know this. I've read a little bit about this over the years, and I think there's, you know, this gets brought up from time to time, but I do not believe that the Pentagon, I haven't seen no indication that the Pentagon Joint Staff sat around and wrote up America's strategic outlook for the next 75 years. And here's what we have to do. We must take control of Iran, and we must take control of Venezuela and Greenland in order to this. And I don't think there's even any like one major faction at the think tanks who have been saying like, yes, this is the policy, other than most like after the fact rationalizations for a policy that again is driven by Tel Aviv.
I think with Greenland though, there is some benefit to it. There is the fact that it's got the rare earth material. It is very cold environment. You know, you can basically create your data centers there. There is some kind of tangible benefit for the kind of AI race that's going to be happening with China. So, but
we can do all that without any of this about transferring sovereignty of the entire island to
you can. I agree with that. You could do it with a deal, obviously, with the Mr. Art of the deal. But just one other question before I ask you about Lebanon quickly is, because one of your expertise is looking at the different types of weaponry. A question to you, something which is important. Is this because of monopolization, or is this because of a different reason? But why, or is it just the function of offensive weapons against defensive weapons? But why is it that there is a situation by the military-industrial complex where THAAD defensive missiles are basically produced in such low quantity? The PAC-3s, the various other defense interceptor missiles are produced so slowly. Is this a function of the fact that it's just a defense? Or is this basically the monopolization of the American military-industrial complex, where they've not been able to create innovatively something that can be produced in mass scale really fast, because you've basically got a numbers problem? I mean, I've spoken to so many military experts. Everyone agrees this is a numbers problem. It's very easy for Iran to create drones, hypersonic missiles, ballistic missiles, and the United States of America just can't create the defense interceptor missiles in the quantity perspective for themselves and their allies.
I think it's probably both, right? I think and I'll try to remember to ask Daryl. Daryl Cooper is my co-host on our show Provoked on Friday nights, and he is a former defensive missiles specialist in the Navy. So I could ask him about this, but I think on the face value, the defensive missiles are much more sophisticated in terms of their electronic guts in there that allow them to be able to hit incoming missiles in terms of whatever onboard radar systems they have and that kind of thing that offensive missiles don't need. I think, the Iranian missiles basically need a guidance package and a camera so that the microchip, the program in there can recognize the building it's supposed to hit. And then it's basically, child's work from there compared to defensive missiles. And then plus they have to fire, because they're only so effective. They have to fire sometimes 4, 5, 6, 7 missiles just to take out one.
True.
And so, but then on the other hand, you're also right that the American military industrial machine is meant primarily to extract wealth from the American people rather than come up with cheap and reliable and effective weapon systems for the military to use that are in the best interests of the guys in the field and the best interests of the American people at home. And you can see the discrepancy in, I think, for one example, I don't know enough again about the sophistication of the of the defensive missiles, the THAAD and the Sparrows and whatever. But I know that I read a report. I'm sorry, I don't remember the number. Was it like 200 Tomahawks a year, or maybe it was 2,000? I think it was like 200 Tomahawks a year they make over at Lockheed, these subsonic cruise missiles. I don't even think they're supersonic. And then this article I read was about how the Chinese have a fully automated factory where they don't make them by hand like they're, tailored leather shoes or whatever. They have a assembly line of robots cranking these things out. They do nothing but make cruise missiles 24 hours a day over there, assuming they can get all their materials lined up. They are just cranking the things out because the object there is fill my inventory with high numbers of reliable cruise missiles right now. And yes, you'll get paid. Not, hey man, here's a great way to soak the taxpayer. We'll custom build cruise missiles by hand at a rate of a couple of hundred a year, or maybe it was even less than that. And so it's the same thing like with the F-35. And, all military critics have complained about the F-35 for 25 years straight. And it was apparent even back then. The F-22 had its problems, but they were ironing them out. The F-22 is not as effective as an air-to-ground bomber. It's really more made for air-to-air combat. And the F-35 was supposed to fill not just the role of air-to-ground to replace like F-15s and F-16s, which are effective fighter bombers, but it was supposed to replace all different kinds of planes. It's supposed to be able to be like the Swiss Army knife of jet fighters. So it'd be useful to the Marines. So it would have a vertical takeoff capability that would make it more useful to the Marines, but also it would be stealthy. And so it could be able to fly behind enemy lines. And then also would have such a sophisticated weapon, electronics package on it that it would be able to coordinate the combat of all the other planes around it. And it would be able to do all of these things. And then in fact, it turns out that it can't do anything right. I've seen people even bragging how slow it can fly because they're just out of things that they can brag about. It's not fast. It's not stealthy. It can't climb. It can't turn. The helmet doesn't work. The gun doesn't work. The camera doesn't work. And the Iranians shot one down with long wave radar just a few weeks ago. Remember that story came and went in. Beanie, real quick, just as I had warned, people told me how stupid and wrong I was, and I didn't know what I was talking about this. When I told you with World War II era long wave radar and a good microchip, you can shoot down an F-35. They are not stealthy, and everybody who said I was wrong, no, they were wrong. And the Iranians were able to reach out and touch one with apparently a shoulder-fired Stinger type anti-aircraft missile. Holy crap! And you know what else they said? They said it's so sophisticated, the F-35, that it won't ever even have to fight. So it doesn't matter that it can't turn and it can't climb and it can't go Mach 2 and it can't do any of these things, can't fly in the rain, because it will kill you from so far away that you won't be able to come anywhere near it. Blah, 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 blah. All of that was not true. They spent, probably more than $2 trillion now on the thing. And it's a total bust. It's a total turkey. And as Pierre Spray and all these other critics said at the time, its primary purpose was to transfer wealth from the American people to the stockholders and the executives at Lockheed Martin Marietta. That was what it was for, and they did accomplish that. And in fact, the more of a piece of crap it is, the more money they can put into trying to get it up to flying spec. I'm surprised they even tried to debut the things in the war. That the Israelis flew them in a few missions against Iran previously. I don't think the Americans had tried. And then the first time they flew an F-35 over Iran? It got shot down, and then they didn't try again.
Yeah, they stopped it.
What an absolute humiliation for Lockheed and for the U.S. Air Force and for every congressman and senator who funded this thing, and for every idiot in the media, mainstream and alternative, who tried to stand behind this absolutely worthless machine. when they know how to build a good fighter jet, dude. If you're trying to build a good one and for a decent price, and you might say that, hey, a Chinese knockoff of a F-22 is just a knockoff and it's not as good. You may be right, but I bet you that they can crank them out a lot faster than we can because they're actually interested in the national defense, not simply soaking their tax victims, which is really saying a lot, right? When like they're still flying a hammer and sickle on their red flag, and yet their taxing authorities are nowhere near the predators that we got to deal with in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, and it gets to a point where volume actually matters compared to...
Absolutely, it does. Absolutely.
I want to bring the conversation, because we haven't got much time with you left, about Lebanon, because I know this has been something you've covered a lot. You covered Syria, you covered Lebanon, you covered all these different regions. There is a ceasefire today. I believe it went live 52 minutes ago. I've not checked if it's been broken since then. There was last minute bombing from both sides up until 0 hour. But ceasefire in Lebanon, apparently this is Iran. Well, not apparently. It's very clear that Iran was the one who pushed the ceasefire in Lebanon after the 2024 ceasefire. Israel continued to bomb Lebanon almost on a daily basis, casualties on a daily basis. What's your kind of thought process on Iran causing this ceasefire and what kind of possible ramifications this could have for the current Lebanese government who could not stop Israel from bombing their country?
Oh, man, it's a mess. I'll tell you, I think, one very important point that you raised there was about how the last ceasefire only applied to Hezbollah, right? And the Israelis kept bombing them this whole time. But now that America and Israel have started this war with Iran and brought Iran into this war that was in its own way ongoing on a low level in southern Lebanon, now Iran is in a position of guaranteeing this ceasefire with Israel. And so if the Israelis want to keep it up like nothing has changed and they can still keep bombing southern Lebanon with impunity, and that still counts as ceasefire, then we might see Iran start bombing Tel Aviv again as the enforcer of the ceasefire. That like, no, you're supposed to mean it this time or it doesn't count. We're going to bomb you as much as you bomb them. I think that's probably even likely to be the Iranian position now. They have a promise to live up to Hezbollah, and they don't want to set the example for any of their other friends in the region that they'll leave you high and dry. They can't afford that. They can't afford to leave any of their friends high and dry for the bad impression it might give any of their other friends. And Hezbollah really stuck their neck out and launched all these rocket strikes in the middle of this war to help take some of the heat off Iran and divert Iranian forces and, do their part for their side of the war here. Iran can't turn their back on Hezbollah now. And so, the Israelis have really screwed themselves on this and given Iran a huge incentive to not let the old status quo reign. That, so that could be severely empowering for Hezbollah now, as a result of that. I think also, though, that if the Israelis start bombing Lebanon again and the Iranians start bombing Israel again, it'll be more difficult, I think, for Trump to go ahead and start up the American war against Iran at that point. I mean, maybe if Israel launches a bunch of fighters and then they start getting shot down or whatever, Trump somehow is going to feel like dragged into the thing. But like, there's going to be real pressure by America to stay out. Trump got his ceasefire and I think wants to keep it. I hope he does. I know they're sending a lot of troops to the region and all that, but I mean, come on, all these daydreams about sending guys into special ops in to seize the uranium, or to forcibly open the Strait of Hormuz and all that. Trump seems to have been talked out of all of that, right? All that stuff is just Hollywood stuff, man. You're not doing that. So I think he got a ceasefire. I really hope I'm right about this. I would rather err on the side of caution than alarmism, although that hasn't been working out very well for me lately. But
but yeah, I'm hearing the opposite actually from a number of military sources and people who've got, for example, I had Lieutenant Daniel Davis on as well. He said his Pentagon sources are saying that there's definitely going to be kinetic warfare coming back again. But we'll have to wait and see. Now, Scott, thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. Well, obviously, we'd love to have you back on again. I know you've got an excellent academy where people can learn geopolitics in a wide range of different areas, historic and current affairs. And it's in the Scott Horton Academy. Is that right?
That's right. ScottHortonAcademy.com, the Scott Horton Academy of Foreign Policy and Freedom. And it's me and other great experts on all different aspects of American foreign policy and the domestic police state as well, including Ramsey Baroud on Israel-Palestine and Adam Francisco, a Lutheran professor on essentially debunking Christian Zionism and what the Bible really teaches about the relationship between Christians and Israel and all of that. And that's all at ScottHortonAcademy.com, and you can get a good taste of it. My 2 lectures that are essentially very Iranian-centric that I have posted at thefactsaboutiran.com, and those are all for free there, thefactsaboutiran.com.
Brilliant. And also, you said you've got a show on YouTube. Was that right? You just mentioned it earlier.
Yes, sir. I host a show called The Scott Horton Show. I've got 6,200 something interviews going back to 2003 there, right around this time, 2003, 23 years ago in the start of Iraq War II. And then I have a new show that is with the great American historian Daryl Cooper. He's my co-host, and we do a show every Friday night. It's named after my most recent book, Provoked.
And that's an excellent book. We can see it as the only book in your bookshelf just behind you. So definitely recommend that. So thank you so much for joining. We've got 11,000 people. Well, it says actually it's 14,000 people listening live. So really appreciate you taking your time out to join us. Hopefully we can get a few people to join your membership. I was actually thinking about getting my son to join it just because he's young and get him into politics. So appreciate you for taking your time out. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Scott. Appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. That was Scott. Do follow his academy. Scott Horton Academy. I'm not joking. I'm serious. I'm going to get my daughter to do it as well, actually, as much as you can get chicks to learn politics. But yeah, definitely might even get my son to do it as well, although he's not that much into politics as my daughter. But yeah, do follow them. Guys, if you're watching this video... Oh, I took it off. If you're watching this video, like, subscribe, and comment. Okay, I flopped there. But anyway, you got the gist. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. I'm just going to put the X back on, and then I'll thank the people who've given the memberships. And then we're back into the conversation. Great conversation with Scott there. It's a nice little difference from speaking to the Zionist who came earlier, who was spouting a lot of low IQ comments. Let's put it that way, is probably the nice way to say that. Okay. I'm speaking to the Zionist who came earlier. Okay, almost sorted. Let me just get the comments up. Yeah, great conversation with Scott. I know you may have disagreed with some of his points that he said and agreed. I do tend to have a situation with Scott where we end up disagreeing on a few issues, but to be honest, largely we agreed, and I wanted to hear his thoughts about a number of things. That's why we didn't really get into too much back and forth. I remember our last interview went to a lot of back and forth. But yeah, I think that was good. Guys, if you can let me know in the YouTube comments if things are working, and then we'll get right into the conversation. Let me just let's see who we're thanking. Okay, I want to thank X-Commas. We always see X-Commas in the chat. Really appreciate you, and always sending super chats. So we really appreciate you from Norway, I believe. And with the 10 gifted memberships, appreciate you, X-Commas, and I appreciate the fact that you've given your memberships out to so many people. Really value you being an important member of the community. And now helping others be members of the community as well. And also Watermelon Sugar. Appreciate you being part of the membership as well. Thank you for joining with your level 1 membership too. Really do appreciate you. Lots to get through, lots to speak about. I did read that there is a possibility that Israel broke the ceasefire, but this was like 10 minutes in. So these could have been like rockets that were fired just before. So I'm going to look into that as this space is going on.
But
I've got some news, Suleiman. Can I jump in?
yeah, let's. Well, I'll check that in a second. Okay, so I'm hearing still
Shall I
that the
jump in?
IDF is bombing houses in Bint Jabil. Okay, this is.
Can you hear me,
Okay, I'm just
Suleiman?
gonna catch you up on what we missed. It
Okay,
says
he can't hear
residents
us.
in South Lebanon
Damn.
start going back to their homes. Then we heard Israeli shelling Khiam in South Lebanon. Then we heard them doing that again, continue to shell towns in Khiam. And then we read Lebanese authorities begin opening the road. Okay, that's with them. Approximately 15 minutes ago, IDF troops carried out controlled demolitions of houses in Bint Jabil. Remember, that was where they tried to invade and failed. The IDF has
Andrew, can
warned
you talk
residents
and see
of
if
South
Suleiman can hear
Lebanon,
you?
in particularly south of the Litani River, against returning to their homes. So this is
Oh.
interesting. It looks like the Israelis are trying to break the ceasefire. Okay, I want to. Okay, guys, I'm gonna refresh. 1 second.
Yeah. Can anybody else hear me? Gigi, can you hear me? Andrew, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes,
Okay,
I sure
perfect. When I was
can.
asking
Yep,
Andrew to
loud and
speak and
clear.
he was silent, I was worried it was me and not Suleiman. Sule-
I'm back. Can you hear me?
yeah, we could hear you, but can you
Yeah,
hear
we
us?
hear you. Yep, we hear you loud and clear.
So why stop then? If you can hear me, but I don't have to hear you, what's the problem with that? What's the problem with that?
Be nice,
So
Suleiman. Be nice now.
I was gonna read some news when you came back. I was like, Suleiman, I've got some news. Shall I jump into it? And you just like talking and talking, and I was like, okay, he can't hear us.
Go ahead, give your news. I'm sure it's not as good as the news I give because I give the bestest news. Nobody gives news like me. But anyway, go
Oh,
ahead.
you sound like Trump's prodigy.
I was trying to. Oh my god, you gotta explain jokes to chicks now as well. Go ahead.
You sound like Trump's prodigy. Okay, let me give some news. Yeah, I think so, Orlando. I think you're right. Sully chose not to hear. Orlando says, I agree. That's what he's about. He chose not to hear. So a bit of news. Trump says that Netanyahu and the Lebanese president could visit the White House in the coming days. Netanyahu himself, by the way. He says, as of 2 hours from now, we have a ceasefire with Israel and Lebanon, and that'll be great. And they'll be meeting, probably coming to the White House over the next 4 or 5 days. And that's what he told reporters. He's also, obviously, now Trump needs someone to attack for sure. He needs his evening dose. So he's gone after Mamdani again. He's put out a post saying Mayor Mamdani is destroying New York. It has no chance. The United States of America should not contribute to its failure. It'll only get worse. The tax policies are so wrong. People are fleeing. They must change their ways and fast. History has proven this stuff just doesn't work. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Okay, fine. Senior Iranian officials on the US naval blockade say the head of Pakistani military has conveyed the American message to Iran. The Americans have stated that our naval blockade is for domestic consumption in the United States. We do not intend to fire on Iranian ships. So that's the American message to Iran, that the Americans have said their naval blockade is for domestic consumption in the United States and they don't intend to fire on it. Even makes sense to me. But anyway, a reporter says to Trump, Israel and Lebanon have tried to make peace before. What's going to be different this time? And Trump says, me, I'm the difference. Okay, fine. Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ismail Bagheri says the cessation of war in Lebanon was part of the ceasefire understanding between Iran and America. From the beginning, we emphasized the necessity of establishing a simultaneous ceasefire across the entire region, including Lebanon. We commend the steadfastness of the Lebanese people and the resistance fighters in the face of aggression, and we thank Pakistan for its valuable efforts, especially during the past hours. We express our solidarity with the Lebanese people and government and emphasize the necessity of complete withdrawal of Zionist entity from the occupied areas. That should be a given, right? Really. I mean, what Iran's asking for is completely normal, like withdraw from the territories you've occupied. Anyway, then he says, we stress the need for the release of prisoners, the return of disabled persons, and the reconstruction of devastated areas and infrastructure with the support of the international community. And I think he means like across Lebanon as well. Netanyahu's on video saying that he agreed to a 10-day temporary ceasefire, he calls it. Temporary ceasefire to advance talks, but he rejected Hezbollah's demands for a full Israeli withdrawal and a quiet for quiet deal. He says Israel will remain in a reinforced security zone in Lebanon. We read that out to you earlier. A reporter said to Scott Bessent, right, this Treasury Secretary, they said to him, why aren't people fleeing? Why aren't people feeling better about the economy? That's what they asked the Treasury Secretary Bessent. Why aren't people feeling better about the economy? And do you know what he says? How stupid does he think people are? Do you know what he says? He says, well, in their heart of hearts, they feel good. I'm not sure what they're telling survey people. Oh, okay. They feel good in their hearts of hearts. Fine. Trump was asked about Iran's plans. A journalist said to Trump asked him about Iran's plans for executions, and Trump responded, tell that to the Pope. Tell that to the Pope. When I read that, I thought, how's Trump even going on about, like, let's just say this executions, let's say it was a Mossad agents or whatever. How is America even able to point a finger at another country for capital punishment? Do you not have that in America as well? Do you not have the electric chair and the gas chamber and all of that nonsense and lethal injection, death by injection? So, like, how is this like the utter hypocrisy of pointing the finger at somebody else about executions? Is disgusting. Doesn't Israel do that all the time? Israel does it in broad daylight on kids' heads and kids' chests, babies. So, yeah, save us the lecture about executions. Thank you very much. Speaker of the Iranian Shura Council, Ghalibaf, has said, we will deal with the ceasefire cautiously and remain united until the complete verification of victory. I thank the mediating efforts of Pakistan and General Asim Munir in establishing the ceasefire. The ceasefire was nothing but a result of Hezbollah's steadfastness and the unity of the axis of resistance. So he's talking about unity of axis of resistance. This demon, Steve Bannon, has made a statement saying, I'm a huge advocate of Trump's third term. Yeah, sure he is. Also, we have Republican Congressman Troy Nehls has said that Trump is almost the second coming of Christ. This Republican Congressman Troy Nehls thinks Trump is almost the second coming of Christ. This is disgusting, what they're doing. Qatar's welcomed initial step towards de-escalation in Lebanon. Hezbollah said at 11:50 p.m. local time, we simultaneously shell the settlements of Kfar Giladi, Tel Hai, Kiryat Shmona, Metula, and Misgav with missile salvos. China's crude oil production is up to a record 4.6 million barrels per day. God, as expected, Israeli aggression continues despite an announced ceasefire taking effect. This was an hour ago. Shelling reported in South Lebanon's Bint Jbeil. There's a long statement by Hezbollah as well about the ceasefire, call on you to exercise restraint, they say, refrain from heading to the targeted areas. They're telling people not to go back to the targeted areas at the moment. We recognize the depth of your longing to return to your villages and homes. We appreciate the patience and steadfastness you've shown. However, out of concern for your safety and your precious lives, we call on you to remain patient and endure. So they're telling people don't return home yet. Even though there's a ceasefire, those areas are occupied now by those areas are occupied by Israel. So yeah, they're telling people not to return home, which is interesting, isn't it? So those people are displaced. How long for? When can they return home? What, this 10-day like ceasefire is so delicate that they can't return home? That's crazy. Galibaf have said, as I said last night as well, the ceasefire was nothing but a result of Hezbollah's steadfastness, unity of axis of resistance, and we will deal with this ceasefire with caution. We'll remain together until the full realization of victory. I think I read this. We are true to our pledge, he said. And he thanked Pakistan. Let's do useless statement of the day. Today's useless statement of the day does not come from Keir Starmer. It comes from Ursula. It comes from Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the EU Commission. And she's done some lame statement. She welcomes a 10-day ceasefire. It's a relief, blah, blah, blah. Now we need not just a temporary pause, but a path to permanent peace, blah, blah. Europe will continue to call for the full respect of Lebanon's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Notice she doesn't call out Israel there. And will keep supporting the Lebanese people through substantial humanitarian aid. She didn't call out Israel once. I mean, I don't even know why these people in Europe and the UK try to make these statements. Who even listens to them? They're so irrelevant. Apart from Spain, obviously, Pedro Sanchez, he's the top G. He can carry on talking, but the rest of these people just need to shut up and get back in a corner. Israel comes as no surprise to anybody, has preserved the right to self-defense in Lebanon under the terms of the ceasefire, and this is according to America, that Israel has preserved the right to self-defense in Lebanon. What else? Yeah, this, I don't know what this is about, but I'm just going to read it out. So this is Pezeshkian. He says, last year, at the United Nations General Assembly, I urged a return to the golden rule of Islam, Christianity, Judaism, and human conscience. And then he says, quote, do not do to others what you would not want done unto yourself. A universal principle so blatantly violated by the Zionist regime, he says. Oh, he's not wrong about that. He says nuclear weapons for one regime, but war against an entire nation over its peaceful nuclear program, ? Scientists assassinated in Iran, Iraq, and Syria, killed children in Minab. Has human consciousness died in some world leaders? ? Yeah, unfortunately, it has died. Separate news. Casey's not here, but should have been happy. The US House has voted to extend temporary protected status for 350,000 Haitian migrants by 3 years. 350,000 Haitian migrants by 3 years. That was other news that we do report on. I did say already Hezbollah's urged displaced civilians to delay returning home before ceasefire takes effect. Pope Leo posted a message on X condemning those who manipulate religion for their own gain. He says, woe to those who manipulate religion and the very name of God for their own military, economic, and political gain, dragging that which is sacred into the darkness and filth. Darkness and filth, that's what he says. I think that's it from me, Suleiman, to be honest. I see Brother Hussein's joined us as well. Nice, nice. I don't know if Suleiman can hear me or not. Or does he not want to hear me, maybe?
Unfortunately, I can't hear. Is someone speaking, guys? Someone speaking at the moment?
No, not at all, Sully. I couldn't hear anybody speaking.
I didn't hear anything, to be honest. But yeah, guys, we're live on X, we're live on YouTube. Retweet the space, reshare the space. If you're on YouTube, like the YouTube video. Lots to speak about and lots to get through. Hussein, what's your thoughts on this ceasefire in Lebanon?
Well, as we already reading through your post there, the Israelis are already breaking it. But aside from that, we knew that was going to happen anyways. Aside from that, I mean, honestly, this ceasefire doesn't really sound too good to me. I mean, what is the Lebanese government agreeing to really? That they're allowing them to still do coordinated strikes when they feel fit, This is basically the 2024 quote unquote ceasefire, that Israel had free range to just fire and kill innocent civilians whenever they wanted to. And, the resistance couldn't respond, or else, they're going to just call it a full fledged war. I don't see, like I said, I don't see anything coming out of this, just a temporary pause, if you even want to call it a pause. There are reports that, the southern Lebanese people, civilians, are trying to get back to their homes, and that the resistance is warning them to tread cautiously because of tensions are still high, obviously, down there. But the Southerners, this is how they are. They know that if they they keep their homes abandoned, that they are going to eventually. There's a possibility of Israelis obviously stealing them later on, and so they're rushing back. Not only because they're displaced, but because they know that the implications might mean that later on there's a possibility that Israelis won't leave for a long time until the resistance forces them out, like they have in the past. So um, I don't want any innocent civilians to get hurt. So I know that this has just started the ceasefire, but already Israel is breaking it. The resistance knows that they were going to break it anyways, and they're warning their fellow brothers and sisters to not go into the south just of yet until they handle the situation. But honestly, solely, I don't think anything holds. I think the war continues. The only thing that Israel responds to is force, and because it's only if you go through history, the only way it's been repelled is through force. Twice in South Lebanon, and obviously, they had the war in '73 with Egypt, where they were forced out of Sinai. They don't know anything but force. So diplomacy is not going to work. They're going to take advantage of the Lebanese government. Well, they're cocks anyways, but they're going to take advantage of them, and they are going to do what they want unless someone forces them out. That's just my initial thoughts.
And what's your thoughts on this? That the fact that Iran was able to cause this ceasefire and now the Lebanese government is scrambling, how weak does that make them look?
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, like, there was also, I'm not taking away from what Iran has done. Obviously, they're the influence from this ceasefire, be it good, be it bad. The reason why there is even discussions of a ceasefire is because Iran has cards, with against America. They have some kind of leverage against America that they can use, and they were forcing America and Trump to put Lebanon into these ceasefire talks. Now, the details of the ceasefire, I'm not really too happy with, and I'm telling you this as just being right in the middle. I don't want to. I am Lebanese, and I am pro resistance. I'm pro Iran, but I'm also I'm looking at this from the lens of that we know what Israel has done in the past and what they're capable of, and their deception and their ceasefire breaking, and for me. I know that this is just a way to get their foot in the door, and Iran is the reason why their foot is in the door. Um, but obviously, I want more. I want something more permanent, something more like, hey, if you want talks to continue between us, America, Trump, you need to force Israel to withdraw from Lebanon. We will tell the resistance. We will inform the resistance that, hey, it's best that we pause pounding the north. Let us get these talks through, and then we'll go from there. But just a temporary ceasefire while they're still inside South Lebanon. And they're gonna do some shady, things in there. They're gonna start. They're already blowing up houses even after the ceasefire was announced in Bint Jbeil. And just today, even before the ceasefire, they were attacking ambulances with paramedics in there. They actually double tapped one ambulance. They shot an ambulance. Another ambulance came to try to rescue those civilians, and then they just bombed that ambulance as well. So the paramedics. Um, I again, for Iran, from Iran's point, it makes the Lebanese government definitely look weaker than what they already are. I just don't like the details of it so far, but yeah, if it wasn't for Iran, the foot wouldn't even be in the door.
And so, Hussein, in terms of, I was looking at the document that the Lebanese government is trying to institute with the Israelis. It seems like a complete surrender, demilitarization of Hezbollah. Israelis have control over certain regions. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, we always said this as Southerners, from the South, that the Lebanese government really never honestly like cared so much about the South. We were like kind of like, I wouldn't say second class citizens, but we were like an afterthought in a sense, because the resistance, is primarily there. Um, so like, them giving away, even an inch of land to Israel, or them conceding that, hey, you guys can still conduct some military strikes, some random military strikes or whatever you deem, in your interest of self defense. I mean, this is a complete concession to, and a complete surrender from the Lebanese government, and they're just basically saying, hey, listen, we'll do our part by trying to disarm the resistance and keep ourselves defenseless, and you can just have free will to do whatever you want. You can stay in certain points of South Lebanon, and you can continue bombing our civilians as you seem fit. And we've seen them do that during the 2024 ceasefire. This is nothing different, and if anything, it's worse because you're giving up land at this point. Because before, at least, they didn't invade South Lebanon during 2024. They weren't fully entrenched. They did have some key, like, 3 or 4 points that they were in, but they didn't have a full invasion, and they didn't concede to giving up any land. So I think it's horrendous. You have President Anoun, who's having direct talks with Marco Rubio and Netanyahu. Now, I did read that he declined to talk to Netanyahu directly, but I don't know how true that is. Still, he's in direct talks, which is, there's a law against, in Lebanon. There's a law against to making any kind of deals with the Israeli government. I'm not sure how he's getting around this. And then, like I said yesterday, we were talking about this, Soli. I think there's going to be some kind of civil war on the horizon, in Lebanon, because the Lebanese people are not happy with how this is being handled. The majority of the Lebanese people are with the resistance. This is including Sunnis and Christians, and a lot of the Druze that are there as well. So, in my opinion, and I know, a lot of Lebanese don't want to hear this, but in my opinion, there is going to probably be some kind of civil war. How bloody, how bad does it get? I'm not sure, but to be honest, this government needs to be overthrown, and they need to kick this guy out. They need to just have somebody in there who's not going to tolerate dealing with terrorists who are killing their own civilians, bombing high schools, bombing paramedics, double tapping paramedics, actually. Um, Saying they want to steal your land and create a 8 kilometer buffer zone that they're only allowed to patrol and be in. And you know what happens when they have buffer zones, quote unquote. Look at Syria right now. I mean, they're like what, like 10 kilometers away from Damascus? How did that happen? And they still have the buffer zone and nobody's doing anything about it. Uh, yeah, and we've seen obviously what happened in occupied Palestine, what they're doing in the West Bank, what they have done in Gaza. So, to answer your question and summarize it, Sully, yeah, that's a complete surrender from the Lebanese government, and they're complete cucks.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good at all. I think it's quite clear that the Lebanese government has sold out to the Israeli regime. They weren't really even bothered about stopping the Israeli attacks that happened on a daily basis. What was the Hussein? You're from Yarun, which is on the border. The Israelis failed to take Bin Jabel, so that was a complete and total failure. But in terms of South Lebanon, what's actually the conversation been amongst the people for the last year and a half while the Israelis have been bombing them?
Yeah, it's been complete, Sully, and I say this unilaterally, and when I say unilaterally, I mean, nothing is 100%, but from, I have a lot of family. I'm probably related to at least one person from every village in South Lebanon, to be honest. That's just how close we are. Um, and I'd say 99% of the South are completely with the resistance, and they want them to continue to force the Israelis out of South Lebanon. There is nobody in the South is peddling the Lebanese government's narrative that they're okay with just having some points and staying there permanently, and they can do coordinated strikes whenever they see fit. A lot of people from the South have family members or friends that have already been martyred in these last 2-3 years, and so the only way they see justice is if they retain their land and they rebuild. Listen, houses will be rebuilt, buildings will be rebuilt. That's not going to be an issue. It's just what happens afterwards. Are the invaders pushed away, or are they going to stay there permanent? And that's what we don't want. As far as Bint Jbeil, yeah, I mean, look, it was an estimated 15,000 troops Netanyahu tried to send into Bint Jbeil to try to take it, and we know hours before the ceasefire was announced, he was trying heavily to force his troops into trying to take it over prior to the ceasefire being announced. And I think the reason why there's still attacks after the ceasefire now is because he's just so upset and butthurt that he wasn't able to take it away from, a few dozen resistance fighters that are still there at the center of Bint Jbeil. Um, and when we talk about Bint Jbeil, it is a very, very tight, hilly town, and it's a nightmare for Merkava tanks. I mean, this is why I'm saying even if they ever did take it, they would never really hold it. The terrain is not for them. Most of South Lebanon is like that, but specifically Bint Jbeil, the terrain is not made for Merkavas. It's not, the only way you'll be able to get a mass amount of soldiers in and out is through helicopters. And you're not gonna just be dropping 10,000 troops every other month into Bint Jbeil to try to hold. You're gonna have to have the ground troops to patrol the streets and patrol the neighborhoods in Bint Jbeil, and those are prime for ambushes. And the Merkavas just can't fit in certain streets, and they cannot fit into tight quarters and make these sharp turns into the tight areas and the tight streets of Bint Jbeil. Like I said, anybody that's from there or anybody that's from the region will tell you that it's very, very hard. And so, like I said, if they ever even claim that they took it, they'll never be able to hold it long term. But yeah, it's a complete failure for Bint Jbeil. I'll say this is gonna be the third time that they failed to take Bint Jbeil. 2006 was an embarrassment. And the year 2000 they were obviously pushed away after the liberation, and now here we are 20 years later after 2020 after '06, still they can't take it. And here's even the worst part: all these years later, they're actually stronger than they were. The Israelis are, on paper, they are stronger than they were, militarily wise, than they were in 2006, and they still can't take it. This is a town. It's not as big as people make it seem. That people are making it seem like Bint Jbeil is like the size of Texas or something. It's definitely not. It's a few kilometers long, and it's only 3 kilometers away from the border. And we're talking about 50 days in with 15,000 troops. I mean, it is a complete embarrassment, and a huge failure on Netanyahu's part.
Major failure indeed. Major failure indeed. Getting smashed up. Chris, jump in.
Just had a quick question for Hussein. Could you, like, did you agree with, or do you believe that, if we're talking about Lebanon as a country, do you agree that Lebanon, the army, has not upheld the ceasefire kind of agreement of removing Hezbollah from that area, which they identified as the buffer zone, or do you not agree with that part of it? I'm curious.
Are you asking? Do I agree that they should disarm them?
Yeah, I mean, there was a previous ceasefire agreement, as far as I understand it. There was a previous ceasefire agreement, which, everything, I think it was south of the Litani River, was supposed to be a buffer zone. And Hezbollah was supposed to disarm, not have any infrastructure in there, and essentially retreat past the Litani River. Do you believe that was, they shouldn't have agreed to that? Or do you believe that Lebanon, should have enforced that? Do you see anything wrong with that part of it?
Yeah, I see a huge thing wrong with it here. First of all, I don't want the resistance to disarm because they're the only thing that's keeping Israel from taking South Lebanon, and then even further up. You got to remember the thing, Chris, about this is that you got to remember history and what happened in the past, and you have to apply it to what's happening today and the history of Israel and what they have done in the past, not just in Lebanon but in other regions like Palestine and
Hmm.
Syria now and so on and so forth, even Egypt, where they try to take the Sinai and they had to, unfortunately, fortunately for the Egyptians, force it back over to the Egyptians. But no, the only reason that South Lebanon is still South Lebanon was because of the resistance. So do I agree with the Lebanese government trying to disarm Hezbollah? Hell no. Number one, and number two, um, the army. I don't blame the army themselves because they're just given orders and they have to just follow orders. It is just like the American army, going to fight in Iran, for example. I'm sure most of them don't want to do it, but they're just given orders and they have to follow orders. um, and I'd say about a good portion of the Lebanese government have some kind of family member or some kind of relative or some kind of friend that's associated with someone in the resistance, whether it be through friendship, through marriage, through whatever it may be, and so they don't want to be at odds with their brethren, so to speak. But again, they're just following orders, and they did honestly try. They did some operations where they say they found some tunnel and they got some weapons away. But, anyways, honestly, to be honest with you, even if they really tried, they would never really fully disarm them. They don't know where they keep their weapons. There's a whole sophisticated um, uh, tunnel system. There's a whole sophisticated way that the resistance knows how to guard their military equipment. um, so even if they wanted to, they couldn't. But to answer your question, no, I don't agree that they should have done that. And the Lebanese government is just upholding to whatever the Israelis and the Americans want, honestly. So I don't know if that answers your
Um,
question.
it just yes, it does, and just for clarification here, and like we're like these questions are not coming from a point of contention. I don't have a. I think it's horrible that like Israel tries to stand on this high horse and you know take all these actions when when they occupy certain areas with settlements and stuff like that. And I fully agree that that would be the concern on Lebanon's end. However, like when like you have a country and then they make an agreement on something, then wouldn't it, just looking at it factually speaking, if Lebanon isn't upholding that side of the agreement, and doesn't that represent like doesn't that kind of it doesn't help Lebanon is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I get what you're trying to say. You're trying to say that the resistance not upholding the resistance not cooperating with the Lebanese government is not good for Lebanon. Is what you're saying, right?
hmm
Yeah,
I
but
I'm
mhm.
yeah, and I mean I do understand though that Hezbollah, as far as I understand it, Hezbollah's like resistance force, if you want to call it that, or like their militia, I think is larger than the entire Lebanese army.
Yeah, the Lebanese army is heavily underfunded by design, by the way. But let me just tell you one thing though. A lot of people don't know this, and they say the resistance is not upholding their part. They're Lebanese civilians. They need to follow the government's orders. But the problem is that most people don't know that the resistance Hezbollah is actually a part of the government. They have a parliament seat in the government. They have say in the government. So although they
25%, right?
yeah, yes. I don't know how much percent it is, honest to God, but I know that for sure they're part of the government. So when we say like they must follow the rules of the government and whatnot, people don't seem to remember that they are part of the government, and they're working on behalf of protecting the Lebanese people in the south, specifically in the south, but all over Lebanon. And again, I say this not to just repeat myself and to sound like a dead horse, but without the resistance, you got to take into consideration that in the 80s and the 90s, there was a huge conflict between the resistance when they were reformed, and then the Israelis and Americans were there as well. The Americans first left before the Israelis did because they saw there was no reason for them to still be there. And then, especially after the bombings in Beirut, and then afterwards, the Israelis ran out once they realized the Americans, were not there to protect them. They ran off and then finally agreed to get behind the UN blue line that the UN had proposed. So, but again, that would have never happened had the resistance not came to pass. You had tanks in the middle of Beirut. You had Israeli patrols for 15 years. Just patrolling South Lebanon, Beirut, large parts of Lebanon's cities, like as if they were just regular civilians, and they were patrolling. They were making the rules. They were harassing citizens. Anything that was going through the government was through them. And then ultimately the Lebanese people came up and said no more of this. And all the resistance was at the time was just purely, they were all Lebanese civilians, purely Lebanese civilians that came up and took arms. Yes, they were funded. Obviously, it's, you know, you can't just create weapons out of nowhere. And they were given the autonomy to liberate themselves. And in the year 2000, that's when the liberation happened. The Israelis ran with between their legs, the tails between their legs, and Lebanon took its liberation. In the year 2006, another war broke out for different reasons. Lebanon was looking to get back some of their POWs that had been held in Israeli prisons for a long time illegally. They conducted an operation. They ended up getting what they wanted, and they won that war. Israel also admitted to having a huge missed opportunity and a huge failure in South Lebanon in 2006. Bint Jbeil being one of them, uh, where they were embarrassed in in the south. Um, and then that war ended, and then here we are today, after October 7th, 2023. So
I just have one follow-up
yeah,
question. I'm sorry, not trying to dominate the conversation here. But just because you seem to have a lot of understanding on this, when it comes to Hezbollah, um, if you were to poll like all the people like that associate like or identify as being part of Hezbollah, how many of those individuals do you believe want an actual solution and peace between Israel and them? And for that matter, like how many of those do you think believe that Israel's current borders that they have, meaning the ones that border with Lebanon, um, like that's okay, like the current borders, like with Lebanon. In other words, that don't just want Israel and all their people to die, right? Like, in other words, for Israel not to exist. Because I think that that seems to always be what it all, everything always comes back to that.
yeah, good question. First of all, for all the resistance, I'm talking about the resistance in Iraq, Yemen, Palestine, Lebanon. None of them want to target innocent civilians like on purpose, right? Obviously, their motto is not to go after innocent civilians. The thing is, like, you know, all these people who want to push this narrative, and it's not you. I know you're asking the question, but the narrative that, you know, they just want to kill Jews, Jews, Jews. You know, like, if you look at the civilian death toll, like, and you look at the way that the resistance operates, like, Hezbollah is attacking. What are they attacking? Strategic military points in northern Israel, right? They're not just randomly attacking, you know, Elia and his family just walking down the street, right? They're targeting military outposts, military satellite posts. They're targeting military infrastructure, and and yeah, that speaks for itself. They don't target innocent civilians, and if they wanted to, honestly, you'd have a lot more innocent dead Israelis than you do now, right? And it's not even close. If they wanted to, but obviously they don't. The thing about you said about the current borders, yeah, there's a lot of this. Well, here's the thing though. So, for example, there's disputed territory where Israel occupies former Lebanese land. That's still Lebanon, or rather, the resistance considers Lebanese lands. An example would be the Shebaa Farms, right? Another example, honestly, really, is the Golan Heights. The Golan Heights was disputed between Syria and Lebanon, and then the Israelis came in and took that in 1967. I think they took it, or whatever year it was, and then they finally annexed it years later and then took it for themselves. But those are just a couple of examples of disputed land that belonged to Lebanon prior. So if you were to ask me, does the resistance agree to any of that? Obviously not. They don't agree that Shebaa Farms, for example, is Israeli. They still consider it to be Lebanese territory. Um, Although the Golan Heights was disputed between Syria and Lebanon, they still consider it to be Lebanese territory. Um, but as far as, like, you know, the question, do they want to kill Jews? No, that's definitely not what it is.
I don't believe. I mean, I generally speaking, like, I think that, like, you know, even if you're Hezbollah or whatever it might be, like, you're not directly wanting to eliminate the people, right? That culture. But, like, you know, these things that we identify as being borders seem to be, you know, and then the
But
identification
let
of
me just
Israel
add
is the problem. You know?
let me just add one thing though, Chris, because there's a huge, yeah, that's correct what you said. But let me just add one thing. What they do not what they do not agree with and what they do not tolerate is the Israeli government and the way. Sorry, did I cut off? I just got a call.
Yeah, we can hear you now, though.
Okay, okay. Sorry about that. So what I was gonna say was,
No, because I tell the truth when I can hear people, you see. That's why.
Suleiman, is someone talking? I'm not sure if maybe I should just. Okay. Um, sorry, Beatrice. So what the resistance doesn't agree with, Chris, is the treatment of the Palestinians inside occupied Palestine and from the Israeli government. So if you were to ask me, are they looking to overthrow anything, or are they looking to fight against? Yeah, I would say against oppression, against the Palestinians, for example. They would support the Palestinian resistance if they need be, which they have. But specifically talking about culture of Jews, and no, that's never been their modus operandi. Their whole thing was just against oppression, and then obviously defense of their own land and their civilians. I don't know if
Thank
that
you
answers your
very much
question.
for sharing. I really appreciate that. It's, unfortunately, we don't ever hear enough of that side.
Can I add
Yeah.
one thing as well? Like the other thing to be aware of is you know how like within America, like people talk about a deep state within America. And there's a whole war machine, a military industrial complex in America. Um, Israel is they have an outward facing brand, which is that everyone's trying to attack us, and we were a safe haven for the Jews. But it's actually run by a military mafia, and the Likud party is like, think of it as their job is to push the environment that leads to the sale of a lot more weapons. And they use the Palestinians as like a laboratory to test all their different weapons. And so like the whole point and the whole purpose of the Israeli economy um, is to get population growth by weaponizing anti-Semitism to get the Jews to come and move over to Israel. And then once you join over, you have to join the IDF. And the economy relies upon population growth. So they're trying to always increase the population. And then you have to join the IDF. And once you join the IDF, effectively they have periodic missions in order to agitate the exact environment that leads to the testing of all these new weapons and war. And so the Palestinian laboratory is like that environment that they use the Palestinians for. And their job is to create strategic tension whereby the region is always in a state of war. And obviously, because they have massive access to media, they're able to kind of push out the narrative and make you think that, oh, we're always being attacked. And but it's a massive deception. So the whole purpose of those in charge at Israel is to stimulate the economy through a continual state of war and continual weapons testing, and continual agitation. And then obviously they have this Greater Israel project, which always justifies, you know, um, entering into places like Lebanon or Egypt or Gaza or the West Bank or Syria or anywhere around them, and conquesting land and then using that in order to negotiate some kind of land swap. And so whenever you see these aggressive moves forward, the whole business model of Israel is about always creating an environment of strategic tension to test new weapons and sell more weapons and boost the economy based upon a wartime economy. And that's exactly what Israel's for. But there's a completely different brand that's pushed out, you know, and so everything you know about Israel is completely the opposite of what those in control of Israel are actually doing. And anti-Semitism is their business. You know, Norman Finkelstein wrote a book called I can't remember what it's called, The Holocaust Industry or something like that. It was actually all the industry that was built around weaponizing the Holocaust in order to just create this whole, weaponization of that event. So that is what Israel is, and everything you've been taught of what Israel is extreme propaganda to make you think that it's something else. And it's just a complete military machine. That's what it is.
Thanks, Simon. And I think it's really helpful to remember that, because I think this is where people don't really understand when you say something like that. It's a Zionist mindset. They built a PR machine. They weaponized Jewish people and Judaism. They've whipped up the anti-Semitism kind of in a frenzy. They've done the whole PR shebang. And it could be that same Zionist ideology is at the top of these like arms firms and oil companies and stuff, and
Just some
Lockheed
breaking
Martin and things.
news. Breaking news. Beatrix. I'm sure you've given it while I was away. Did you, Beatrix?
I did.
Oh,
Which one?
okay.
Which one is it?
Okay. First one is the ceasefire continues to be broken. The IDF warned residents of South Lebanon not to return home. They put a warning saying no one should return home past the Litani River. Israel has bombed Al Abbasiyah intersection north of there in southern Lebanon. They continue to break the ceasefire. We're also hearing explosions in the city of Nabatea, although we don't know who are or what are the reason. Also, the Lebanese military and UNIFIL have received warnings from Israel not to repair the Qasmiya bridge. This stops Lebanese residents from crossing the Litani crossing the Litani to return to the south of Lebanon. There's actual images of them attempting to of them rebuilding the bridge. So the Israelis aren't happy. Did you read the tweet from Donald Trump?
I didn't give any of that news, Suleiman. I was teasing you. You can go ahead. Thank you for giving the news.
Well, do you want to read the Donald Trump one? That's a bit of a long one.
Yeah, is it on your wall?
It is indeed, of course. Where do you go to for the latest news, Beatrix?
Right, go on your wall. Oh my God, this is a long one. Okay. He says, Donald Trump says, who's dumber, Tucker Carlson or Joe Kent? It's very interesting. I met Joe Kent at Dover Air Force Base, along with numerous others who had lost their loved ones in war. I said hello to all of the families. Kent horribly lost his wife. Her casket was being brought to Dover along with the rest, although he married again quite quickly, in my opinion. Oh my God, this guy. Seriously, this guy is like, he's a pantomime villain. That's all he is. He's a pantomime villain. Anyway, he says, I said hello to all of the families. Kent horribly lost his wife. Her casket was being brought to Dover along with the rest, although he married again quite quickly, in my opinion. In any event, a number of years later, I noticed the same person was running for Congress in Washington State and lost. I then noticed a couple of years later, he was running again and lost. While I didn't know him other than our brief Dover encounter, but feeling sorry for him after the 2 election losses, I told my people, hire him for the White House, give him a job, made him feel good. He lost his wife in 2 elections. They did so. And while I rarely saw him, I certainly didn't expect disloyalty, but that's what I got. He was really a sleazebag. And some would say, on top of it all, a leaker. I think he means a whistleblower, but a leaker. So he's a leaker. I don't know whether or not that was true, but next time, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Trump's claiming he was Mr. Nice Guy. Kent is a loser, just like Tucker, Candace, Meghan, and the rest of them are losers, he puts in capital letters. You're born that way. Low IQ, he says in capital letters. And there's not a damn thing they're going to be able to do about it. President Donald J. Trump. So this is funny, right? This whole statement's really funny because he's saying, I barely knew a guy, met him once briefly, didn't know anything about his judgment, saw him flunk 2 elections, and so I thought, you know what, let's give him a really high post in the American government, especially on the um, information side, on the intelligence side, literally CIA. Like, let's give him a really high job, a security clearance one, because he lost 2 elections and he lost his wife. Mental, absolutely mental. But that's the breaking news, guys. Just to the point I was saying, Simon, to you earlier, is that, you know, the Zionist ideology, which is about robbing, killing, occupying land, taking resources from people, theft, all of that is there. And it unites the people behind Israel and these big weapons companies. Would you not agree?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's what Beatrix, I mean, you were reading it earlier, right? This is what Trump's arguing with the Pope about right now. So the Pope was just saying, can you stop weaponizing religion for, he said some very strong words. I can't remember what you said, Beatrix, but I was listening earlier
Yeah,
when you were
that's
reading
what
up.
he said. Literally, stop weaponizing faith, he said.
Yeah. And, you know, it's a common tactic, which is that these big military contractors, they require religious narratives in order to recruit armies, and and so and the Pope's calling it out, and Trump's arguing with him. You know, so it kind of just shows. And who does Trump work for? Well, he owns shares in all these companies, and all he talks about is the stock market, and the stock market is owned by 92% of institutional investors. And the average American is just getting wrecked because they're paying for they're paying for the bills, and then they're just going across to these big military companies, and then they're funding Israel, and then Israel uses it in order to test these new weapon sales, and then they just want you to believe that this is about something to do with religion. It's pure crimes against humanity. It's pure weaponization. I mean, this is as demonic a thing as I could ever think about, like using someone's faith in order to make them fight for something that's not what they think they're fighting for, and just taking things like the Holocaust and building a whole industry about it. And then what are you doing? You're just testing new weapons on Palestinians, which is a population that has more women and children per capita than any country in the world or any region in the world. And the whole thing was created through the theft of land, settler colonialism, ethnic cleansing, apartheid, and now they're introducing death sentence to Palestinians because it's an apartheid state. There are 65 different laws that apply to those that were on the land that are Palestinians. And Palestinians, just so you know, they were Jews, Muslims, and Christians, obviously a vast majority Muslims, but they welcomed, you know, the Jews that wanted to come to the country in good faith. They didn't welcome the settler colonialism. They didn't welcome the terrorism. They didn't welcome stealing their land. They didn't welcome, you know, the death, rape, and pillage. And you're told a parallel universe of history, um, and it's just like it's as demonic as it gets. Like it's as bad as it gets. And you're asking in good faith up here, you know, saying, "Oh, does Hezbollah really want peace?" You know, peace with that type of structure. It's as messed up as it gets.
I don't know. I don't you think though that like if one looks at it always from that view, then like you're well, I mean, essentially you'd be asking Israel to then like completely reform their entire system, and that seems unrealistic. I guess it's also unrealistic to expect Hezbollah to now love Israel, but somehow we have to come to some form of solution that actually is lasting, no?
You know, did you read the last statement that Suleiman read out? What Hezbollah said. Basically, what they said is, I'm paraphrasing here, we want Israel to stop killing us. and our women and children. Hezbollah doesn't have a list of demands, Chris. Hezbollah has a request, don't kill us, and therefore we won't resist. They're only resistance because they get killed by Israel. They don't have a list of demands. They don't want Israel to give them X, Y, Z. We demand this. None of that. Just stop coming into our land and killing us. That's all it is.
I'm not arguing with your view on this. I think from their perspective, that's really the only thing that they can say at this moment. I'm not a big Hezbollah supporter. I'm also not a big Israel supporter. I just would love to see peace within my lifetime, and it seems like every day it gets further and further from this.
But
And
here's the challenge. It starts in your country and my country. My country, created Israel by a bunch of banksters, and the Rothschild family created this to have a jurisdiction for war. And then when we lost the empire, we handed it over to you, and you continued using it. And so you funnel off American taxpayers' money, not for defense, for attack. And it's why, because your dollar is backed by war, death, destruction, and violence. And they've lied to you. And we want peace because we're normal people, but we're not in charge. And the people in charge are we're revealing these different types of networks that exist. Our governments don't work for us. We've got a completely corrupt government, and Trump is as corrupt as Biden, and Biden is corrupt as Obama, and Obama is as corrupt as Clinton, and Clinton is corrupt as Bush, and all the way back. Like our systems are rotten. Like there's not, in the UK, Keir Starmer does not work for the British people. Like he just makes up shit in order to justify why he's sending billions of dollars of taxpayers' money over to Lockheed Martin and pretending that we're defending democracy when we're testing AI integrated drones that's killing Ukrainians and Russians, like millions of people, in order to prop up our stock markets. That's it. Like it's our system. And you're saying you want peace because you've been told a different version of reality. But the people in charge don't want peace, they want war.
so I'm not in agreement with that, but I can understand your view, and I can see how you can infer that. Um, Now, just like, I guess one can always define this stuff as like, what was the original sin type of thing. And that seems to always relate back to the fact that Israel was created like as an international accord type of thing, or at least presumably from your view being depicted as an international accord. Um,
It
it
wasn't
seems
created as an
like,
international accord. It was the British government in 1917 declared it to Walt Rothschild because it needed funding during World War One, and it wanted to utilize Israel in order to make sure that the Middle East um, could uh, could be utilized for their oil resources. And we had a company called British Petroleum, which we were trying to get Iran's oil. We were all trying to get Russia's oil, so we funded the Bolshevik Revolution to overthrow the Russian Tsar. And our job was to get oil, and that's why Israel was created in 1917. And if you think Walt Rothschild was a good person, just think about what Rothschild's business model was. It was funding both sides of a war to justify war profits. That's the business model. And that's why Israel was created in 1917. And then
so
they funded terrorists, which were classified by the British government as terrorists. And those terrorists were called like Stern Gang and the Haganah. They signed an agreement with the Hitler regime in order to take German Jews and basically put them in Palestine, and then they weaponized them and started taking land rather than being refugees, rather than coming along and saying, "Can we seek asylum?" Rather than coming along and saying, "Can we, can we assimilate and get a green card in Palestine?" They just started terrorizing the locals, and the locals were Jewish, Christians, and Muslims. And then and then they were funded by Walt Rothschild. They purchased about 10% of the land, and 90% of the land they stole through rape, pillage, and massacre. And then we had World War Two, and World War Two was when they weaponized the Holocaust in order to take people like you, who just think normal like us, and weaponize our humanity into making you think something else was happening to what was really happening. And then they
Look,
lied.
when I say peace, what I'm referring to is like somehow at some point we, as in like both sides, need to have some type of formal understanding as to, okay, let's say it's the 1947 borders, like let's say it's something, right? But it seems like no party can ever agree upon, like, this is what we identify as our land, this is what we identify as your land. It seems like it's always about the, presumably the original sin of the creation of the state of Israel. And I think
No,
this
but
is
are you
where
familiar with the whole Middle Eastern history? Are you aware
I
that the
am not
British?
as familiar as you are,
Okay, so
obviously, right?
the British Empire split the land up in order to make sure that there was a continual state of war and
Yes.
destabilization.
Well, I don't know about that, but okay,
You,
I'll
you,
just take it as fact,
yeah,
right? Like,
It's called Sykes-Picot. You can look it up.
okay.
Sykes-Picot Agreement. The French Empire, the British Empire. They made sure that they drew lines in the Middle East to make sure that there would always be these problems, so that they could justify their wartime economy. And as I said, you're assuming that the Likud party want peace. Now, what does the Likud party do? The Likud party takes a region called the West Bank, which isn't Israel. It's got nothing to do with Israel. Yeah, there was lots of treaties and wars, and you could go through all your 1967 war and 1948 Nakba and all that type of history. But there is a region called the West Bank. So the Palestinians ended up with two regions, one called the West Bank and one called Gaza. And the government of Israel, the Likud party, the current elected government of Israel, hands over to Israeli Zionist terrorists in the West Bank and escorts them into homes in Palestine, in the West Bank, territory that's not theirs, hands them guns and allows them to terrorize and bulldoze people's homes. And it's state sponsored terrorism. This isn't like some accident. This isn't like some radicalized, fringe group that's out of control. This is state sponsored terrorism. Do you believe in property rights?
Of course I do.
Well, they're taking the Palestinians' property rights. This is
Look,
West
I
Bank.
disagree with Israel fully in anything related to these settlements. I've always been against this ever since I've been young, ever since I learned about it. I
What
just
about
don't
Gaza then?
understand.
What about Gaza?
Uh,
Are you familiar
I
with that Gaza, which is the Palestinians' land, even after all these wars and all sorts of stuff? We agree that Gaza belongs to the Palestinians. They're not
as
allowed to
far as I
leave.
know,
They're not allowed to
Gaza
leave.
has, yeah.
Hmm?
I just based my logic on, like, I have to have a starting point, right? And my starting point represents, like, just the creation of Israel, those borders. That is for me what I identify as Israel. And I feel personally that anything where they are infringing upon, unless it's agreed upon by some government that they did some trade or whatever, there has to be
Okay.
some kind of end to
Do
this
you
thing.
agree? Okay, cool. Do you agree that Gaza belongs to the Palestinians?
Assuming that, as far as I know, that Gaza was not part of the original framework for Israel, and as far as I
Correct.
remember,
Yeah. So
and
let's
therefore
say
it
let's
is
say
not theirs.
Yeah, so
Start
let's
there.
say there was a war in
Yeah.
1967, and let's say all of the bit that everyone agreed belong, or whoever agreed, there's a big political process, but everybody agrees that Gaza and the West Bank belong to the Palestinians.
It just doesn't belong to Israel, is my point.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Israel was an infiltration into Palestine. That's the
Right.
reality. So
Look, all
a
I'm getting
nation
at
was
here,
created. But
all I'm getting
what
at is that, like, it is the fact that if the party that you are having your huge dispute with, or parties actually, if they are essentially never going to accept the fact that this is Israel, like, or, that shouldn't exist, you're never going to come with a solution, and
okay,
you're
so
always going to have
Oh,
Israel kind
you
so
of
the
know
way
what?
on the
let me
higher
get this to
ground.
you. So Chris, the way that Israel was created, we've explained, and then it went through a political process. And in the United Nations, a bunch of countries over time agreed that this is Israel. There's one country in the world, one country that says that Palestine, the parts that you agree, doesn't belong to the Palestinians. So every single time when the entire world, 144 countries that are members of United Nations, come along and say, we disagree that Israel should be allowed to terrorize in the West Bank, and we believe that there's an illegal occupation, and we believe that Gaza belongs to the Palestinians and Israel doesn't need, shouldn't be guarding it and creating an open air prison. All 144 countries in the United Nations put their hand up and say, we agree. And then there are 5 countries that are able to veto vote it. One is China, one is Russia, one is the UK, one is France. 2 of them abstain, which is UK and France, and then they recently changed their mind on that. Russia and China say, we agree. And one country in the world, the United States of America, says, you're not allowed your land. We don't believe in property rights and you're not allowed to have it. So the reason that they can't have their land is because the United States veto votes it in the political process and profits from war in the military process and terrorizes and funds the state sponsored Likud extremist terrorist party in Israel. What do you do with that?
I think it's abhorrent, okay, personally. And I think that the United States has made a lot of negative decisions, but I can also understand a different side of that argument, which is that, like, if we in America had, I don't know, like one of the states or something like that, that like was vehemently against the existence of that state in itself, it creates a lot of
Okay,
problems.
enough. Chris, I need to in here, and then I will let Simon continue discussing this with you.
I'm
But
done.
I
I've
don't.
said everything I need to say. Your turn,
Yeah,
Beatrix.
I don't think you're a good faith actor, Chris, at all, because I
That I'm a
think you're
what?
peddling. I don't think you're a good faith actor here at all,
Well,
right?
that's unfortunate to
But
hear
let me
that, but
finish.
okay.
I've listened to you a lot, and I didn't interrupt you, right? I listened to you, and I haven't interrupted you. I answered one of your questions about Hezbollah, and when I told you that Hezbollah's only requirement has ever been that don't occupy our land and kill our people. They've never gone into Israel with a preemptive attack, ever. Your response to that was, oh, well, they're going to say that now. That's not what they're saying now. That's always been their position. You're somebody who's not very well versed with the facts of what has happened in this, because everybody who's followed this from any side knows that Hezbollah has never done a preemptive strike on Israel. Hezbollah only defends its land. There's been so many incursions by Israel into trying to occupy southern Lebanon. Brother Hussein is here. He answered a bunch of your questions. If after all of that, your response is, oh, well, they're going to say that now. Also, go to Suleiman's Rumble. He did a whole breakdown of the Hamas charter. Hamas have never said they don't recognize Israel. They want everybody to live in peace in the same land. Oh, there we go. Chris disconnected. See that? He bailed. He bailed. He bailed. Oh, well. He wasn't a good faith actor, Simon. He just kept going on about Israel's existence, you know, and Hamas and Hezbollah have never said that. Hamas have said, you know, in the second charter, they said we want everybody to live in peace. You know what I mean? What a coward. Chris, come back up. Otherwise, you'd be rendered as a spineless little coward. He bailed. He ran away. He got scared. Oh, well.
That's some good education with Zionists today. I hope people learnt something from that. Anyway, but well done for pulling the rug. I was getting to the end of my patience.
No, he wasn't a good faith actor. I realized that when I said that about Hezbollah. And I wanted to jump in sooner, but I thought, you know what, let's just try. Yeah, I saw through him very early on when Brother Hussein was having a back and forth with him. So let's go to Andy. Andy, jump in. Andy, are you there, or have you disappeared?
He unmuted. We can't hear him though.
Andy, we can't hear you. We'll have to try to get you back up.
It's unbelievable, the brainwashing. Like I can, you know, we used to have these debate 2 years ago, and like I can only imagine how Beatrix was having these debates prior to October the 7th, and but now at this time, like at this stage, to look at everything that Israel's done and think like, just don't. I mean, there needs to be some serious kind of brainwashing or prejudice or something, like at this stage, to look at everything that's happened and not really figure out like, oh, but Israel just wants peace. Like, I mean, how is it even possible, like, to be in that place at this time? Like, I don't know. Like, I'm okay explaining these things, and we're all okay explaining these things. But if you're going to engage in a conversation, like, it's okay to ask, but what are all these preconceived ideas that Israel's trying to protect itself at this time? Like, how are you still there? There must be some serious psychological distress in your brain, like to still think that Israel is defending itself and protecting the Jews. Like it's an form of insanity at this stage.
Simon,
The
may
you
I ask you? Sorry.
just one comment. The YouTube chat is raving about you, Simon. They think you did a brilliant job, so they definitely appreciated all your efforts. They were listening, they were learning, they appreciated it. So yeah, they're really happy. Apart from one guy who's like all British people as rude as Beatrix, so he's had to have a bit of time out, right? I thought I was quite restrained, to be honest with you. I wanted to smash that guy a long time before when he was like, when he said to you, Simon, when you said something about Gaza, and he was like, oh, if you say it's true or something. I thought, I want to smash this guy. I'm trying to be so restrained here. But yeah, the YouTube chat are raving about you, Simon. So very good. Yeah, persistence is a apologist. I gave him 24 hours out, but I might even hide his profile because it's getting on my nerves, actually, to be honest. And I'm not feeling well, and I've got even lower tolerance than normal. But go ahead, Gigi.
Hi, sorry, Simon. I would like to ask a question, and I will try to articulate it. But what if they are really distracting us with right now? Because the amount of genocide, blasphemy, it's outrageous. It's just what is happening in the world right now. We have never seen anything like that. and all of these Zayos that are coming and brainwash. But what if they are distracting us? Because you were mentioning distracting people at World War II and so on. What if they're distracting us now and they are plotting something even bigger? We know that Palantir, we know how Palantir is, we know this five frontier labs of AI will be ruling world soon, at some point, very soon. What if they are trying to put a Zio AGI in place while they're distracting us, obviously by killing people all around us? I have been completely consumed just to be worried about Iran. Before that, I was actually working with AI. I was looking at the thing. I was talking against Sam Altman, that is the pathological liar. And I was trying to, I mean, I was trying, I know it's almost impossible, but I was trying to steer these inevitable things that are coming towards us to a maybe to a right direction. What if they're distracting us and one day we wake up while we are all talking on this space, arguing with these Zios that are coming, and something bigger happen and they actually do something that we cannot even imagine, like they did in World War One and World War Two, and during the war with Iraq. Every time they do these outrageous things, and they steer our attention completely away from other things. They have a hidden agenda. What if they're doing something like that? Is it possible?
Well, I guess you just need to look at who created AI. Like, if you look at the executives of AI companies, they're all deeply connected to you know this type of ideology. So yeah, it's a technology that we know we're building our police and surveillance state. That is the big goal.
But
Um,
what if they're distracting us right now, killing people around us that we care, and we don't really actually doing nothing to stop these people? Like to say, we don't say anything about, for example, OpenAI or ChatGPT, that it's dangerous. But what if they're doing that? Because Iran was really progressive in blocking those AI, and they were trying to do their own. You know, there is a very educated Iranian group that they were doing that, and now they're all busy to just protect themselves from this all that is throwing at them.
yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any stopping AI from here. It's inevitable. Like, I don't see that as a futile resistance. It's inevitable. It's already here. It's already too late. I mean, you just got to you got to utilize it, right? Because you won't be a product. I mean, they've hook, line, and sinkered. Really, if you don't use it, you're not going to be productive in terms of competing. And so everyone's got to use it. So it's here. Uh,
Yeah,
it's
everyone should use it, but can we somehow talk about the one that is really, really dangerous, like Sam Altman type of people?
it's all the same. You got China free AI, and then you've got all of the American AI. You've got the Israeli infrastructure, but and then you have decentralized AI, and that's where everyone should be focusing their attention, running your own LLMs and decentralized infrastructure.
Let me give some news, guys. Thanks for that. GG. What's this? Oh, I don't know what that's about. Okay, let me give some news quickly, guys. What's this guy saying? So this is Eli Hazan, is a new director of Netanyahu's press office and is a former Likud spokesperson. And check what he says, right? He's on stage and there's a camera recording him, and he says, "Truth no longer matters. Facts no longer matter. We need to flood social media with fake news just like Trump does to protect Israel. Literally, the guy's on camera. Ali Hassan is the new director of Netanyahu's press office, former Likud spokesperson.
That's the issue, isn't it? No one cares about truth, and at some point, no one's going to know what the truth is. Like that's what AI has done. Like we're entering into a world where it's impossible to distinguish between truth and reality, and that's where like, and so people are just like, okay, we'll just say whatever. I mean, that is what Trump does, right? He just literally says whatever he wants. There's no concept of truth.
Yeah, true. Muted Aura, one of the people, I'll just give a little bit more news, Simon, but appreciate the super chat. Muted Aura was one of the people that really appreciated your take earlier, has said, hey, Simon, what's your view of the current market and oil prices? So we'll come to that, Muted Aura. I just read a little bit of the news really quickly so that Suleiman doesn't come back and say, well, Beatrix, have you kept up with the news? So Reuters has written that the Pentagon has warned several allies in Europe that their arms deliveries will be delayed because America's own stocks are depleted due to the war in Iran. And America considers replenishing its own warehouses a higher priority. And a similar warning was issued, amongst others not named, to the Baltics and Scandinavian countries. So that's America. I think, you know what? I think there's still stuff going on between Lebanon and Israel. I don't think Israel's going to adhere to this ceasefire, guys. But this has just come out from Trump. He says, "I just had excellent conversations with the highly respected President Joseph Aoun of Lebanon and Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel. These two leaders have agreed that in order to achieve peace between their countries, they will formally begin a 10-day ceasefire at 5 p.m. On Tuesday, the two countries met for the first time in 34 years. Oh, actually, I think we read this before. They're going to achieve lasting peace working with Israel and Lebanon. It's been my honor to solve 9 wars across the world, and this will be my 10th. He just makes stuff up. By tomorrow morning, he's probably going to solve 15 wars. He'll start them and solve them. He said, we are currently conducting very successful negotiations. This is what Trump said. I think that if it happens, it'll be announced very soon. They will give us free oil, free Strait of Hormuz, everything. Let me just have a look. There was a couple of other bits of news that I want to read out quickly, and then we'll go to oil and markets, because we need to catch up on that very quickly as well. Pope Leo warns against blending Catholicism with non-Catholic religions. Guys, this is deliberate. This whole Catholicism thing, this is deliberate. He suspended aid to Catholic charities. People are going to unite. He's attacking Catholicism. Trump is. People are going to unite. It's the rise of Catholicism in America. There's been a 20% increase. This is a very deliberate strategy. I keep saying that. We're going to see more and more about this in the news. And it's not to divide, it's to unite, because the pantomime role Trump is playing is to be so evil that people unite on whoever or whatever he's attacking. That's the way I see it anyway. Israeli invading forces advance in southern Lebanon. There was another violation of the ceasefire detection in Kiam. 4 Israeli army tanks advanced towards Nabal Hamam area. So that's going on. Trump says if there's no deal, fighting resumes. If there's no deal, fighting resumes. This, I was supposed to read this to you yesterday, guys, but I forgot. But Pete Hegseth, he was at a Christian prayer and worship service at the Pentagon, Pete Hegseth, and he read a Bible verse, but it was a fake Bible verse from Quentin Tarantino's Pulp Fiction movie. This man thought it was real Bible verse. It was a dialogue in Quentin Tarantino's Pulp Fiction, and he read that out at a church prayer and worship service at the Pentagon. They don't adhere to any faith, these guys. They're just demons. G7 finance ministers say it's urgent to limit the economic cost of a prolonged conflict in the Middle East. The G7 finance ministers, they're really feeling it, guys. They're really feeling it. I'll come back to you now, Simon, if that's okay. So you can give us the market and oil update, please. Oh my God, look at that. Moses has gone over there just to do a super chat to say, Sully, can we get a news update? It's been chaos. Moses is always going to snitch on me when Suleiman's not here. Hopefully Suleiman won't read it. when he comes back. But Muted Aura says, "Hey Simon, what's your view of the current market and oil prices?" So over to you, Simon. Simon, are you there? I don't think Simon. Can everybody else hear me?
I can
Yeah.
hear you.
Okay, maybe Simon's cut out. Or he stepped away. Oh, he's cut out. Damn, he'll come back up. Oh well. He'll come back up in a
Guys, I'm
second.
back. I just saw the message and I came running. Moses, Sully, can we get a news update? It's been chaos.
Do you know what? That
I just
guy
saw that
is
message and
something
came
else.
running.
That guy is something else. That guy, Moses, is something else.
Moses, thanks for
Seriously,
saving the
man.
space. He saved the space. Thank you, Moses. The people appreciate you. You essentially saved the space. Okay, let me
He's
give an
something
update.
else. That guy is
Let me
something else. I literally just gave a news update. Like,
let me give a
seriously,
news
he's...
update because Moses is saying that there's been no news update since I've been gone. So let me quickly give some to everybody. Apologies, guys. Apologies. I'm back now. I'm back to give you guys an update. Right, it's happening right now. Okay. Trump just tweeted this out right now. I hope Hezbollah acts nicely and well during the important period of time. It would be a great moment for them if they do. No more killing. Must finally have peace. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump. So that's Trump. Let me post this out actually. I haven't even posted it out. But Trump with the latest message. It's funny he's saying about to Hezbollah. Why not say this to Israel, the ones who actually break ceasefires? Moses is telling me you ran Simon off as well.
There was a super chat for Simon, and I wanted Simon to speak about the oil and monetary markets, and then he disconnected. I didn't run him off. He'll be back. He'll be back. He'll be back.
Right. So
Moses is such a little snitch. He's your little snitch on here, Suleiman.
he's
Seriously.
not a snitch. He's keep making sure the quality of the space continues. He's wrote Sully. There was a lot of coughing and sneezing. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Oh my God, I'm running the space while I'm poorly, and this is all the gratitude. Like, what is wrong with these guys?
Pooley,
Where's
come
my
on, guys.
Where's
Come
my
on.
TLC? Oh,
Come on,
hang on. So
Beatrice.
when you get man flu, that's all okay. We have to listen to it for days and days and days, and the whole chat is out in sympathy for your man flu. And Sully, have honey, Sully this, Sully that. When I'm poorly, it's just like whatever. Get on with it, chick.
Wait a sec. First of all, I had man flu, which is real and a real and significant problem. One of the worst things you could probably have. And you having a bit of sniffles, you can't compare. Now, coming back to it,
Plus,
explosions were heard
we don't know
in.
what pulley means in America, so we don't even
What's
know what she's
that?
talking about. We don't even know what she's talking about in America.
Yeah, exactly. No
Poorly
one knows.
means when you're sick, when you're poorly, you're not
It means when she's
well.
poor. When she's poor. Okay. The explosions are heard in Haris and Nabatea in South Lebanon. The claim is these were caused by remnants of the war, not by Israeli attacks. Dizzy says Beatrix needs a chick backup when she needs a sniffle in break. I don't get that, but okay. So let's go to Akat. Akas, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, I know some of you might be familiar with my thesis about what's going on. I do believe that the majority of this is all orchestrated. In particular, when we look at the Strait of Hormuz, there's a lot of intelligent people in this space, but most people didn't even know what that was. not that long ago. My thesis is this is a manufactured crisis. Just like a lot of the other crises, they seem to be set up, cause crisis, then cause energy crisis, and extort money from every citizen. I'm not saying there's not things going on beneath the surface, but when you look at all you hear from a lot of these mainstream media pundits is how this is going to create a global economic crisis, food shortages, and we're seeing some of that. But how easy would it be for these governments to put? I mean, who's benefiting? Who's benefiting from these increased energy prices? It's a few corporations. So it's funny because I was thinking the other day about how it wasn't that long ago. It was in January or early February where Trump had all the CEOs from the major oil producers at the Oval Office, and they said that they were discussing things about Venezuela and infrastructure there and building that up, which didn't really seem to make sense. Who knows the real reasons why they were there? But what is real is this crisis has caused oil prices to go up exponentially when it's not costing more to produce these. I understand that they're causing a crisis. I mean, the Strait of Hormuz has been there for 47 years since they've started oppressing Iran with sanctions. Why was this not something they just thought of it now? I find that hard to believe. I think when you look beneath the surface, it seems to me like this is definitely a manufactured crisis. How do you extort money from people in the easiest way? Well, you extort money from what they use the most, which is petroleum. And so when you look around the world, and just like in Australia, I just saw today, Australia, their major oil refinery, mysteriously caught fire. You look at Ireland. There's protests with a lot of the transport truck drivers because they're lobbying the government to reduce taxes on gas until the war is over. All these governments, if they have the power to start a war, they sure enough have the power to put a moratorium on gas prices. And so tell me why that's not happening. I mean, it just seems if they had sympathy for people and they really were doing all this for the good of whomever, they claim, oh, it's because of Iran's got nuclear weapons or is trying to build towards that, which there's not really evidence of. It just seems like a lot of theater to extract money from us, just like they did with every other crisis before this.
Cool. Let's go to Rock 2. Rock 2. Okay, let's go to Andy.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, asking Hezbollah to disband, it'd be the equivalent. I mean, to get rid of their weapons, it'd be the equivalent of asking Republicans to give up their guns. So go down to Texas and ask a Republican to give up their gun. And ask them to give up their gun rights. That's like telling Hezbollah to roll over to the Israeli government. It's completely ridiculous and absurd to ask a group that is defending their land to give up their guns. It's completely ridiculous. They have a right to defend themselves, just like Americans have a right to bear arms. It's absolutely no different than our constitutional rights. So why should they not have the right to defend themselves from clear Israeli aggression that has been going on in Lebanon since Hezbollah was formed? Hezbollah was formed to kick Israel out in the 1980s, but most people don't know that because they don't go into the history of it. They just see the Fox News propaganda. Hezbollah's terrorists. Oh my God. They just think, they just view it as Hezbollah fired rockets into Israel on October 7th or whatever. So they're the bad guys. And they don't actually look back at the history of, oh, wait, Israel has been pillaging and attacking Lebanon for decades. They don't look at any history and they just take propaganda. So we need to keep spreading the message that Hezbollah was formed in defense of Lebanon, in defense of their sovereignty, because the government of Lebanon is weak and ineffective and has sold their people out.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Do you think the ceasefire holds?
Unfortunately, probably not. I think we're gonna just so many people have been thinking it's going to go back to war. I mean, so I really think there is probably going to be war. I just don't think Trump's going to be allowed to make a deal that satisfies Iran because Israel does not want a ceasefire. Netanyahu needs that war to stay out of prison. He needs that war to postpone his election. So I don't think the ceasefire is going to hold. I think the conflict, unfortunately, is going to pick back up. Trump clearly wants out. He doesn't want a massive war going on, but I mean, he's clearly disinterested, but again, he's not the one making the decisions. And he should have been actually grown a pair like JFK and said no, but again, he's compromised just as every president has been for 60 plus years. And that entirely is his fault because he's the president and needs to start standing up to Israel, which is not going to happen.
Thanks for that. Muted said, love Sully's energy. Okay, this is just Hasbro. Love Sully's energy, but Beatrix is the enterprise level BS protection firewall on this space. I think that's Beatrix is all. That's what I think. Muted. I think your Beatrix is all muted. Let's go to Goy Times. Goy Times, give us your thoughts.
This guy's been up here for so long, he better bloody speak. You're not coming up to squat. Go Times, you better talk, otherwise you're not being brought up again.
No,
Give,
I'm removing from the space. If people come up and don't talk, I'm just remove them from the space.
Yeah,
chuck him, chuck him.
I'd be happy to.
What's
I'd be
your
happy to.
what's your thinking, Suleiman, Beatrice? I see this happen a lot. What do you think? Something doesn't add up here. It's getting a little more too uncommon.
What's this?
This is when we get many, many, many times, Suleiman. You'll say, okay, you give the microphone to
Oh, it's
someone,
because
they don't speak.
basically, look, the reason people do it is because they think that if they get onto speaker panel, they get like following. Well, obviously, there's loads of people who are tuned into this space, so they think that by coming up, they'll get a following, so they'll all just request and then not speak. So
Oh,
a lot
God.
of them are anonymous accounts and these type of things. So that's what it is. Now, a few times it may be someone's glitched out as well, but generally it's just because of that.
Wow.
You know, I'm happy to continue my conversation. No one's really answered my question. You know, like again, I know people think that just conspiratorial talk, but when we look globally, that's all you hear is that why this war is impacting everyone around the world is because it's causing an energy crisis. And then they're already getting ready to follow it up with it's going to be causing famine or food issues because of the fertilizers it's not getting through. We have the Iran that, you know, again, suddenly no one heard of the Strait of Hormuz. No one really talked about the impact that would result from closing it. Yes, prior to the war, we hear things like, oh, yes, Trump's advisors talked to him about this, yada, yada, yada. But the majority of the world, and people talk about this, how look at Iran's got the world where they wants it because they're siphoning economic activity, and we're going to see a global recession because of this. But again, the only people's pockets that are getting lined are these same oil companies. Why do the governments have to allow these few people to profit off of this war? Why could they not? And I mean, I put this out to you. Why could they not say, we're not going to allow this. We're going to put a moratorium on it. They're still making the same profits they would if the war wasn't going on. The only thing that's happening is you're extracting money from basically every citizen around the world. So when you want to talk about global elites putting the crunch on citizens, and again, I'm not saying that these bombs aren't real. They're not theater. They're real because they don't care about people dying. I just think that a lot of times when we look at it, we want to think that this is the U.S. and Israel versus Iran. And again, I'm not saying that there's not evil behind any of these groups, but to me, there's no reason why these governments, if they could start wars, can't alleviate the energy crisis. They could stop this so-called energy crisis as it is. Yes, there's going to be a supply issue, especially in Asia, but other parts of the world, like Canada and the U.S., like there's no reason for these increase in prices.
Art, I need to jump in here. I've been on this space for 48 days. I had a few laps for hours, 2 days out of 48. Honestly, be honest here, be truthful. how many hours have you been listening to Suleiman Space since it started 48 days ago? Hours. Give me an estimate.
I would say average of, I don't know, maybe 100, at least 100 hours, at least 2 hours a
Total.
day.
Okay. All right. That's kind of getting there, but that's why you're asking the question you're asking and making the statement you made. If you would have at least put in some decent time, that's decent, but I'm saying a
Andrew,
little
just
more
answer
time.
my question. Hey, Andrew, instead of wasting time asking me
No,
about how much time.
you're wasting this space time because we've gone
No,
over
not. Answer
this
my
and
question.
over this and
Answer my
over this.
question. Answer my question. No, we haven't gone over and over this. Answer my
Yes, we
question.
have. Simon, Robert, how many times? All right, what does Robert talk about on the space? This is a slam shot right here. What does Robert talk about in the space? Okay, I'll leave it there. This guy comes on here. Watch. How many videos have you watched in Suleiman's library? Be honest.
Why do you keep on squawking? Why don't you just answer my question?
No, answer me. I'm asking you
you're
the question.
incapable.
How many
Answer my question.
videos? Listen. Shut up and listen. How many videos have you watched in Suleiman's library?
Is this
All right, I'll leave it
24
there.
questions? Answer my question. You leave it there because you cannot answer my question, Andrew. It's a very basic, logical question.
No, give me a question.
Do the governments?
Give me one question. Just give me one question. Give me one question. Give me one question.
Okay.
You haven't asked one question. You asked
I have.
you asked a very convoluted, multi-directional question. Ask one simple question. Ask it.
Yeah. So why do the governments around the world do not put moratoriums on oil prices? Because it's only a few selective corporations that are profiting from this oil energy crisis. Tell me why.
So what's your question? I don't understand your question.
Are you chat GBTing it, or are you going to answer my question?
No. I'm sitting here. Let me take a screenshot. I'm sitting at my dining room table.
I don't need a screenshot. How slowly
I don't
do you
know.
want me
No,
to
listen to me. Listen to me.
I asked the question.
Ask me your question. Why aren't the world governments
You want me to say to
putting a moratorium on oil? Is that what your question really is?
Yeah, I'm saying that what's going on in Iran and the U.S. I'll say this for the third time. So this is the impact globally is that this is going to cause an energy crisis. It's not that we don't have fuel. It's not that the supplies are less. We have to start getting through. So tell me why, if this is the main concern globally, it's going to cause famine because nobody could afford fuel. It's going to cause transportation to go up, et cetera.
Right.
So why don't the governments around the world put a cap on oil prices? Because the only people profiting from this are the oil corporations. So tell me.
Because first of all, you don't understand economics. Putting a cap on oil prices does not solve the problem. This is way beyond economics. This is way beyond pricing. This is not about pricing. This is not about pricing.
No idea.
What's your background in economics?
Sorry, I have an honors accounting degree. I think I know way more about economics than
that
you.
Answers that. Stop looking at this as an accountant and look at it as an economic,
What's your
as an economist.
What's your background?
Look
You're
at
a
it
Navy
as an
officer?
economist.
You think you know more about me than the economy? You still haven't answered my question. I've asked you 3 times.
Do I know more about you than the economy?
Answer my question.
As an economist, I do.
Answer my question.
What? I just told you cannot solve this by price capping or price controls. That's been clearly demonstrated by Robert. That's been clearly. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go get Robert or Darkside or maybe Simon back.
Is this phone a friend time, Andrew? You can't
Yes,
answer it
this
yourself.
is calling in.
Andrew, how many hours have you put on this space? You don't know how to answer.
Yes, I just answered your question. I answered your question. You asked how can governments why don't they or why can't they put a price moratorium or control this by price controls? You can't control this by that. Using that economic tool.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Then tell us. I want to hear how.
Very easily. What do you mean? The governments go to
very easily. Then make it in simplistic terms, not as an accountant, but as an economist.
If governments can nationalize corporations, they could easily put a moratorium on gas prices. So wait a minute. You're saying to me that's not going to solve the problem. It is because that's what Inflated prices cause inflation on other goods. So what I'm saying is, who is profiting from the increased oil prices? It's only some corporations. So if you put stops
Yes.
on the prices, then the money
Yes.
stays in the citizens' pockets. There's no. That's it. That solves the problem. So what are you saying? This doesn't solve the problem, or it
Then
can't be
what?
done? The government can easily do this.
Then
It's not.
why haven't they done it? So you want us to be Nazi Germany,
My whole.
1939?
That's my whole. That's my whole
Yeah,
point.
that's where you're going with this.
My whole
Okay.
point is, why don't they do it? Is because they
Yeah.
are purposely causing a crisis to extract
Yes.
money from all of us. That's my
Who's there?
point.
Yeah.
Who's there? Who's there in your theory?
Well, like if I go back to Simon's, the bankers, a lot of the financial,
Oh,
like
okay.
BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street.
But don't name Simon. I'm asking your opinion. Who do you think it is?
Yeah, I think it's a group of elites. And so who are they? Well, here's the thing. If we knew who they are, we could all direct our energy towards those people, but they are very smart at staying anonymous, because if they weren't anonymous, we all know who to blame. Even when Simon talks,
Can you stop naming?
Know who it is.
If you could do me a favor, stop naming other people who are not on this space. I'm asking you. If you want me to, if you're gonna keep mentioning Simon, then you're irrelevant on this space. Then why are you coming up? Because I have this discussion with Simon all the time. Can you, as an individual person, rather than appeal to somebody else, give your view and your position? Don't tell me about Simon. I have a lot of love and affection for Simon, but he's not on the space. If you're appealing to him, then what's the point of you being on the space, being like, go to Simon, go to Simon? Answer my question, please. And didn't you just attack Andrew for the very same thing, for saying Robert? So stinks of hypocrisy there, but go ahead.
sorry, Solomon. What I was saying about Simon was he always
I
talks
don't want you
about
to
the
mention
same
Simon.
thing.
I want your opinion.
Yeah, so exactly what I said. I think that there are global elites, and I
Who are
wish
these
we
global
do know.
elites?
I don't know. Like, probably, I'm sure there's a lot of Jewish people behind this. It seems like they control a lot of things, so I don't ever discount that. But I think it's probably more than just. I think it's more than just some Zionists behind this. There's probably some other people, but by the looks of it, when you look at the banks, you look at the stock market, it looks like there probably are a lot of Jewish people behind this. But who are they specifically? I think that's the whole thing. Is we never know. Like, I think everyone here pretty much agrees that when it comes to, like, again, we don't talk like this, but Trump isn't the one making these decisions. He's a Manchurian candidate. He's being told what to do. Is it because he's
So I guess
blackmailed?
the
I don't
reason I
know.
was asking the question, but I think you've probably answered it, that it is, according to what you said, disproportionately Jewish Zionists who are behind it. The reason I asked the question is because both of the profiles you've used have been like these Jewish Zionist figures. So the other one used was a Jewish Zionist. This one, Art Katz, I don't know if this is your real name, but Katz is a Jewish name as well. So this is why I was asking. And so I was trying to figure out whether you were deflecting away from who could be the problem to somebody else. But I guess you're not, because you kind of said that you think it's largely or
So
disproportionately.
Art Katz is he's a Christian. He's a Messianic Jew. And Kramer is just because I like Seinfeld. That's it. I'm not biased towards
No problem. I
yeah.
already answered that question for you. I said that you probably know. So yeah, I mean, what you're saying, I don't like no one disagrees with you in the sense of course, um, what to call it again? This war is real. People are being murdered, but in addition to that, of course, everything's been manipulated in order to have another um, wealth transfer between the working class to the elite. Yeah, and I think we've said that, and so this is what Andrew was trying to ask you, and you were kind of being a bit off it with him. He was trying to say, like, if you actually listen to these spaces, you would have seen and heard that actually this is a common thread. Even though, for example, I may disagree with Simon in terms of who sits at the top, and it seems like you do as well. Um, but where we do agree is that this is without a doubt the greatest, another attempt at a great, maybe even the greatest wealth transfer after the many other wealth transfers in the past. So this is why Andrew was trying to explain to you that, like, if you listen to this is like a common agreed upon opinion. Where the disagreement maybe is, who's behind it? Is it someone disproportionately? Who is it? What is it? I mean, the minutiae may be disagreed upon, but overarchingly, I think no one disagrees that when you look at the way the oil prices are being dragged up and then dragged down and then dragged up and then dragged down, and the stock market being dragged up and then dragged down, and all of the things that are happening is just completely manipulated. Nobody, I don't even think that's a conspiracy theory. We're just watching this happen in real time in our eyes, and unless like we're closing our eyes, we're seeing this happen in a real
That
situation.
wasn't that wasn't that wasn't the crux of the conversation, though, Solomon. It was. I said, why is it that the governments, if the governments can, they have the power to, if they have the power to start wars, they have the power to put moratoriums on gas prices, which they're not
Why do
doing.
you?
They
Yeah, we
talk.
agree with
They
that. So what's the question? I don't get
no,
it. Are you saying why
that's
that why aren't they putting a
no,
moratorium on oil
no.
prices?
Andrew was saying that they can't do that. That's what he was saying. That was
No,
his
no, he's
argument.
not saying that. He's saying this is
That's
the
exactly
problem.
what he
You
said.
always come once again. You always come in a very argumentative manner, and so even when one agrees with you, you just want to argue, and it's kind of exhausting. He didn't say that. So your first argument was why, and this is what you said because people can hear the recording back. You said why aren't they putting a moratorium? And then we said the reason they're not putting a moratorium, or I said, is because they want this price to increase and decrease. They financially benefit from it. They want this. Their aim is to have a wealth transfer, as per what you said. So
That was
that's
my
the
argument.
reason.
That was my argument. He was arguing against that,
No,
Solomon.
no, no. He was saying
No, it
that look,
wasn't.
if you've been to these spaces, you'll know that this isn't because you said it was a conspiracy theory. Why is nobody answering my question? And it was like, bro, this question's been answered on these spaces regularly over the last 48 days, probably for ad nauseum, is what he was trying to say. And in terms of why they wouldn't put a moratorium, well, there's a number of reasons. One is because you won't succeed in the actual real one of the main things of this, which is wealth transfer, to control it, to make sure everyone has nothing. And the other reason is the reason the people haven't demanded it. Maybe that's the other element you may have been asking but didn't articulate, is because they've conditioned the people into thinking that it's okay for the oligarchs to have some kind of socialist system or communist system. So when the banks fail, they'll bail them out. When Bill Ackman fails, he'll stop his tariffs policy. When the banks fail, as I said, they'll jump in and save them from the bank run. But when the working class think, okay, what about social situations for us? They're like, oh my God, are you guys commies? So they've manipulated the public into accepting that they've created a society in the West, which is, as per what you said, moratoriums can occur for the wealthy, but never for the poor. So anyway, I think that hopefully that answers the various aspects of what you asked. But Godfrey, jump in. Are you going to add something?
Well, I was going to say something a little bit different, Sully. I just want to
Yeah,
sound the
yeah, go for
alarm
it.
bells.
Go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, the elite, the satanic elite, it's not just Israel, of course, it's other people as well. It's not just the Zionists, but they are trying to initiate a global famine. That's why they're shutting down these that's why they're burning down these oil refineries. It's not just trying to choke out the Strait of Hormuz. I know that Iran is doing that, but the satanic elite and global Jewry and Zionists, they are trying to initiate a global starvation pandemic. I don't know how else to look at it. I mean, they're purposely, they bombed out the world's supply of fertilizer in Iran. They are burning down oil refineries. There's no way these refinery fires are accidental or coincidence or anything like that. And the supply chain is going to be drastically shocked in a matter of weeks. And I don't think enough people are properly realizing that. I want people to realize what is coming. And I cannot believe that this is happening. I don't understand what is going on here. And I just, sorry, I know I'm very alarmist sounding, but I don't know how else to take it. It's very disconcerting what I'm seeing.
And if you look at the parallels with COVID, it's the same playbook. Cause a crisis,
But
right?
the difference is, yes, this is way, way worse than COVID. This lockdown, the energy lockdowns that they're preparing for are going to be way worse than COVID. And that's why in America, you have all DHS is buying these warehouses, which are nothing more than giant FEMA camps. They're going to arrest a bunch of people and put them there. That is what they're doing in America. They're preparing for this
this is going to be way, way worse than the COVID lockdowns. I mean, at this point, we talk about China and other countries saying, yeah, they're benefiting from it, but there's a lot of other Asian countries, even countries like Australia. They're a lot of these other countries are not speaking up about ending the war or whatever, because again, I do believe at the top of all these regimes, just like it's talked about a lot of times, that once you get to a certain level in government, you're compromised. And so, it's just like, we all want to believe that people have their, their morals and their values, but you'd be surprised at how many people sell out when they're presented with the right amount of money, or who knows, threats to their family, whatever you have it. But it is pretty obvious. This is a manufactured crisis. And like, again, that whole Australia thing, like, I don't know if you guys saw it, like their main refinery, they said it caught on fire. Then they said the reason why was because of overuse. They were pushing production so hard. That's probably what caused it. Give me a break. Like, just like there was a refinery in Texas that caught on fire. This isn't happenstance. And the other thing is this is, when you look at things like the stock market or things like that, I hear a lot, like they create volatility. They want to create volatility so that they could play the swings. But here's the thing is, I don't believe that they have to do these things to make the stock market go up or down. I believe the stock market is already controlled, most likely by the Zionists, because they're the bankers. And they just use these narratives to explain why the stock market goes up and down. It's not the narratives that control the stock market. They use the narrative so people go, why did the stocks go up today? Or why did they go down? I don't think it matters really what's happening in the world. They can make the markets go up or down at will. So I think that's something that a lot of people don't understand, how rigged and how controlled the markets are. And it's not just because of algos and these supercomputers. It's because there are people behind us that are controlling it.
Yeah.
So, like, what do you think about what I said about like the refineries and everything?
Well, I agree with you. I think the bit I had, because I quickly got a call in between as well, but the bit I heard, yeah, I do think that they're bombing the refineries on purpose. I agree with you. I think they are causing a global crisis. And I think the more and more I'm seeing what's happening, the aim is to once again, make everybody financially weak, make sure that they don't have anything, make sure they start moving towards poverty. What does it actually brew? It brews civil unrest. Once in a year's time, do you think in the United States of America, do you think the white people and the black people are going to remember they did this to them, or they're just going to remember that they're poor and then blame each other? In the UK, do you think it's the Muslims and the non-Muslims are going to remember that they did this to them, or they're going to just start blaming each other? So the poor people will blame each other. There'll be civil unrest and civil war in these countries. It'll become extremely unsafe, and then from that they'll foster in what we've all been talking about, right? This Palantir surveillance of a state. So I do agree that it isn't manufactured on purpose.
Like, again, like, I only because of TikTok, because you don't see anywhere on even a lot of the independent media on YouTube, what's going on in Ireland. I mean, they're lobbying the government saying, no, you're going to, like, you could take these taxes off right now because it's going to cause all the prices of all the goods to go up. And they're doing highway blockades. It's a pretty serious thing there. But, I'm in Canada. We have crazy taxes on our gas. Our gas is insane. I mean, it's per liter. Like, our gas is like $1.70 a liter right now, which is probably the equivalent to about $6 US a liter. $6 Canadian a gallon, I meant to say. But, no one even talks about it. They just go to the pump. Oh, why is the gas so high? Oh, it's because there's a war. Oh, okay. But no one talks about all the value-added taxes that we have, and the fact that it's just all being extracted from us. It's insane. And again, it's just like, again, I don't want to get deep into COVID, but where are the answers from COVID? People lost their lives. People lost their businesses. The economy, we saw inflation like we've never seen before. Interest rates have gone up and never come down. I mean, but nobody asked. Like, look at interest rates. Interest rates went up over COVID. Oh, because of inflation that they caused. And then why didn't they lower?
I agree with that. I agree with what you said
That's
now. Someone just in the chat just said that they said, "Oh, socialism is really, really bad." The problem is they manipulated you. And what I mean by this, I'm not saying socialism is good or bad, but there's a reason why you would say that. because they manipulate into you. So someone like you, I think it was Jennifer who said, "Oh, socialism is really bad." Yeah, it's fine. Because they want you to say that, because they want you to think you live in a fair world where it's whoever does the best. It's a meritocracy. You're gonna go against mano a mano. If you work harder, you're gonna get more better outcomes. But it doesn't work like that. First of all, it's nepotism. The second thing is when I, for example, as a working class person long the market, or you, Jennifer, as a working class person long the market, and Bill Ackman as a Jewish Zionist billionaire longs the market, he'll get a bailout and you'll get liquidated. That's the reason why. Oh, she said it was a joke. Okay, let you off. But anyway, it's good. It's a good lecture for everybody else. So that is the point. So someone said Islam is basically socialism. It's not really, but I can see why you think that, but it isn't. It's kind of a mixture of it has its unique theory. To be honest, it's not socialism or capitalism. Yeah, Jennifer, I read. I said that you were joking. Yeah, I said it's fine. It was you were joking, no problem. But got to give the lecture to the people, so it was a good opportunity as a learning lesson for all. So corporation socialism is really, really bad. Well, this is it. There is socialism for the corporations. This is the world we live in. They do get bailed out in these situations, and that's why this American position, the American society, not American, Western society is these rich people get bailouts. Us poor working class people, they're like, guys should be happy with, you should be happy that you should never get bailouts. Bro, it's capitalism for you guys, socialism for the rich.
I was trying to shop for health insurance, silly. It's like $500 a month.
What?
So yeah, man, it's ridiculous.
No
Like,
way, $500, blood.
I need socialism, bro. Like,
Bro,
if socialism
$500,
gets,
of course.
listen,
That's
if
disgrace.
socialism gets me,
$500.
I know, bro. You know what I mean, bro? Like, if
That's a
socialism gets
scamdemic,
me cheaper
bro.
health care, I know that it's a scam, dude.
Well, and
That's
if Trump didn't
crazy.
if Trump didn't increase the military budget by 1.2 trillion, it was 500
That
billion.
was like
He bumped it
1.5.
up. Yeah, and 1.5, and then I think he's asking another 200 billion for this war. I mean, how do people not see this? That amount of money would eradicate hunger, homelessness.
People see it. People see it, but what happens?
Everybody sees it.
People see no, people see it, but I'll tell you what it is. People do see it, but they've got very short memories, so they forget. So right now we are talking about this. I guarantee you, in 6 months or a year, people will forget this was the main reason. People will start blaming their neighbor, the people in the other neighborhood, people who look different to them. They'll start blaming each other. They'll have civil unrest amongst each other. So you're right that people are aware now, but that's never the aim. The aim is that you remember that people have short-term memories, and then so COVID, we know COVID was one of the biggest wealth transfers. But when people on the streets of the US and the UK and they're like, oh, we've got no jobs, we're gonna blame everybody else, that's an example of how people are not remembering that it's COVID that caused that, or the Ukraine-Russia war, or in the UK Brexit. So people at the time realized it. So when all of those instances happened, I was like, you're all gonna be living in cardboard boxes, don't be crying. And yeah, many people are, because we all knew this was gonna happen. We were warning on each of those instances, just like we're warning right now. But people have short-term memories, so no, people won't blame the government. People won't blame Trump. People won't try a rebellion or a revolution. People will blame each other. The working class will blame the working class. The people in the jar will just blame each other. The red ants will blame the black ants. That's literally what it is.
But in all fairness, it's very easy to look at people that don't, follow things as closely, like following this space. But the problem is this is also part of what the government does. They keep everyone so beaten down that they don't have time. If you're a family with kids, your two parents working, you don't have time to look at the news. You just think, because you're like, it's just all the same garbage anyways. It doesn't matter who's in power.
Oh my
And
God, Nick just said he pays $950 for health insurance. That'd be crazy, blood. Oh my God, this is
Yeah,
making me appreciate the NHS more and more and more. 900,
I'm gonna
that's
get a
like a
job at the
bag.
library.
That's like $1,000 a month, bro.
I'm gonna get a job at the library, Sully. They're gonna
That's
give me free health.
crazy. Damn.
Do you all mind if I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, jump in.
Well, first of all, I think we pay like 1,800 a month, but that's for a family of four.
1,800.
Yeah, but
What?
yeah,
No way, that's crazy, blood.
What?
yeah,
1800
How much are you
USD?
earning, blood?
yeah. I mean, that's not a lot. I mean, it comes out of. I mean, I don't know anyone who pays more, but that's I think the going rate for a family of four. But
No.
I wanted.
That is
Who's saying no?
crazy.
We need
You're all being
socialism.
scammed, blood.
Okay, well let me address. I would like to
So
address. Yeah.
okay. Now I support communism. What the hell, 1,800? That'd
Okay.
be crazy.
I mean, that's other. I don't know. People in the audience, like, raise your thumb if that's something that you have, because that's
Oh my God,
kind of
Soldier
normal.
said he pays 1,100. No kids. Blood. You guys have
Okay.
been manipulated. Right, listen, we're changing direction. We're all being commies now. This is crazy. They've been
Well,
scamming you. Anyway,
when
do
art
continue.
when art wants to know why no one's putting a moratorium on the gas prices, it's because we live in a neoliberalism, and people don't understand the word neoliberalism. I mean, they throw it about, but they don't really understand it. This was set into motion, during the Reagan administration. Milton Friedman, of course, every libertarian's wet dream. But I mean, this is it. This is actual existing. Well, pretty much, this is as close as we're going to get to libertarianism. This is you'll never be more equitable. There will never be a more equitable form of libertarianism than it is right now, and that is socialism for the rich, and the poor pay the bill. But neoliberalism specifically, they're not going to interfere with the markets. That's exactly what they mandated. They from the start, from when it was manufactured
Bye
and
bye. Your
created.
mic's not great. I thought it improved, but now that you're talking so fast as well, your mic's horrible.
Okay, I'm
Like I
sorry.
switched off when you were talking, and then I thought, is it because he's boring or is it because his mic? And then I realized it's because your mic.
Can you hear me better, and I can talk slower, and I
Try
can
Take
it.
your
keep.
Try
headset
it.
off or your Bluetooth or whatever you've got on. Take
Okay,
it off.
yeah.
Okay, and while you're doing that, let me give some breaking news. Moses, don't worry, I'm back now. Can you see? The news is coming out now, Moses. So more news. Oh my God, these guys are cooks. So the Lebanese army has just issued an urgent warning to all civilians, saying do not return to the southern villages. Israeli forces are violating the ceasefire with repeated attacks and shellings across the multiple towns. The military is telling people to wait, follow safety directives, avoid travel after the dark, and stay clear of damaged areas. This is crazy. So the Lebanese army is telling people not to go back to their homes in southern Lebanon. So that's the latest. Bye-bye. Have you sorted anything out?
I believe so. Can you hear me better?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Sorry, I'll be brief as well. But this is what neoliberalism was about. It's about deregulating the government so the government's only function will be to shore up marketplaces. There's a woman named Wendy Brown who does a lot of really great. She's wrote a lot of great books on it. She's a political theorist out of Berkeley, and I've been listening to a lot of her lectures. And this is exactly what neoliberalism created. The government doesn't have the control to say no to these corporations, and these corporations are more powerful than the government in many ways. I mean, and Andy, Art, what was it, Katz? Art Katz, you say so yourself. I mean, this is not. They're not going to come to our rescue because they can't, and this was done deliberately as we shifted order from the Keynesian economic system before to this neoliberal one. This is neoliberalism. I urge people to listen to Wendy Brown, and she's got stuff on Spotify. I'll leave it at that. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks,
Cool.
bye bye. You kind of touched on what I was going to say because Art Cats,
I
when
mean,
you
he did.
come up,
What do you mean? He just said, guess what? This is neoliberalism. Go check somebody else's lecture.
no, what he touched on was he's saying basically, so Art Cats said two things. He said, why don't the government stand up to the oil companies and tell them, no, we're not going to have all of this? And why aren't people paying attention? They're just happy paying the gas. And then Art Katz answered the second question he had himself, because he's like, people don't realize it. They're so hardworking. They just don't realize what's going on around them. You tell them it's because of a war. They say, oh, okay, then. So, yeah, true. People don't realize it. But also, that the governments are not in charge here. By your own premise, by coming on here, that is the big the military organizations and the oil companies controlling this. So the governments can't dictate to them, and you have the answers to your questions that you pose. Um, and I do think, Art, when Andrew asked you that question about how many hours you'd listened, 100 hours, I was thinking about that. Because we're at day 48. About half of those days, roughly, we did 24/7 spaces. Day and night, we ran them in the beginning of the war. You listened to just over 4 days out of 48.
Uh,
Terrible record.
oh, I've listened to way more. I've listened under the my other account, and I almost every day I request to be brought up. So I've listened to tons, like at least 100 hours, probably more, to be honest.
Cool,
And
cool.
I wasn't asking. I wasn't. That wasn't. It was a rhetorical question. I don't know why Andrew keeps on putting 100% when you guys are agreeing with my
Yeah,
point that
you know what? Then if it was a rhetorical question, then come on and say, I have to add something. Don't ask those rhetorical questions. Ask the question.
I think you need to retire, Andrew. Period. Like maybe take
Retired,
your
sir.
meds. You're
Retired. Hey,
no, no.
listen, sit
I mean
down.
retire your brain
Sit down.
because
No, 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 no. Listen to me. Listen to
no.
me.
I don't
I
need to
think
listen to
you
you.
need to be put in check here, and you just have been. So now let's move along.
You need to retire your brain. I don't know why you always come up and have to be so confrontational. Like, you're just annoying. Like, why not make a point without being so weird about it? Like, I don't get it. You do this every single time you come up. I have to remove you and then give you time out for so many days and think next time he comes up, he's going to act civilized. You come up again and do the exact same thing. And I'm not seeing you come up to space and just contribute to the conversation in an intellectual manner without acting weird. Like, just act normal so I don't have to keep dropping you because you derail the space and make it into an argument. This is why people got question marks about you. That are you actually a voluntary contributor, or are you doing this because you're some kind of Zionist here in order to harm the space? So I'm going to still give you another chance, but I want you to act a bit more civilized and just contribute to the conversation rather than being weird. Okay, we got a statement from Pezeshkian, the Iranian president, who says this: last year at the UNGA, I urged a return to the golden rule of Islam, Christianity, and Judaism and human consciousness. Do not do to others what you do not wait, I'm reading this badly. Do not do to others what you would not want done to yourself. A universal principle so blatantly violated by the Zionist regime. Nuclear weapons for one regime, but war against an entire nation over its peaceful nuclear program. Scientists assassinated in Iran, Iraq, and Syria, and children killed in Minab. Has human consciousness died in some world leaders? Good point. Golden point. I'm looking at this account, Catan SL, and he used to write geopolitics and he blocked me, and obviously now I know why. He's like an Indian uh, supremacist who was literally writing loads of propaganda about Iran. So yeah, this is some mental behavior by this guy. Okay, bringing it back to the I don't know why I was trying you guys a bit distracted. Just I was like, oh, okay, that explains why this guy blocked me ages ago because he's a flippin' Zayo.
I read that statement out earlier when I was giving the news, that exact statement you just
I don't
read
know,
now.
I don't know. I don't know. According to my sources, you missed out on a lot of news.
I literally read
Um,
that out earlier. These, I don't know. My YouTube chat, my loyal YouTube chat are there, but then they've got a couple of infiltrators who are also trying to make trouble
no,
for
no,
me.
no. They're the real ones. So Moses with another super chat says, I should be happy. I pay $130 a month again. I guess. Well, that's good for you, Moses. Don't let Beatrix know because she'll try and cause some kind of inflation on that. Okay. Um.
That guy from ISIS resigning. Did you see that, Suleiman? I think they're planning something. Um, so Trump did that whole post about Mamdani earlier. Now he's backtracking on it. Now he's saying on camera, he's saying he smashed Mamdani in a post earlier on Truth Social. Now he's saying, look at New York. He's a nice guy. Calls me all the time. Says hi. But his policies are not good, which is a bit strange. But this guy Acting ICE Director Todd Lyons resigns. He's going to stay on until May the 31st. And then he's out. I don't know who's taking over from him, but this is all making me very suspicious about what's being planned for America.
So Mario just posted this. He wrote, "This is Hezbollah celebrating in Lebanon. For Lebanon to be at peace and flourish as an economy, all militant groups need to be disbanded, especially Hezbollah." So I responded to him and said, "Deport Mario." Hezbollah need to deport him, bro. Hussein, why you guys not? You guys need to get him deported, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, Sully. I'm just here filling up my
He's
my
not related to you, is he,
$4.
Hussein?
No, he's not related to me whatsoever. Thank God. I'm just filling up my car here. $4.15 gas that has not gone down yet, thanks to Trump and this war.
I like this chat. The chat is saying Mossad Mario. Mario is a traitor. Deport him. Assholes come in all shapes and sizes. I trust you on that, Dabby. Okay, let's go to Andy. Andy, jump in.
Yeah, pictures are now coming out of showing food portions on the Abraham Lincoln, and apparently Mays posted something, and it's people aren't getting fed on the Abraham Lincoln because of low supply, and it's completely ridiculous. They're forcing our soldiers into a war for Israel, and our army is so inept they can't even feed our soldiers. And for anyone outraged about that, I hope they just realize that that's what people in Gaza have been going through for years, and it should just go to show at the end of the day we're all humans. But it's completely it's like our army is so inept they can't even, they send our soldiers off to die, they cannot even feed them. It's completely ridiculous. Like someone in the comments said, they said their husband ate better in prison, and it shows like half empty trays with what looks like gruel. It's completely abhorrent. And yeah, Mario is a freaking traitor. He has 5 different people running the account. At one day a point, he's like, "Oh my God, what Israel's doing is awful." They just view everyone as collateral damage. And then the next tweet, it's Hezbollah as the problem. He just posts whatever he can to click an engagement farm. And then no matter what the outcome of the war is, he can then pull back a tweet and say, "See, I was against Hezbollah. I was right. Israel won." And then if there's a Iran deal, he can say, "Oh my God, Israel's not attacking Lebanon. Lebanon's free from Israel. I was right." So he wants to literally throw out every single possible angle. So no matter what, he can just claim, "I was right."
True, true.
And even though he has no morals, no ethics, he just wants to
Yeah,
go and say he
yeah,
was right.
true, true, true. Funny. I wrote Deport Mario. Hussein killed it. He wrote back to Tel Aviv. I like that one. Golden, golden. I'd say pure
Is he
gold.
still in the UAE or Dubai, or where even is he now?
Well, he was in the UAE, but when it was getting bombed, he escaped the UAE. I don't know where he is now. He's hiding in some bunker somewhere, probably in Israel, probably in Netanyahu's bunker. Um,
Hey,
so
Suleiman, quick point on the food on the Lincoln there, Abraham
yeah,
Lincoln.
yeah.
Yeah, real quick point on that. From looking at this, ships at sea, warships at sea for extended period of time, logistics becomes a key problem. Now, with all of this going on, they've been run past every area you could imagine of their logistics supply lines, and it's possible. It happened. It did happen to us. It did happen to us uh, once in a submarine op that we went way past our operational time. And what they do is they'll go on a limited ration thing. But the problem is because of the massive number of that crew, you're looking at 5,000 people, 3 to 4 meals a day. This could get really ugly real quick. The problem is I really have to ask what the AFS ships, that's the auxiliary supply ships, why they aren't getting that resupply. So I'm really going to take a real close look at this. This is really a big deal.
Yeah, I just sent you the post, Andrew. It's from Mays.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. We heard the army runs on its stomach. Well, you can have all the fuel on board, but if you don't have food, that's let's put it this way, that will shut down something real fast.
Yeah, if it was Israel, man, they'd have like a their meals is 5 course, and they're over here cooking good. But the goys, you gotta save a buck. You can't let the goys be full. Spend too much money.
Yeah. Hey, public, you could elaborate on that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the goy are not important to them. So, but if it was the Israeli army, they get free McDonald's, free whatever, all the time, and yeah, I guess because the Americans are not of a certain religion, then they get to get treated like I guess you guys are the new you're the new whatchamacallits, right? The Catholics are the new Muslims, and the goys
Yes,
are just
sir.
the new second class citizens. I was telling somebody that other day, actually, I didn't know I was a second class citizen until I came to America. And then people were telling I didn't know. I thought it was normal that we rode different buses and stuff like that.
Public, come on now. Now you know. Now get back in
No,
your
it's funny
place.
because like I was at the gym, and then this Inani Jewish guy was like trying to tell me that like he's a geopolitical expert. I'm like, bro, like, no offense, I'm just not having it right now. Like, just go about your day. And yeah, it was just funny. They're all experts, huh?
You know
Yes,
what?
sir.
I'd love to have Mario on this space and ask him the question that, okay, you want Hezbollah to down arms and not exist anymore. Fair enough. So you have that faith and trust in Israel that they won't try to invade again? That's the bottom line, isn't it?
Well,
Do it. You
if he came
gotta.
on the space, he wouldn't be able to answer that question because everyone writes everything for him. He hasn't got a thought for himself. Um, let's go to wait. I keep bringing people up and they keep dropping. It's really weird, guys. If I bring you up and you drop, you aren't get well. Actually, unless it's Beatrix.
I never
Usually
dropped
doesn't.
nobody.
Yeah, usually doesn't happen when Beatrix is running the show.
Huh?
I said when Beatrix is running things, it doesn't usually happen like that. I think it's just a
I
glitch.
can't hear what you're saying. I don't know if it's your Obama phone. This is the problem. You need to upgrade your. Need to upgrade your. This is what happens when you're simping. Your audio just doesn't work properly.
He said, when
Um,
I'm doing it, people don't drop.
you what?
When you know what he said, don't pretend.
I don't know what you're saying. Okay, let's go to Ricardo. Go ahead, Ricardo.
I can't see Ricardo on the panel.
Yeah, I can't either.
He's not been brought up, Suleiman, I think.
I did. I brought him up. He dropped. It's weird. Just everyone's just glitching it out. It's actually like I don't know what's wrong with the space.
So just while you bring people up, Trump has just made a statement saying we had to do a little journey down to Iran. I didn't want to do that, but we had to because we can't let them have a nuclear weapon. This guy said last year in July that Israel's nuke capacity had been destroyed, but here we are again. And then he says the war in Iran is going along swimmingly. We can do whatever we want. It's perfect. It should be ending pretty soon. He's speaking right now. Suleiman's page is going to be putting out all of these, including that post from earlier about the meals on the Abraham Lincoln, I think, or whatever it was. So you'll be able to catch all of that news on his page. He says they come up with these crazy ideas like McDonald's and the garbage truck. Why we do these things in politics? He says they're a little embarrassing. I don't know what he means. They come up with these crazy ideas like McDonald's and the garbage truck. We do these things in politics. They're a little embarrassing. I have no idea what he's talking about there, but that's what he said anyway. There's clips of him. Let me see what else he says. Israeli envoy to the United Nations has just made a statement saying, if we feel threatened, we will react. Well, come on. I mean, what does it take for a Zio to feel threatened? You just need to breathe, literally. Such is the level of victimhood. You breathe, they feel threatened, and then there we go again. That's a bit of news there, Suleiman, to be honest. Oh my God, Moses, you're crazy. He's just done another super chat.
What did he say?
He's asking you, he says, Sully, can you tell Beatrix to remove the peg off her nose before speaking? Terrible.
Yeah. What can we do? What can we do? See, when I was little, you guys didn't even realize. Just soldiered on. Didn't even mention
Dude,
it.
Moses, you're spending a lot of money on them super chats for you to have cheap insurance like that. If Khaleesi, if Beatrix accidentally files a report against you, it'd be all bad.
I can't hear what you're saying. You need to improve your mic. It's probably that Obama phone. This is the problem you see when you're basically miserly. Like,
Is it really bad?
yeah, yeah, yeah. It shouldn't be penny pinching, should you? So let's go to Orias. Go ahead, Orias.
Your mic's muted, Orias. Bottom left, you have to unmute your mic. Orias in San Diego. Urdu San, you're going to be dropped unless you speak now, Orias. Or Ayas, however you pronounce your name. Okay, his mic was unmuted. He's now muted it, so we can't hear him. So we can just drop him, I think, and remove him from the space and not give him the mic again. There we go.
Ricardo, are you up now? Can you speak?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm taking my dogs out, so give me just like a second.
Isn't it funny how people do household chores while they take a mic? Give
Yeah,
me
it's
a
kind of
second.
annoying.
Let me
Yeah,
just
that's
take my
funny.
dogs out. Give me a
It
second.
is. No, my. Okay.
Okay, the worst thing is I'm tweeting or I could just give people the news, but I'm tweeting at the same time. So anyway, Trump says the war in Iran is going along swimmingly. He says it's perfect. It should be ending pretty soon, is what Trump is saying. Beatrice, what do you think? What do you think is happening with the war with Iran? Then do you think it ends here or what?
No, I don't think these guys can be trusted. I mean, there's been no agreement on anything. There's not been anything that's come out in terms of the long-term agreement from both sides that's consistent. So Trump will make statements, for example, about nukes, and
What do you
they've said
mean?
they're not going to have this, they're not going to have that, but then that's not certified by the Iranian side. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of hasbara going on. They're having
Did
a
you
lot of
just glitch out? Is
conversations.
it me?
Sorry?
Oh, did you glitch out?
No, I was talking. Could you not hear me?
No, now I can, yeah.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to? That was it. That's all I was saying.
I think we should be worried when Trump said something like this. When he says everything is going to be okay, I think we should worry that nothing is going to be okay. I'm sure there are some shorts going on the stock market for something bad happen tomorrow. Whenever he tweets things that are saying peace is going to happen, we are in a good place, everything is fine, then you see that the money goes to the short side, and then he tweets tomorrow. He tweets what is actually happening.
Now, the point I was making is it's not even about him saying it's all going swimmingly. It's like we've had a ceasefire, but in terms of the negotiation itself, we haven't heard one thing come out from both sides that matches, that's consistent with each other. America's statements are being denied on a higher level by Iran. America's putting a load of rubbish out there. And there's a lot of mixed messages. So I don't see like, okay, ceasefire, more meetings, more discussions. But in terms of the bigger issues, the Strait of Hormuz, the reparations, the uranium, all of that, nothing's really moved forward. All of that's still there on the table. So it doesn't really matter until we get something consistent come out by both sides that, Trump says this is what they've agreed to, and Iran says absolutely we have. Then you just don't believe anything that Trump says. It's just all, as you say, market manipulation and background noise.
So
It's just
Moses
And you
is
know,
content for
actually.
him.
Oh, sorry. Scott.
No, I was just going to say it's just content for his social media, isn't it? That's all he's doing.
Yeah, so Moses says actually it's supporting Sully. Obviously, appreciate you, Moses. We know don't listen to what these chicks and simps are gonna say. And we have some more. Is there some more? Or is it just not refresh? 1 second. Oh, that's weird.
you
And then we
know,
got another
Beatrix,
super chat, which is today this millennial won't be lazy with my super chat. I took great time out of my day to write and thank you for your hard work. Especially thanks to Beatrix, Andrew, and Simon for holding it down with you. I support you in whichever way I can because I learn from the group and I know other people do as well. I appreciate your super chat. I really appreciate you. And then someone's called Goyam Way says, okay, I don't agree with this, but anyway, I'll just read it and then I'll answer it. Iran allowing oil to India, knowing that this will strengthen Modi and his Sanghi's position in India. So I no longer believe that they're fighting for Lebanon. They only care about Persian Empire, and the rest of all are useful tools, including Gaza. Well, that's ended up being false because they forced a ceasefire with Lebanon included. They didn't have to do that, but they did it. They forced the ceasefire. In terms of selling to India, well, every country sells to every country. That just makes no sense whatsoever. You have trade agreements with various countries. If you were to stop the trade to India, people in India would suffer and die. And that would include Muslims and Christians. Muslims, Christians, and Hindus and Hindutva. So don't agree with your sentiment on that one. Arkat, were you going to jump in with something?
yeah, no, I was just going to say, again, if you look at the similarities between when Trump came into office and started posing tariffs, war, it's continually like with tariffs. It was every week was I'm going to impose this percent in the next 2 weeks, and it's going to be a 50%. And it would come to that date, and then he would backtrack and again cause volatility in the market. And at the same time, the tariffs were real. People were paying
rubber banding
for those tariffs.
Is he rubber banding or is it me?
He is rubber banding. I thought it was just for me.
Are you rubber banding? You were fine before.
Okay, I'll even come back. I'll even come back.
No problem.
Thank you.
Let's go to HK. HK, jump in.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Basically, I just wanted to ask about the the breaking news that you said with Trump saying the war is going swimmingly. I'm pretty sure he's not allowed to use the word war, otherwise he needs like congressional approval or something. Did he actually use the word war?
Is this guy talking? Because I can't hear him.
Yeah, he is. What he's saying, Suleiman, is that breaking news you read where Trump said the war is going swimmingly. He's saying, HK saying, oh, he's not allowed to use the word war because he needs congressional hearing. I think Suleiman might reset and come back. HK, try again now.
Sure. Suleiman, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Thank you. I had to reset.
So yeah, like I was wondering, did he actually say the word war? Isn't he required to get congressional approval for starting a war and doing all that sort of stuff?
Yeah, well, he said that himself before, right?
Your mic's really low. Are you saying, does Trump need congressional approval to start a war?
No, what he's saying, Suleiman, is, do you remember Trump made those statements before where he said, oh, some may call it war, but I have to call it military operation because I didn't go to Congress and that's the way around it and stuff. What HK is saying is the fact that the tweet you just read out now a little while ago, he says the war's going swimmingly. HK is saying, how can you refer to it as war now when shouldn't he have gone to Congress to get the approval?
That's Trump for you, man. He just says what he wants. He knows that this is all fake. Like, when's a president of America actually ever declared a war properly? Do you know what I mean? In recent times, they just do the war, and then people don't care. No one cares about rules and laws and Congress and congressional approval. None of these things matter. They live in the wild, wild west in the West, but they make it look like they've got rules and regulations and international law when none of those things exist. But good question. Go ahead, Art.
Yeah. So what I was saying was, again, if you look at the similarities between this and when Trump got into office and started the whole tariff thing, like, I think we have to look at the timing of these things too, right? Like, well, I'll get into that in a second. But when he came into office and he started with, he had that clipboard and it was Liberation Day, and he started with all these tariffs where he just basically made up all these numbers. And then it would come to the deadline where he was supposed to impose these 25, 50% tariffs. One day it's 100%. And then he would backtrack. He was causing market volatility, again, just like he's doing now. And it's not to say that those tariffs weren't real. Like, people were paying more. The U.S. citizens, again, he kept on saying this narrative where they've been stealing from us. And I still hear people talk about tariffs like they're a good thing when Economics 101, I mean, the U.S. prints money and they get tangible items that other countries actually manufacture. So we're giving them useless paper and they're giving us physical items. We were never the ones being ripped off. Yes, China needs to sustain their economy by exporting goods. But again, going back to my point, similar to back when we looked at the tariffs and this war, it was every 2 weeks, just like now, there's a ceasefire. He's going to obliterate the world. Then all of a sudden he pulls back. It's the same playbook, just on a different scenario. And that's why I'm saying, like, I don't believe as much as possibly everyone. Like, I believe that there's some legitimacy to this war. I mean, people are dying, but I think that even the top regime, or the people at the top, even of Iran, are somewhat involved in this. And you look at, when did tariffs? The Supreme Court ruled that the tariffs were illegal right before this war started. So right before we were going to have another interest rate decision, and we were going to see rates drop, which would help us common people. What happens? The war starts. So when you look at the timing and you look at the similarities between cause a crisis, Trump puts out these crazy tweets about tariffs every week, or destroying and obliterating a whole class of people. They're not the same scenario, but what he's doing and the cause and effect is basically the same thing.
So I'm going to answer your point in a second. Someone says, Suleiman, Vidi said Khamenei is alive. You think he's trying to appeal to Iranians since he's losing influence with the IAGC in terms of any deals? Who do you mean by Vidi? Vidi said. Who does he mean by Vidi?
I think he means JD Vance.
JD said Khamenei is alive. You think he's trying to appeal to Iranians since he's losing influence in the IAGC in terms of any deals? I still don't get what you mean. I don't get his point though. Is it me, or do you understand what he's saying?
No, I think he's trying to say that if the Americans say he's alive, do you think they're trying to manipulate the Iranian people by saying that? I think that's what he means, but I'm not sure.
But how would they be manipulating the Iranian people by saying that Khamenei is alive? We believe Khamenei is alive. They were trying to say, the Zayos for a long time were trying to say that he's dead. So I don't get it. If you want to just explain your point a bit more, that'd be better. Blacks, and then we'll cover it. But going back to your point, Arcats, yeah, I vehemently disagree with you, and I think it's very disrespectful to the Iranian people and the Iranian leadership, all of whom have sacrificed, to say that this is fake and they're in on it. Mujtaba Khamenei had his father murdered. He's the leader of Iran right now. He had his child murdered, his wife, murdered, his niece murdered, Iranians had so many children murdered. To make this claim that Iran is involved is A, extremely disrespectful, but B, has no evidence other than you stating it as a claim. And for me, you're just perpetuating propaganda, Zionist propaganda, because in reality, how would these people be involved in this and yet be sacrificing so much? And in reality, when you look at all of the moves that have been made, they've all been made based on geopolitical reasons. And each time people said, oh, guess what, Iran's gonna, like this super chat who said, oh, they're gonna abandon Lebanon. They didn't abandon Lebanon, they gave peace in Lebanon for the first time in years. So I disagree with that, and you have no evidence for your point other than conjecture. That's like me saying, I think Arkad's dad's involved. Evidence, trust me.
I mean, so do you have evidence that the top regime were killed? I mean, I saw pictures of the home.
Oh, come on. Come
Oh,
on.
I have no
Stop it.
patience for this,
Stop
guys.
it.
I
I've
have
lost it with
no
this.
patience for this. This is too much. Sorry,
I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm not saying that they wouldn't kill those people. I'm just saying that it's plausible.
You are unbelievable. You are despicable, sir.
I'm despicable. You call yourself a Christian,
despicable.
dude. You talk
call
about yourself knowing the Bible.
Yeah, this
your
guy's got
eschatology.
17 followers. This guy's been on since November with 17 only 17 people he follows. This guy's unbelievable. He's a plant.
Oh, I'm a plant. Okay, tell me how I'm a plant.
Suleiman,
what is your point, Ark? What are you trying to say? What are you trying to do?
I think he's saying.
I'll tell you.
I don't know what he's saying, but I think he's trying to say Ali Al Khamenei. He's trying to say he's not dead. That's what this guy's trying to say. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, what I'm trying. Well, I don't know if he's dead or not. I don't know emphatically if he's dead. He could be dead.
I don't know who you are. You might be Jewish. You might be Trump in a voice modulator. You may be an alien. Do we know this as certainty? We don't.
Well, I guess again, this is kind of my point: is that all the information that we get.
You're partaking in something called sophistry. This is the problem with your points. So, what you're saying now is, oh, guess what? The supreme leader, Ali Al Khamenei, might just be alive, but all of this is a charade. Well,
Solomon, do you believe?
Also be Donald Trump on a voice modulator. This is also logically possible. This, in philosophical terms, is called sophistry. And philosophically, many people did not have any respect for the sophist point of view because it lacked any form of credibility. Now, of course, logically, all of these things are possible. Logically, it's possible that you raped yourself. All of these are possible. Have I got any evidence? Well, I don't need evidence according to you. I could just say, logically, it's possible you could be a pedo. It's possible. Logically. Did it happen? Well, I'm not going to claim something without any evidence.
What evidence do you have that he's dead?
What evidence do you have that you didn't rape a child?
See, you know what, Arcats, your initial point, right, on a broad scale, I can see that, but I think it's the way you framed it and the avenue you've gone down that discredits something that probably could have had merit. So initially, when you say that they're all involved, like, okay, it's a given. Iran does have guidance and discussions with China, and China is in deal making, and therefore Iran is liaising with them and getting support from them, and therefore it could be inferred that on that level, Iran is in deal making. But then when you take that, right, and you take it to where you've taken it about, oh, is the supreme leader even alive, and you can't believe anything they say, and you're trying to say that these people who are revered by people across the world, staunch anti-Zionists, pro-humanitarian leaders who were assassinated brutally by America and Israel, and you contemplate if they're alive and part of this game, then it just discredits everything that you're saying, because I don't think, I don't know if you meant to go down there, but Suleiman's right that it is really like disrespectful then, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I honestly didn't mean any disrespect. I guess what I'm saying is that the people that are in control, if I was Ayatollah and they came to me and said, either you do these things or we're going to kill you and your family or we're going to make you disappear. I think that I know everyone wants to think of these leaders as all, especially when it's from a theocratic regime, that they would die for their morals. But I think that when it comes down to it, most humans would actually give in to the powers that be to save themselves and their family. That's just human nature. So I don't mean it as being disrespectful. And they could be dead. Maybe these people were not going along with the plan that was at the top. But just like with Maduro, I
You're
mean,
wrong. You're wrong. Just stop it. Just stop it, please. I want to thank Beatrice and Suleiman for all the time they put and to go through all of this. I have no patience for this. He actually died
well, then
for
leave.
his belief. They asked him to go to bunker. He said no. Can you take all the Iranian to the bunker? Then I will go with them. So
Who
if
told
you
you
don't
that?
know any of that, who told me that? I have no patience for this. Sorry, it's late night. Thank you so much,
GG,
Suleiman. Thank you
GG,
so
Oh,
much.
He's
So,
oh,
trying to pull you into it, GG.
no,
This
I'm not
idiot is trying
pulling
to pull you
anyone
into
to
it.
anything.
no. I've cried in this space. I've been following these people since the day the war started. I've been sitting and listening and not talking because who am I to talk? I just want to be educated, but I have no time for this. I mean, go and read, go and see, go back to Suleiman's space and go back 45 days and see what happened. Watch all those
You're
videos.
thinking emotionally, not
Ambassador,
logically.
I
That's
Ambassador,
am
what
you're
propaganda
emotionally
is.
partaking.
thinking.
One second. It's not emotional. You're partaking in sophistry. Anyway, I just want to welcome, just turn the direction of this conversation. I want to welcome Myron on stage. Myron, hope you're doing well. How are you? Myron, you there?
Yeah, what's up, man? Sorry, I'm on stream. I had myself muted. What's up, everybody?
Yeah, doing good. How are you?
Good, man. Just getting ready here. I think I'm gonna go debate Dinesh Souza here very soon on the Iran war. So getting ready for that.
Nice.
So, but yeah, what's up with you guys? What's the latest as far as today goes? The blockade is still failing, or what's going on?
Yeah, blockade is kind of not much has happened in there. There's still ships coming in and out. In terms of Lebanon, the ceasefire started 3 hours ago. It was
Oh, with
5 p.m.
Lebanon officially now.
Yeah, officially started. We've not seen really any bombing since then. So it shows Iran caused the ceasefire there. What else?
Via
Yeah, that's the
Pakistan, right?
big. Sorry.
Because I know the Pakistani delegation came yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. So this seems like Iran demanded that this happen before the Iran demanded this. Iran demanded this happen before they basically talk about any kind of ceasefire talks, and they said they want the Israelis to confirm it before that happens, and quite clearly they have done that. So that's quite good.
Yeah, no, I saw.
Exactly, and they've made that happen. And why that's interesting is, so there's quite a few interesting points. So first of all, why that's interesting because now it demonstrates that the Lebanese government is a complete failure, because Israel has been bombing them for like 2 years, even after this ceasefire, and the only way that there was an opportunity to actually have a day without the Israelis bombing them was by a forced resistance by Iran, Hezbollah joining this war, and now they do have peace in the country for 10 days at least, where there won't actually be any bombing. So, major W for Hezbollah, major W for Iran. Ceasefire happened. And in terms of the second point about Lebanon, is if you remember Ben Jabil, the Israelis were trying to take it, and that obviously completely failed, hence why they agreed to the ceasefire as well today.
No, I believe it.
So that's kind of the latest news on that.
Oh, that's good to hear.
And Byron, did you hear
Yeah.
about the aircraft carrier run real short on food and all?
Which one? The Lincoln?
Abraham Lincoln. And I guess
Really?
I don't know if Andy's there. Yeah, is it okay, Sully, if I can ask about that real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, yeah, Myron. Andy said he posted. I guess Mays posted it. It's in Suleiman has it up there. Abraham Lincoln and maybe even the Tripoli are running into severe ration problems, food problems. So they're rationing their meals. And I was just saying that's going to be very significant, of course, for obvious reasons. And yeah, I don't know if you heard about that.
The Ford is still out of commission, right? Still getting repairs for the dryer fire, and I say that with air quotes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the dryer fire. Yeah, I like that. No, no. Apparently, it's been repaired, and I don't have the latest on exactly its position, but it is still in theater somewhere. They try one thing about U.S. naval forces afloat. They try to keep that under really close wraps, but with satellite imagery, et cetera, we still see a lot more than we used to. But no, it's still operational to some extent. And even if it isn't the Ford that or the Abraham Lincoln that's having that food issue for rations, that's got to be affecting also the other forces afloat, because those forces afloat get their AFS, that's the auxiliary fast forwarding supply ships, and there's got to be something going on there. But to have 3 battle groups deployed without the surge I saw in Desert Storm tells me that logistics is going to be more and more of an issue as we go into this.
Yeah,
I'm talking food, and even that. Yeah, bro, go ahead.
No. I was gonna say no. I believe that because obviously, your resources and access to food and everything else like that, and the supply lines dictate how long you can be in a conflict. So yeah, that's a big development. The fact that, excuse me, that they're running out of food. That means they can't stay there much longer. And we already know that these aircraft carriers have already been like kind of tapped out because they weren't used in other missions prior to this. And they kind of just got pulled to the region last minute. So I remember like with the Ford, for example, they had toilet issues. It took them like 45 minutes to use the bathroom. Lines were out the wooza, and this all affects morale, obviously, right? It's already bad enough we're getting into a very unpopular war, to go ahead and say where it's like service members can't even use the bathroom. That's just like, now it's really bad. That's a killer for morale.
Oh, yeah. When we were on an extended deployment once on a submarine op, and we got down to severe limited rations, and it came down to flour and water. I won't go into the details. And man, oh man, it gets hairy. But that's a very, very tight, small group of 120 men, highly involved in it, in the game here, where you get a massive carry with 5,000 people, the chain of command and everything like this. This is going to be a major deal. I'm watching very carefully.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's a morale killer. It's an absolute morale killer. And I think honestly, the same thing happened there. They probably got happy when that got hit with that Iranian drone or whatever they got hit with, because no one believes that they got hit. It was a dryer fire. Like seriously.
Yeah, come on, Myron. A dryer fire, brother. Shut down. Come on, bro. Absolutely. Yeah, and hey, best of luck taking on the Sioux there, man. That you're going one of big guns there, man. You can do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, looking forward to that. That'd be good.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump on right now in their thing because we got to get ready. But no, it's always good to chop it up with you guys.
Appreciate you coming on.
And Suleiman, thank you for the other stuff behind the scenes that we're discussing too. Thank you for that, bro.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah. It's a part of the business, man. When you're controversial like me, it's a part of the business. So I don't mind at all, man.
There's going to be certain people who are not willing to get on the platform together, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah.
All right, man. Take it easy.
But we've got Riyadh here. Riyadh, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. How are you?
Good, alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum, bro. What's going on? I had a quick question. And maybe this is a little bit irrelevant or off topic. I don't know what the conversation or the direction of the conversation was really entailing prior to me joining. But so right now in the Strait of Hormuz, obviously the United States is blocking Iranian ports, whatever. I've seen so much conflicting news. U.S. is turning back ships, whatever have you. and the strait is now somewhat decongested. Seems like some ships are passing through, but I'm also seeing reports that the Bab and Mandeb Strait, right before the Red Sea, that can be occupied by the Houthis within a moment's notice, is now the next target for Iran to try and cluster up or congest. What is that looking like? Has anybody got an analysis on that? Because I spoke about that a few days ago, and now I see if the Strait of Hormuz reopens, well, then the Bab and Mandeb Strait might be next for Iran to further congest or put pressure on Donald Trump in the global oil market.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna that's not I don't think that's gonna close yet. And the reason for that is because that's like Iran's like basically wild card or joker card is probably the best way to say it. So you want to use that at the most critical point. And actually, many people have been saying in the past that like, why haven't they used it yet? And I think holding off on it has been the right move. Now, if this war ends and they haven't used it, then obviously that's a flop. But if this war doesn't end, this is gonna be like the next form of escalation. Likely, I know that that was always the plan if America tried a ground invasion. Um, Maybe if they try and take one of the islands, they might try that. Other than that, if America continues the bombing campaign, I don't think they'll try it, but they want to use that as a wild card at the end.
Yeah, and that's what I said. I tweeted that out a few days ago. I said Iran will hold on to the Strait of Hormuz with their life because it's been the strongest vantage point of leverage to deliver this war of attrition or asymmetric warfare against the United States and make the entire world really demonize the United States as a whole. But one thing that I was going to ask you as well, the Strait of Hormuz currently, the vessels that are passing through, at what rate are they passing through now in comparison to before? I kind of made a discernment that it still seems like Iran has complete capital over the strait, aside from the U.S. being present at these ports across the coastline. But is Iran now continuously tolling these ships? Are they making a bunch of money? Are they exploiting it? What's the whole situation there? Because the news is everywhere, man. And I mean, I've made my discernment, but obviously you're a lot more seasoned. So what's your take on the Strait of Hormuz and what's currently going on? You know, Trump is lying every other second.
Yeah, so the last 2 days, there's been 20 ships went through yesterday, and I believe about 15 went through today. Or was it 9? It's either 9 or 15, I can't remember now. Now, of the 20 that went, I didn't look at the last 16, but the first 4 I did look at. And the 4 of them, of them 4, 2 of them did come from Iranian ports. So this claim that there's no ships coming from Iranian ports is false, because at least 2 out of the first 4 did come from Iranian ports. In addition to that, Iran is tolling those vessels. And today, I didn't look at each and every single one, but I did see, I believe, 1 or 2 that had come from Iranian ports as well. So that's kind of the situation, which seems to suggest that actually there is no real US blockade, because it seems like ships that are trying to get through are getting through. I also interviewed who was it? Was it Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis or was it Larry Johnson? One of them two was saying that yeah, there's definitely no ships that have been stopped. This is why if there was a scenario where the US had stopped a ship, got on board, the visuals would be everywhere. We haven't seen anything at all, so none of that hasn't happened.
Yeah, yeah. And then that's kind of what I was guessing. You know, these US media outlets are coping really hard to make it seem like the United States has made some sort of strategic W. It's hilarious. I've always said, like, hey, we're fixing an issue that we created out of thin air. It's like we're kind of working backwards here. Oh, we got the Strait of Hormuz, or oh, there's some US vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. It's like, hey, you know, this wasn't an issue before we invaded Iran. You know, so we effectively gave them an out to a weapon they didn't even use against us prior. But yeah, hopefully this doesn't lead to a ground invasion, right? Although I see additional deployments or, you know, real Marine troops deploying in the region. I think like 8,000, 12,000, something like that I was reading in conflicting reports. So that's another thing too. Maybe this is just all a ruse for eventual ground operations, which is the ultimate goal, right? They need the uranium allegedly. They need regime change. They need to destroy the missiles. And a lot of that stuff is not going to happen in its entirety without, you know, a boots on ground operation. So it's been, the news has been a little bit more stale recently, but I've been keeping up with all these micro developments, and it's really just, you know, I want to be gracious, you know, I want to say the United States finally made a good move here. We've covered some ground, but it's just been L after L after L, man. And Iran has us by the balls. Pause. They realize how much power they actually have with the strait, and now they're going to weaponize it against us full scale.
Yeah, you're completely right. The only thing I'd say is, do you still think that there's going to be a ground invasion? Because I believe
I,
that the attempt they tried to do in South Lebanon was that, but they failed, and I think they've kind of got scared. But what's your thoughts?
yeah, no, I mean, look, I just see additional troops being deployed. And to me, it's kind of weird. Obviously, the United States Navy now is in full force in the Strait of Hormuz to try and impose blockades on these Iranian ports, right? That's allegedly the whole plan, or at least front facingly, that's what they're saying they're doing. In regards to a ground invasion, I don't, I'm not opposed to, like, I think it's still possible. I don't know if it's going to happen anytime soon. I don't know if it's imminent anymore, like it seemed to be imminent maybe a few weeks ago. But I know the CIA operation was a complete fail, and that seemed like an in for a ground operation. That didn't work. Iran kind of nipped that in the bud. And then obviously the situation in Lebanon, I think the US is looking for a way in. I think they may wait. I think they may try and lull the IRGC to sleep because the IRGC has maximalist demands, which is we're not going to seize our nuclear enrichment. We're not going to stop anything in our program. We're definitely not going to agree to no 20-year deal. You're insane, especially after you just bombed us. Any of that diplomacy that was tangible prior is now off the table. So I think the US has no off ramp here except completely pulling out and looking like a loser or entering a full scale invasion and just trying to finish the job. Trump knows it's political suicide, but I mean, at this point, can he really bandage the damage that he's already dealt himself? He's probably cooked in midterms. So it's like, might as well just finish the job now, nothing to lose kind of situation. What's your take?
Yeah, I think the war is gonna restart for sure. The kinetic aspect of the war will definitely restart. Some of my sources have told me this. Also, we had Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis on. His sources have said the same thing, that the war is going to restart. Just now, I've seen a large number of movement of, once again, KC-135 tankers move towards the Middle East. We've had a huge movement of vessels. And this is funny because Americans are like, oh, we don't need Europe yet anymore. But actually, we're seeing a huge amount of movement from Europe to the Middle East of KC-135 tankers. We've seen C-17 Globemasters, C-5M Super Galaxies, all moving towards the Middle East, mainly from Europe, but from other regions as well. So a huge buildup, like a huge buildup, exactly what we saw before the war started. And remember, we were saying war's gonna come, war's gonna come. People were like, oh, Suleiman, you're kind of you're scaremongering, or you're doing it because of clicks. But we knew, our sources had told us, and we've seen the movement, and the same thing's happening here again. I think the war is definitely going to restart. Now, whether it's going to be ground troops, I'm hearing it's not going to be ground troops now. They've tried it and it failed. It's mainly going to be just bombing from the air again. But we'll have to wait and see, because you just don't know how far this is going to go. Larry Johnson thinks this is going to go for like up until the end of August. Daniel Davis thinks it's going to be another week of kinetic warfare. I think this is going to continue, though. I don't think this is going to end with a deal. I still just logically, it makes no sense to me how this could end with a deal without whether Israelis allow it. Because for the Israelis, Iran having ballistic missiles is like a existential threat for them.
Yeah, no, it'll definitely be a long scale conflict, maybe not physically, but it's going to be a shadow or cold war between the United States and Iran. Up until I'd say we get a new leader that comes to the table about diplomacy or negotiations, because you got to realize with the IRGC, they're never going to trust Trump. That's for sure. If a new leader is installed in the US right after 28 and we get a new president and they want to talk to Iran in good faith, well, then certainly in that instance, maybe Iran will concede to some of the somewhat maximalist demands the United States, I presume, would make. But right now, under this administration, no way Iran's going to give up anything. And they've already seen how much of a leg up they have on us. In regards to the second stage of the war, the only reason why I still think a ground invasion is possible is because the airstrikes just don't work, man. And Iran is fortified to deal with such air power. They don't have much air presence at all, anyways. And so for them, everything, of course, especially the ballistic missiles, like you just said, Benjamin Netanyahu is hell-bent on that. We saw what it did to them back in June. For Benjamin Netanyahu, that's very important. And then for the Jews in America, like Mark Levin and others, the uranium also matters a lot. Although Iran was hedging a nuke prior and they were never going to actually make one, well, now they're going to try and really make one. I would imagine after this conflict, if they've ever aggressively pushed their nuclear program or planned on it, now would be the time, because the whole point was, hey, we're deterring you by hedging a nuke at 60%. We're not actually making one. Now we just destroyed their ability to deter us by hedging a nuke. The next step is to really make one. That's the concern. And so if they start racing towards a bomb, which is most feasible now than any time in history, well, then that would necessitate some sort of ground operation, whether it's Delta Force or Special Ops. That's my concern. Is really like the whole nuclear situation. What's Iran going to do? They're charged up. Their head is big right now, as it should be, right? So we'll see. It's all speculation, right? What do I know? All speculation, and hopefully the conflict, at least physically on the ground, is short-lived. But definitely for a shadow war, Cold War tensions between the two nations, that's probably going to be a long time. At least until 28, we're going to be seeing that.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you in terms of the possibility, the war continuing. To what extent and what length, this is the question mark, because Trump's, like, the thing with Trump is, so there's like complexity where Israel would want this to happen. Now, I can see a scenario where Israel agreed to a temporary deal, but then we're just back to the same situation where we know they're going to come back again. And just like when the 12-day war happened, and we were like, it's going to happen again, it's going to happen again, we'll be kind of in the same scenario where we'll be saying, it's going to happen again. So either way, there's definitely going to be conflict. It just matters. It just matters when and how. Now the issue they have is someone like Donald Trump. He's very he's like a kid in the sense of he hasn't got this kind of long term thing to stick to something. So he can quite easily just get bored and be like, okay, we're going to end this war. And
So true.
yeah, and so the
So
question,
true.
and so the Israel may think like, okay, even if Trump doesn't do it, we'll just get the next guy to do it. And what I mean by that is like Rubio would actually be someone who'd go all in for a very long time. So you make sure someone like Rubio wins or someone.
Yeah, they install him. Yeah, because we've seen U.S. presidents actually do diplomacy with Iran. Of course, I'm referring to Barack Obama, the Iranian nuclear deal. He did it, and the Iranians were more than happy to do it. The IAEA had said that Iran was very compliant in the nuclear inspection process. They were following all the directions, and we released a sanction. And we were kind of on our way to one of the first markers of peace in the Middle East, or at least, less tension. So you're certainly right. The next president may just continue this whole MAGA train or this like modern neoconservative ideology, I suppose. But it is demoralizing because I would just love to see the situation diffused. But you got Israel there to always agitate what could be peace. I said this too, the ceasefire with Lebanon is just not. It's short lived, right? Obviously, we've seen that already, not happening, and it's just never going to be any point in diplomacy when Israel can always agitate the situation right after it's done. So it is certainly demoralizing, but hopefully at least the strikes in Iran stop because, man, a lot of civilians died. I think it was around 3,000, if my memory serves me correctly, although maybe you have a little bit more of an accurate figure. Do you know what the death count was for Iranian civilians? I mean, and 3,000 is conservative.
Do you mean during the protests or now?
No, not the protest, not the famous 40,000 Hasbara protest. No, the no, during the actual like from February 28th to now, what has the civilian death count look like on the ground in Iran?
Yeah, I haven't actually kept up to date with it. I believe
Yeah.
it's a few thousand, but I haven't got the exact figure.
Yeah, I know 3 weeks ago, the official number, and this was conservative estimate, was 2,400. And of that, 300 of them were children, a good chunk coming from the school. And so, maybe now we're approaching that, after everything is finalized, of course, the fog of war, it'll probably be something like 3 grand, which is, it's crazy. They're hitting our bases, which makes us lose a lot of influence in the region, but we're actually hitting like their legitimate land, their soil. So, yeah, that's the tough part for them. Militarily, certainly the defeat is there, but strategically, they've destroyed us, and as a result, probably our NATO relationships too. But, but yeah, no, just some questions I
What?
had. Just wanted to pick your brain on the current situation and
Yeah,
see
let me
what your
ask you one more
perspective was.
question.
Go
Yeah,
for
no,
it.
I appreciate you coming. Let me ask one last question. Lebanon, where do you think? What do you think happens there?
I think the situation in Lebanon might be just as bad as the one in Iran. Israel's been obsessed with southern Lebanon forever. And Hezbollah is the biggest resistance group, or really the biggest threat to Israeli quote unquote sovereignty, really their idea of approaching borders and taking them. So Hezbollah has to go, from the Israeli mindset, from the mindset of Netanyahu and all the Israeli officials in the government. Hezbollah is the biggest obstacle because they're sitting right on their border. We opened up Syria, and obviously, the new leader there doesn't really allow for Iranian proxies to linger. That gave Israel so much more breathing room. Now, the next thing is southern Lebanon, and obviously, we know on the ground, Hezbollah poses a huge threat. They pose a huge threat with launching missiles into North Israel and everything like that. I think that conflict is going to be erratic. I think it's going to come in doses where We see strikes out of nowhere, and that's just what it's going to be. Israel's going to systematically attack southern Lebanon as much as they can. They'll push it to the apex, and then when the international community condemns, they'll calm down, ceasefire, we'll take it easy. And then they'll wait for everybody to forget about it, and they'll do it again. That's really what they've been doing for the last 20, 30 years with southern Lebanon. So that's just the situation, and no U.S. president has the balls to go enough. We don't actually really tell Israel to stop. Same thing with the West Bank. J.D. Vance, Donald Trump were asked several times, hey, the West Bank is being annexed. Are you going to do something about it? They said, we won't allow it to happen. We won't allow it to happen. And then you've got Israeli settlers chasing Palestinians around with baseball bats, knocking grandmas out, and there's no condemnation from Washington ever. Same thing with Lebanon. Israel's just going to wait for things to calm down, and then they'll do it again. International condemnation, calm down, do it again. That's kind of like the ongoing forever pattern I see. How about you? What do you think?
Yeah, I think the Lebanon ceasefire is not going to hold. I believe the Israelis will bomb it at some point. The question is, will they bomb from the air? There's already some kind of disagreement where the Israelis are saying to Lebanese, do not come back to the south. And so there's already conflict. There's no way any Lebanese person will ever allow, well, when I say any Lebanese person, I mean, obviously, we've got some traitors, but separate to them, they won't allow Israel to annex any part of Lebanon, whether it's an inch or a mile. And so any scenario where the Israelis try to continue to occupy Lebanon will result in the restart of this war. And so the fact that they're trying to say to people in Lebanon, do not come back to the south, tells you all of it. They want this war to continue. They've been trying to take Lebanon and they've been failing really badly. Lost hundreds of tanks, thousands of people. They attempted to, there was a war going on and they were trying to get Beit Jebel. And the irony is they tried so hard. They went in through 4 different areas. They tried to invade it. They tried everything over the last
Yep.
4 days. They even put out propaganda line that they've taken it. And they
Yeah.
just lost. They lost a large number of soldiers, and then today, out of anger, they just bombed it from the air. So, and then they agreed to the ceasefire. So, no chance
Yeah,
whatsoever.
no, that Hezbollah poses a huge threat, allegedly, right? That's what they say. I quote that in quotation marks. But, people don't realize like Israel is very thirsty for southern Lebanon just as much as they are with Gaza, really, in a lot of regards. A lot of people don't know. Since October 7th, Gaza has been the whole, talk of the town, or really center point of conversation. And of course, rightfully so, over a 6-figure death count. But southern Lebanon is also, equal weight in terms of a goal for the Israeli government. And so they've been very aggressive. They've been very violent. I just saw a story where they killed a group of paramedics, or they struck a drone on a group of paramedics. You may have spoke about this already. Then the second batch of paramedics came in to rescue the first ones. They bombed them, killed one. Then a third group came in to rescue the second ones, and they bombed them. I saw that out of AP News. So, the aggression against Lebanon is a similar one to that of what we saw in Gaza. And you're completely right. The command to remove yourself from the south, get out of the area of war, get out of an area of conflict or danger, is to me, of course, a telltale sign that Netanyahu plans to continuously strike southern Lebanon for as long as he can. And look, this is the whole idea, is to keep them fractured, to demoralize them, and to never let Hezbollah really have a calm 6-8 month period or year period to build up, because Hezbollah is very, very strong. And so they want to keep going and strike the iron while it's hot. And southern Lebanon is the best opportunity to do that. The IRGC is a whole different conversation. The United States has to take that on full force. But Israel knows if they keep fracturing southern Lebanon, there's a chance it can crack and they can annex it. God forbid. But, there is a realistic feasibility there. And so that's why I feel like they won't let up. And again, it comes from the lack of condemnation from Washington, which is why I'm sick and tired of MAGA. Because at least with Obama, in the West Bank, he condemned those settlements, which is what infuriated Netanyahu initially. Then, after he condemned the Israeli settlements in the West Bank, which of course is illegal according to international law, but Obama actually voiced legitimate condemnation out of nowhere about that. He then proposed a deal with the Iranians behind the Israelis' back for diplomacy and lifted sanctions, which could further proxy or further fund their proxy network, the resistance group. So, I want, and I'm not a fan of Obama. He had horrible foreign policy, but I'm just hoping we get like a second coming of some president that has a similar idea as to what to do in Lebanon, in the West Bank, and of course in Iran. That's going to halt Israel's power dramatically. If you want to see Israel be kept at bay, then southern Lebanon must exist, and Iran also certainly must exist. Those are like the two key pillars for the axis of resistance. Without those, it's over. It's all said and done with.
Yeah, completely agree with you. Appreciate that, Riyadh. Just read these couple of super chats. Jamie says, Suleiman, do you think Iran has nukes already and they managed to keep it hidden from Israeli spies? It seems like they were pretty relaxed with going head to head with them recently. No, they don't. I do think that they should have got it, but unfortunately, they've allowed the religious position to supersede what I think is the right decision. I know Iran is thinking of things from a humanitarian perspective, but you know my view on this. I think when you deal with evil, you got to be a lot more cutthroat. And Spidey Cell with a huge super chat says US base is gone. Hormuz is now taxed. Iran is now the only regional power. US begged for a ceasefire. Global standing declined. US alienated their allies. Israel has been resisted. Lebanese resistance showcased their prowess. What more than 140 tanks gone. IDF caught lacking. We've already won. Yeah, huge. So much winning. So much winning is happening. There's so much winning. We don't know, as Trump would say, we don't know what to do with all this winning. We just don't know what to do. So, guys, we are going to be wrapping up the space here. Appreciate you coming on, Riyadh. Always appreciate you as always. And agree with Spidey Cell and everything he said there. And appreciate the super chat as well. It really does help us do what we're doing. We are wrapping up. We've got the interview in the nest. It's with Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. I'm gonna. Oh, brilliant! Thank you, Sidat. Put it in the chat. And another huge super chat from Riyadh, who says, W, gonna go watch my brother debate Dinesh. Thanks for the convo and info, brother. Appreciate it, Riyadh. Yeah, I'm gonna watch that later as well. Appreciate you and appreciate your support as well. Thank you so much. And yeah, I was gonna say, watch that interview. It is brilliant. It's only 30 minutes. It explains everything. He explains why the war will start, how it will start, and in what way it will start. So check that out. It's gonna be awesome. And yeah, after that, I'm gonna go watch Myron's debate as well. So check that out. That tweet's in the nest. Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis, his sources in the Pentagon tell us directly what's gonna happen. That tweet's in the nest. It's pinned in the YouTube comment by Sadat's comment, and I'm gonna see you all there. We're gonna be back tomorrow as per usual, 2 p.m. Eastern. Have your notifications on. Be ready. Unless there's huge breaking news, we'll get you back. Much love to each and every single one of you. Appreciate you guys joining in. Appreciate